Hey everyone, it's Fett. I was bored. There's no Just Cuz this afternoon, so I thought I'd do something and take the plunge and finally go on camera and reveal my ugly mug for all you fine people. Thought maybe I'd play some guitar. Maybe we'd hang out for a little bit. Welcome to the show, for lack of a better term. Uh, so, all right. Like the title says, it's my first live stream, so be gentle. Don't know one goddamn bit on how to do any of this. I did some tests earlier. I think I have the audio worked out. So I'll probably play some guitar. There's, god damn it, fucking A. There, over there, over there. There's one of my guitars right there. Let's see. Like I said, I think I have the audio worked out, but as far as the visual, this is what you got. This is what I look like. I can't do anything about it. So anyway, maybe I'll grab the guitar. Be right back. So this is one of my Super Strats. This is my Jam 7. I think it's a 99 model. Anyway, maybe I'll just do a little jamming, you know, if anybody's even paying attention out there. Here we go. So anyway, of course I can't think of a goddamn thing to play, but so I've said in the past I'm an Ibanez fan. I have several of these guitars. This one, like I said, this one's a gem, one of two gems that I have. My other one's actually nicer. One of these days I got to break that one out. That one lights up, and I'll have to show that on camera or whatnot. But let's see if I can think of anything else to play. Hey, buddy Legatus, how you doing, brother? Thank you, Lagash. You caught that. Yeah, wearing a Kiss shirt today. That was a little bit of Kiss, little Crazy Nights, not makeup era, but yeah, I guess I should have broke out my Paul Stanley guitar. I'll have to get that out before I stop today. Show you that. My Paul Stanley Ibanez. I haven't played that in freaking decades. I forget it. That's it. Hey, Mike loves cats. You follow me on Twitter X. Awesome. That's awesome. Hope you don't mind my pictures. They're an acquired taste, I imagine. But thank you for following me. I hope I follow you. If not, I will rectify that. Speaking of that, oh, you love the pics? Cool. That's cool. I just figured I'd, like I said, break out the guitar today, do a little jamming just to prove, I do more than just make dick pics all day. I do other things too. Not much more, but I've been known to jam a little bit. But hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Mine kind of blows. That's why I'm doing this. Matter of fact, the last couple of months especially have been really rough, and I needed, getting emotional now. I needed to be around friends today, and you guys that I've met over the last couple of years here on YouTube and on Twitter, Facebook. As much as I hate Facebook, I keep it around because I there are a few good people on there, and anyway, I needed to be around friends today. So and there's no, like I said, there's no Just Cuz. Normally at 5 o'clock on King Dolphin TV, I usually tend to pop on. He does a show called Just Cuz. Who got us, but he can't do it today. There's no way of mission. So I just thought I'd do something. Like I said, I just needed to be around my people today. You guys, girls, are my people. So here I am. Anyway, yeah, take it sleazy. I'm trying, Legatus. It's been rough to take it anyway, but rough. But hey, Legally Blonde, you drive safe. Glad you're listening in. Anyway, yeah, take it sleazy. Whoops, hold on. I can't even play my own song. Yes, a little take it sleazy. Hey, all. Rob writes Gen X pop culture. What's up, brother? Um, since you just popped in, I was just telling everybody I don't know the first thing about what I'm doing here, and I just needed to be around friends today, and you guys are my friends. So I was gonna sit around jam and mope anyway, so I figured I might as well jam and mope on YouTube. So yeah, you like that? Legato? Cool. Yes, actually, yes. Illegally Blonde says my brother inspired that song. Rip Russ. Yes, rest in peace, Russ. That was inspired by Illegally Blonde's brother. Actually, Legatus, a little trivia here. Hey, old Dalek. Yes, unfortunately, this is where the fucking hat. This is Fett. So, yep. Thank you, Rob Wright. I appreciate that. I need people in my corner today. It's been just putting this out there. I'm probably going to get emotional and then blow. You know, this is how I am. I'm probably going to get emotional, and things are not going good in my life right now. So, anyway, yeah. Yes, Legatus. This is, well, it's a face reveal. It would be a great face reveal if it was a great face, but you got this ugly mug. This is it. I was gonna wait. I thought, you know, if the day ever came that I hit 1,000 subscribers, I would do it then. But that's goddamn YouTube. It's like I gain 10 subscribers and I lose 10 subscribers, so it's never gonna happen. They're never gonna pay me anyway. So fuck it. You know, here I am. Here we are. This is me. You know, I'm a normal guy. You know, what can I say? I work every day. I don't know. You know, tell us what guitar you're using. Okay, Mike loves cats. I probably already did it a couple times, so I don't want to bore everybody that's been here. But this is an Ibanez. This is an Ibanez Gem. It's a Gem 7. It's a Steve Vai model guitar, hence the handle, the monkey grip. This is a 1999 model. It has the Marzio Blaze pickups, I believe they are in this one. You can see it has the textured finish. I'm kind of a super strat guy. Little story. Let me turn this off for a second. Little story on the guitars, okay? I used to always play pointy guitars because I'm a metalhead. I always played pointy guitars. Never liked guitars like this. I thought they were boring. I thought whatever. And one day I got a good deal on a Stratocaster, and I grew to love that guitar. I realized how much more comfortable these are to play, you know, than the pointy guitars. You know, like sitting down now, I can sit it on my lap because of the cutout and all this stuff. So back in the day, I had a band, and we were a metal band. We were like thrash metal. And one day I showed up with that guitar, that Stratocaster, and my buddy was the singer at the time. And when I broke out the Strat, he just looked at me and he's like, "Whose guitar is that?" And I said, "Mine. Why?" And he goes, "You're not supposed to play guitars like that. You're supposed to play pointy instruments of death." And like, I was like, "Well, sorry, but this is my guitar. I've been playing them ever since. I have, not to brag, I have 30 guitars. Almost every one of them is an Ibanez Super Strat. This is basically an RG model. I have a lot of RGs that are basically shaped like this. I have 2 Gems. I have a Universe. I do have a few S series Ibanez guitars. Those were actually the first Ibanez I ever bought was an S series. It's basically shaped like this, but the body's really thin on it. Story behind that was back in, well, let me even start before that. When I was a little kid and I first started playing guitar, my uncle was a musician too. I mean, he could play anything. He played guitar, he played the accordion, I think trumpet, the harmonic, you name it, he played it. And he had even lent me a guitar at one time. And it looked like I think it was a Kent. It was basically like a Stratocaster copy. It was like tobacco, sunburst and all that. And so anyway, he passed away in 1990, Christmas of 1990. and he left me a little bit of money. And to this point, I had cheaper guitars, and I wasted a lot of the money. I'll be honest, I wasted a lot of it. But one of the things I spent the money on, I thought, what would he want me to do with the money? And I thought, well, he'd probably want me to get a good guitar finally. So I had my heart set for the longest time on either a Jackson or a Charvel because, I'm a Megadeth fan. Dave Mustaine played, Jackson. Marty Friedman played Jackson. So I either wanted a Jackson or a Charvel, Super Strat with a reverse headstock, the upside down headstock. And so our local music store was called K&S Music. I was going there since I was 12 years old. I went out there. I knew I was going to buy the guitar through them. And this particular day, they were incredibly busy. So I had to stand there and wait for a long time. And I forgot to leave out that I took my friend with me, too, because I wanted him to share in my moment of triumph. He used to always come up and play guitar with me and stuff like that. So I wanted him to be there with me when I bought my first great guitar. So while we were standing out there waiting, the store had recently become an Ibanez dealer. So they had a ton of Ibanez guitars out there. And my buddy kept poking me saying, hey, why don't you try one of these Ibanez before you make a decision? I'm like, no. I'm getting a Jackson. I always wanted a Jackson. I'm going to get a Jackson or a Charvel. So anyway, I had no rest until I tried one. It was an S series. It was an S540. It was red. It looked just like, and the reason I tried it was because at the time, Testament had come out with the video. Well, it might have been out for a few years, but Testament had a video for the song. What the hell is this song? I can't even think of the song right now. Trial by Fire. And Alex Skolnick played a red Ibanez S series in that. So okay, I'm like, all right, I'll try it. It's a Testament guitar. I'll try it. So fell in love with it instantly, which is weird because that's going to come back now in a second in this story. But so I tried it, but I didn't like that it was red. I prefer black guitars. Most of my guitars are black, so I ordered a black one, and I was even thinking about ordering the upside down headstock, the reverse headstock, because I always wanted one. And to this day, I only have one Ibanez with a reverse headstock, simply because of one thing. When you get the reverse headstock on an Ibanez, there's no check mark, or there never used to be a check mark back in this would have been 91. I don't know, just because of the way anyway. So I actually didn't order the reverse headstock because I wanted that check mark. That check mark was, I don't know, it looks cool to me. So anyway, I got the guitar. A few days, whatever went by, came in, I went out and I picked it up and brought it home and I played it, and all of a sudden I didn't like it. I don't know why. I just didn't like it. Well, I do know why, and I'll explain in a second. So I dropped a lot of money on this guitar, and I wanted my uncle to be proud. Hey, Comic Relief Crusader, what's up, brother? Anyway, I wanted to love this guitar. It was my dream to have a good guitar, and I wanted to love it. And it sat there for a couple of days, and I just stared at it. And I finally realized what it was before this, I had a cheap Fender, and I had a Fender Stratocaster. And if anybody knows anything about Stratocasters, Fenders in general, the necks on them are kind of like a baseball bat. They're really thin this way and really fat this way. Where if you look at this neck, this is an Ibanez. Most of their necks are called wizard necks. You can see this is really wide this way, but really flat this way. So it's a whole different animal. And it took a lot to get used to, but I finally decided after 2 or 3 days, I dropped all this money on this guitar. I'm going to learn to love it. I'm going to learn to love it. And I played it, and I played it, and I played it, and I grew to love it. And that's the thing. That's why I can't go back. I can't imagine going back to Fender or anything now because of these necks. Like I said, you can see how thin that is. They're made for shredding. All the stuff you see Steve Vai do, all these guys. You have so much more room. The strings are a little further apart on the fretboard. You have a lot more room to work. They have the jumbo frets. They're taller. They stand taller off the fretboard, so you can get under them better and push the strings and things like that. And I'm just an Ibanez guy. I've been for, 30 years now. You know, I still have almost every guitar I've ever owned. Fortunately, so far, knock on wood. I haven't had to sell them yet. But another thing I've learned by playing Ibanez too was I always liked this is the tremolo, or some people call it the whammy bar. I've learned that I love Floyd Rose style tremolos. This is a Floyd Rose bridge. This can raise and lower the string. It can bend the octaves, make it higher or lower octave, and do the dive bombs, that everybody likes doing. Now, a lot of people complain about these. A lot of people complain about these bridges. If you break a string, they do go out of tune. But in setting them up is kind of a pain. But I rarely have an issue. Like I hardly, as a matter of fact, I mean, the strings need replaced on this one because this is my go-to guitar, and I was just too lazy. I should have changed them for today, but I wasn't sure if I was even going to come on and do this thing today. So anyway, I should have changed the strings, but this is it's a double locking tremolo. The string goes in here. When you're changing a string, basically, you have to unlock this. It takes an Allen wrench right here. And you back this off, and you cut the ball end off the string, and you stick the string in there and lock it down. Then on this end, you have this is the locking nut. These take Allen wrenches too. You back these off, stick the string through there, put them through your tuner, and once you have it all in pitch and in key, you lock these down, and then when you do the bending and use the bar, it doesn't go out of tune. I mean, I probably have 16 or 17 Ibanez guitars, and almost every one of them has a Floyd Rose or a licensed Floyd Rose with the double locking tremolo, and they do not go out of tune. I mean, they just don't. I mean, I can take the strings to the deck and still in tune. Also, too, am I sounding okay? Because I had to change my settings and remove the echo cancellation for playing the guitar, which there's my amp back there. I actually have a bigger one over here, but I primarily use that. That's my little, I think it has a 20 watt Ibanez tone blaster. I sound clear. Do I sound clear? I know the guitar does. That's what I was worried about when I was doing the testing for this earlier. I just wanted to make sure the guitar sounded okay, but as long as I sound good, that's okay. Okay, cool, awesome. Thank you, guys. And thank you for hanging with me. I needed this today. I was feeling pretty low, and I thought about, of course, most of us here, we all listen to Doomcock. We hear him talking about how when he's low, how people, when he does his live stream, people in the chat and everything help him out. So I needed the help today. That's why I'm here, and I thank you. I thank you for being here and hanging with me for a little while. Like I said in the beginning, I know nothing about this. I have two screens. I have YouTube up here, and I have I've never done this before. So anyway, I'm not sure. I know I'm all over the place here. Sorry about that. My mind's been all over the place. It's been a rough week. The last 3 months have been rough. This week in particular was probably the roughest week of my life. Nothing seems to be getting any better. So anyway, I don't want to drag you guys down. I'm sure you're not here for that. But like I said, I just needed to be with my friends today, and you guys in this community are some of the best friends I ever had. I know, we've never met in person. We've never hung out or anything well, Illegally Blonde I did, but like I said before, a lot of people hate Twitter, and I understand that. It's been known to be a cesspool, and it is to an extent, but I've met some of the best people I've ever known on Twitter. And You get, yeah, many days my entire life is a friggin' blooper reel. Exactly. Mike loves cats. Exactly. My life is one big blooper reel. It's like I try to do the right thing, you know. I just don't know what it is. It's almost everything I do in my life. It's almost like if I would have done the opposite, it would have probably worked out better. You know, I don't know. I think I'm doing the right thing, but anyway, I don't want to. Anyway, yeah, like Crusader, I know you've been having it rough too. That's you know, uh, we're not alone. That's we're not alone. You know, we're all having trouble right now. These, you know, I don't know. The last few, I mean, every time you think that things can't get any worse, you know, not just in my country, you know, the United States, but the world. You think it can't get any worse. It fucking does. It really does. Um, Mike Loves Cat says you're making me happy just seeing you and hearing you. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like seeing me because I can't stand looking at this face in the mirror every day. But that's why I haven't been on camera till now. That's why I hide behind my avatar. I can't stand my face. I can't stand hearing myself. But here I am. I never thought I would actually live stream. I mean, well, let me rephrase that. I thought about it in the past several times, and actually, Tony Stark of Iron, and I have talked about doing something metal related and stuff, but I've been putting it off just because, you know. Well, first of all, let me say, I suffer with depression. Okay, here's the thing. It's like I don't understand how Doomcock can do what he does. I really don't. He's like he's incredible, you know, because like this, I can do this now. Like I didn't schedule this or anything like that. But if I knew I had to be on all the time, like he is on a Wednesday and on a Friday. I mean, sometimes he is, and he gets emotional and stuff like that. But I don't know how he can go for what was last night, 6 hours, 6.5 hours on Frolics, and just being the life of the party. I've never been the life of the party. And as a matter of fact, I don't party much. I really don't. I never did. And that's been a source of problems for me in my lifetime because honestly, people tend to think I think I'm better than them and stuff like that because I don't go to their parties or things like that. And like I always tried to explain to everyone, it's like I'm doing you a favor. You know, I don't go to parties like people. I get it. They're trying to cheer me up. They want me to get plugged into the social pipeline, all of that stuff. But hail Paul Veter the gamer. Paul Veter gamer. I'm so used to Doomcock singing it. What's up, man? But anyway, I get it. You know, people would invite me to parties and stuff. You know, get out. You know, hang out with people and let's do this. Let's make you happy. I mean, it never does. You know, I shrink into the corner and I just keep to myself. And then I'm the dark cloud over in the corner. Do you know what I mean? And I just don't want to ruin the party for people. And then, you know, people think, you know, like I said, you know, oh, he thinks he's great. He doesn't want to come to my party. No, it's not that. I just don't want to ruin your party. Anyway, Doomcock said it best one time. I'll never forget this. He said like, he can be in a room full of people and still feel alone. That's how I am. I'm alone right now. You know, I'm alone when people are around me. Anyway, hail Dark Helmet. Hey, brother, what's up? What's up, my man? Actually, nine people watching. I didn't think anybody would even show up, but thanks for hanging with me. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing here. I know why I wanted to do this. Like I said, you know, I needed people in my corner today. I really did. It's a dark, cold day, and anyway, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to open up. You know, I keeping it all in has just it's made me like angry, you know? Like I'll go from being so angry that I hate it. I hate myself. I don't want to be angry, you know? Coming from, I get it. Stay angry. We're in the Doomcock circle. We're supposed to stay angry. But I mean, angry at pop culture is one thing. I'm so angry in life. And I don't want to be anymore. But, sorry. Second here. Legally blind. I'm always here. I got you. I know. See, this has been my whole day. It's like I'm like a big baby today. Yeah, I'm evil genius. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking evil today. Anyway, the goddess says, Hulk angry. I'm always angry. I just learned how to control it when I let it out. Yeah, that's just it. It's I don't want to control it anymore. I don't want to be angry. I don't want to be miserable. And I don't know what to do about it. You know, it's just like I said. I met all you cool people online, and I don't know. It's like I don't even know what I'm trying to say right now. The people that are closest to me in real life, I don't know. It's just like I just have this knack for pushing them away. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I it's I had this friend. I got him a job years ago, and we worked with these two women, and these two women fought with everybody that worked there. At some point in time, they fought with everybody that worked there, and so it was only a matter of time until they got in a fight with my friend. And the one day, the boss called me and asked me. He said, "Well, what's your side? What happened? Blah blah blah." And I said, "Well, they fight with the girls. They fight with everyone. So, you know, my question is when you're going to realize that they're the problem?" And it's just becoming more and more clear to me that in my life, I am the problem. I don't know why. It's like I want to make people happy. I want to do the right things in life. I thought I was doing the right thing. I I try to go to work every day. I try to pay the bills, and I don't know. Here I am. My life is falling apart. Talking to a camera on the internet when I can't stand looking at my face or hearing my voice. But here I am in front of a camera and a microphone. But anyway, yeah, life is hard. Mike loves cats. Way too hard. And the funny part is, not funny, funny, yeah, not funny at all. But anyway, I've taken steps this year to try to fix my life, to try to fix the house that I'm in, the things around me. And it's like, I've never been so miserable. Yeah, you are my therapy, Crusader says. That, you are. I can't even express how much, hang with you guys. I wish I could do it more, but hang with you guys in the chat on Frolics. Um, just on Twitter, seeing that you liked something I did or shared, retweeted my stuff. I mean, literally, sadly, that's the highlight of my day when I get notifications. And Illegally Blonde says, I'll say it again. It's not. It is me, though. You know? Yeah, Mike loves cats. Knowing others struggle helps me. I know that sounds it sounds bad when you say that, but I know what you mean. It's just like I turn to sad songs when I'm depressed. Oddly enough, I'll turn to sad songs. Sometimes they make me feel better. The one band I listen to, Crimson Glory, it has a song. I shared it the other day on Twitter called "Song for Angels." It's really one of the saddest songs ever, but I don't know, it helps me. Um, we are not alone. You're not alone. That's why I'm here. I needed to know I'm not alone because I feel pretty damn alone today. Um, anyway, I wanted this to be. I had every intention of playing guitar and making this like a cool, Obviously, I'm no doomcock, but definitely can't sing. But well, I mean, I can sing, I guess, but I'm just not good. But I don't know. Uh, I don't know. Would you get? What do you think? Should I do more live streams? Like, I'm thinking, you know, um, like I said today, Raymond can't live stream today, so here I am. It's like I got to work tomorrow, so I can't make his stream tomorrow, unfortunately. But uh, maybe I was thinking, when there's no Just Cause on a Saturday, maybe I'd do something. If anybody's out there who's normally on, King Dolphin on a Saturday, maybe I'll just do like a fill-in thing on a Saturday. Mike Loves Cat says, "Hell yes, you're not alone. My wife and I have had laughs in bed checking out your posts. The gift of laughter, priceless." That's just it. That's the funny thing. It's like I can make other people laugh. I wish I could just make myself laugh. That's the funny thing. Paul Veter says, "Not throwing rocks at Stark, but you should have heard his Christmas singing at 5:30 a.m. this morning." Yeah, I was dying. Yeah, he sent me the link. I started listening to this. I went up to bed after Frolics and I started listening to Tony's stream. And, every weekend, I think to myself, I'm gonna pop on Tony's stream, and I end up not doing it. And then I always feel bad about it. And his show this morning, I fell asleep during it. And it wasn't Tony's fault. It's just, I'm just so wiped out. I've hardly slept this week. And when I can get to sleep, I got to take it. But, Lily Blonde says you can't sing. Hey, that's what I said. I can't sing. I'm honest. I mean, I can pull backing vocals off and stuff like that. But actually, in the song, anybody that's watched any of my videos, I usually end the video with a song. This song is called "Stand and Fight." That was from my band back in the day. That's me playing guitar, just in case anyone didn't know. I've said it a million times, but and that's me singing backing vocals on another gang. The Haze, and all shit in the back, but that's me. Anyway, just a little Fett trivia there from back when I used to kind of have a life. But anyhow, work. Nasty 4-letter word. Yuck. Yes, it is a 4-letter word. I'm really getting sick of doing it. But anyway, Rob Wright says, "I can only sing in the shower, but that's still something no one wants to hear." Me too. I can sing in the shower, and even I don't want to hear it. But Mike Loves Cat says, "You play better than me." I used to play pretty good. I'm quite out of practice. I keep saying that every time I break out a guitar, whether it's on, Raymond's stream or this, but I don't get to practice much anymore. But maybe that's something I have to change. But anyhow, again, I don't know how Doomcock does it. I don't know how he can just be on all the time. But of course, like I said, my emotions are all over the place today. So Dark Helmet said, "If Fed for hire, we can hug, just no eye contact." Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, I'll make that eye contact. But so Legatus says, "It's like riding a bicycle. You never forget but a little music memory to get going. Yeah, that's. I should have practiced before I broke this thing out today, but that's another cool little thing. I don't know if you can see that. These inlays are like Phillips head screws. I think that's pretty cool. Uh, let's see. I think with Doomcock, he has a game plan and does a lot of storytelling. True. I wish I could do that. Wish I could get a game plan. It's like clearly I don't have a game plan even for this, let alone anything else in my life. But I don't know. Uh, so anyway, anybody have any questions for me or anything? Or since I've never done this before, and I usually tend to just hide in the background on King Dolphin TV or Pop Culture Breakdown when I go on. But um, how about this? How about this? I thought about doing this before. The name Fett for Hire. Um, what it is, where it came from, because I've only really been doing. I don't even know what to call it. The graphics or whatever I've been doing for the last few years. Okay. So let me just get into that. Okay. For anyone that missed it when I've explained it before, in 2012, maybe late 2011, I started dropping things. I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. And I hate hospitals. I can't stand going to the doctor, but I ended up having to do it because some days I could barely even get out of bed. So anyway, they sent me to specialist after specialist, and I kept telling them I'm dropping things, I'm having pain in my neck and my shoulder and stuff like that. And they're ordering all these MRIs on my lower back and all this stuff. And I literally had doctors look at me and tell me, like, yeah, you have 3 collapsed discs, but it's nothing to write home about it. One guy told me, you're not impressing me. I think they just thought I wanted out of working or something like that. So this went on for months, if not the better part of a year, and still continuing to drop things more and more. I mean, light things. I'm not the toughest guy on the planet, but I'm not the weakest guy on the planet. And I knew, when you can't pick up a Dixie cup without dropping it, I knew something was fucking wrong. But anyway, so I called my family doctor and I just said, look, I'm telling all these people something's going on up here. Nobody's checking up here. So he's the one finally that ordered the MRI up here. And I have this thing. Most doctors don't even know about it. It's this mysterious thing called Chiari malformation. A lot of people can even have it and not even know it. Some people have it and never even have a symptom. But they found it. What it was now I've also heard conflicting stories with this. Some say you're born with it. Some say it's hereditary, you're born with it, and some say it develops. So I don't know. I did fall really bad once when I was a kid and got a concussion and stuff like that. I don't know. Anyway, I developed a. Let's see. What happened was, Chiari malformation is the small part of the brain in the back of your head, the cerebellum. It herniated. Hey, old Jack Lumen. It herniated. Let me start again. It herniated through the opening at the base of the skull, part of my brain, squeezed through, and was squishing my spinal cord. And after however long, it developed a cyst, a fluid-filled cyst on my spinal cord that was crushing it, and I was going paralyzed from the neck down. So after months, if not a year, of doctors telling me I wasn't impressing them and that, whatever, I got a phone call saying, you need to get to the emergency room right now. And so I did, and they told me, here's what you have. We're putting you on light duty. You need to see this brain specialist, like, immediately. So I did. And, they told me I needed brain surgery. I was going to be paralyzed from the neck down. And that was one of the most scary things I've ever been through in my life. And so anyway, August 12th, 2012. Now I had the brain surgery, and it prevented me from being paralyzed. To this day, I'm still walking and talking and all of that. But there's no cure for the Chiari, so I don't know if that's. I know it helps with depression, and or not helps, but creates. It helps create depression, and can make you sick because the cerebellum controls a lot of nausea type related things and all of that. And but so anyway, I had the brain surgery in 2012, and I always felt my entire life that I was different. I mean, we all do, especially in this community. We're all kind of nerds, and we're not, like, look at me. I'm a metalhead, but I love Star Wars. I mean, a lot of metalheads do, but, I'm into Star Trek and all that stuff. So it's like, am I a geek? Am I a metalhead? I have long hair, and one day I'll wear a Kiss shirt, and the next day I'll wear, a Trek yourself before you wreck yourself shirt. But so I've never quite fit in, but I always thought I hope YouTube doesn't ban me for this, but retarded, okay? And in 2012, when I got that diagnosis, I felt like I was. And as much as I told myself I wasn't going to be a victim and I wasn't going to let this ruin my life and things like that, I did. I really did. I thought I was stronger than I was. It just caused me to alienate myself from people, and I'm still doing it. 11 years later, I'm still alienating myself from people. I mean, I was never not alienating myself from people, but that just made it was on steroids. I hate being alone, and yet it's like my end goal is to just be alone or something. I can't even figure my damn self out. I really can't. But Dark Helmet says, I suffer from depression and have for probably 14 years or so, at least to the point where it started affecting my life in a bad way. And I have no one to talk to so bad, so it sucks. Same here, brother. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here today. Some things happened this week that, anyway, I won't get into personal things, but I needed people to talk to. So, dude, I'm here. I'm in the same boat as you. I don't know. I didn't know where to turn, so I turned to YouTube because you guys have been for the last, what is it? I'm trying to think of when I discovered Doomcock and started hanging with you people. Maybe 4 years now. You guys have been a lifeboat for me. You really have. I mean, I've been in bad places in my life where I don't want to be a part of life anymore. I just don't. And as sad as this sounds, I turn to Twitter and I turn to YouTube, and you guys help me feel better. Whether it's we DM or whatever, or you guys ask me to make things, and because that's another thing. Back when I had the diagnosis with the Chiari, one of the things they tested me for was carpal tunnel, and I do have that in both hands, and I still haven't gotten that taken care of. So I have my good days and bad days with guitar. I mean, right now I'm, my hands are cool, so that's why I broke out the guitar. 5 minutes, I may not be able to hold the pick. I don't know. So, but that's one good thing that came out of, the diagnosis. The numb hands really affect me most when playing guitar and driving, especially when I have my hand up on the wheel. I don't like driving anyway, so that's no big loss there. But I basically go to work. My job is like 15 minutes, not even, right down the road. But it sucks because all I ever wanted to be was a musician. All I ever wanted to do, well, really, I wanted to play the drums. Okay. Well, let me even go before that. I thought I could sing. When I was a little kid, before I knew any better, I thought I could sing. I walked around singing all the time, you know. Nobody ever told me to shut up, so I continued to do it until, I don't know, 10, something like that. I found a pair of drumsticks. I guess they were my brother's or something. I found them in the house. Story was, my mom ended up telling me what had happened was, he wanted a guitar, my brother, and they bought him an acoustic guitar, and he just didn't take to it. And it's understandable because that's a big mistake I think a lot of people make. They get their kids and stuff an acoustic guitar. An acoustic guitar is pretty rough to play unless you're going to buy like $1,000, $2,000 Martin. But I don't think anybody's going to do that. So I would say anyway, word of advice: if you're thinking about getting your kid a guitar, even if it's a cheap one, you know, I would go electric because they're easier to learn on. But so anyway, back to the so I guess my parents got my brother an acoustic guitar, and he didn't take to it. So what he did was he ended up trading his buddy this brand new acoustic guitar for a pair of drumsticks, a wood, you know, like a practice wood block, drum wood block, and I guess a book of sheet music. So ultimately he ended up screwing me for trying to get a guitar down the road. But anyway, so I found this pair of drumsticks, and what I used to do was, in the house I grew up in, my mom had the parlor. It was the fancy room. Now, anyone that looked at it wouldn't think it was fancy because the furniture, this would be in the 80s, the furniture was from like the 50s. But the story behind that was my mom's dad owned a furniture store in our local town. And he had passed away when my mom was fairly young. And all she got, you know, the business was sold off after he passed away, but all she got to keep was some of the furniture and I think the carpet that was in that room. So that was, you know, you didn't go in there, you didn't mess around in that room. That was the stuff that was from her dad, you know. That anyway. So you didn't go in that room, you didn't mess around in that room. But my dumb ass used to go in there, sit on, because you know nobody went in there, so I didn't think anybody would catch me. But so I'd go in there and I get the pillows on the couch, put them around me, beat on them with the drumsticks and stuff like that. And of course, I would get caught all the time, and my mom would take and hide the drumsticks. But I'd eventually find them. And so I developed a plan. I thought, I'm going to use this. Evil genius, even when I was a little kid. I thought, I'm going to ask for a drum set, and I'll tell him, like, if you get me a drum set, you won't ever have to worry about me beating on your couch, on your pillows and your couch and stuff like that, if you get me a legitimate drum set. So I had this master plan, and so I sprung the question. I was like, can I have a drum set? And usually my mom was the one who said no about things, but my dad would say otherwise. And then he would just say, well, anyway. So I popped the question, can I have a drum set? I want to be a musician. My mom was a musician. She played the piano in the church, our local church. My uncle was a musician. So I want to play the drums. Both of them said no. Didn't even have to think about it. It was just no, absolutely not. Didn't make too much noise. I was devastated. You know. I realized now that I couldn't sing, and now I was told I can't have a drum set. So what I did was, this was, you know, it was going on Christmas. I thought that might work in too. There you go. There's your Christmas present. You don't even have to worry about anything. Just get me a drum set. Well, no, denied. So anyone that remembers back in the 80s, the Christmas, Sears Christmas wish book, big ass catalog, like that thick. Okay. Now, up near the front of it was the women's underwear and lingerie. We won't talk about that today. But if you went in the back, there was the Star Wars toys. There were the Star Wars toys. So I thought I'd drown myself in, you know, my favorite thing in life was Star Wars. And I'm flipping through the pages, and I'm looking for new toys that I wanted. And, you know, because I never had an AT-AT when I was a kid. And I thought, well, maybe it'll feel bad enough for not buying me a drum set that they'll buy me an expensive, big AT-AT toy. You know, Walker me up. But it's just that year it wasn't cutting it. Star Wars, believe it or not, Star Wars wasn't even cutting it for me. I didn't know what I was going to get. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I went beyond the Star Wars toys and there were musical instruments. So if I remember correctly, the first thing I came across were keyboards. And I thought, well, my mom plays the piano. She may even want to teach me how to play. Maybe she'll get me a keyboard. And at this time, I was getting into, I had already loved Kiss. Uh, I was already digging Quiet Riot, and I'm not sure if I discovered Wasp yet, but you know, keyboards, no offense to anyone that plays them, weren't cool enough for me. They weren't badass enough. I wanted to be a drummer, not a keyboard. And they had guitars in there and stuff. And I'm like, that's lame. So then I came across the guitar page, and I'm reading about the guitars, and I remember this one guitar, and I wish I would have saved the page, because it was probably the cheapest, crappiest thing that was ever invented. But to me, it was like it was a beacon of light. I thought I discovered, reinvented the wheel right here. It was magic. It was a Strat shaped guitar, but it had a speaker built in it right here, right in this area right here. There was a speaker built right into the guitar, and I'm reading it, and it says, you can adjust the volume, and you can plug headphones into it. And I was like, headphones? You can plug headphones into it. So they can't tell me it would be too loud. So I'm like, well, maybe I should be a guitar player. So I had this whole plan, had the catalog ready to go. My dad used to come home from work every day at 3 o'clock. He would come home. He worked in, he drove a bulldozer. So he would come home dirty. So he would come home. First thing he would do is get his bath. Then he'd come down and, we'd eat dinner. So you didn't bug Dad during dinner. So I knew it had to wait. But man, I almost choked on my food that day, because I couldn't wait till we were done. I had this plan of asking about getting guitar. So I take that wish book, we're done eating. I take that thing out and plop it on the table, and I open it up to the guitars. And I said, look, Mom, Dad, I understand where you're coming from with the drums. They make a lot of noise. I gotcha. What about a guitar? And there was silence. So I was like, okay, cool. That wasn't a no. So then I started saying about, well, here's this guitar. It has a speaker built right in it, headphones, all of this. You won't even hear me. I won't even make a peep. So then they were like, well, maybe, And then, so I was like, well, I mean, really, I would like, so then that wasn't good enough for me. There was a shape kind of like a Gibson Explorer shape in this catalog. I was like, well, I'd really like to have this guitar. Now, you do have to buy a separate amplifier, but the amplifier, you can plug headphones into that as well. So my dad looks at my mom, and he says, do we have the money? And my mom looks at me, and she says, you can get a guitar, but I've been hearing this commercial on the radio every morning for this local music store. We're gonna get it through there. And I said, well, can I tear this page out and take this out and tell them I want this guitar? She's like, yeah. So that's what we did. We went out. I ordered a guitar. My first guitar, I didn't even care what it was. I didn't know good guitars, bad guitars. I just wanted this shape, this Gibson Explorer type shape. So, I asked the guy, can you order me a guitar like this? He's like, yeah. But I was like, well, can I get it in black? Because this guitar in the picture was white. He's like, yeah, I can order you a black one. So I think a couple of weeks went by, and it seemed like years, because I was a little kid and wanted this thing. But I remember getting that phone call, and he says, this is Dave, your guitar is in, but there's a problem. I was like, oh. He said, the guitar is blue. And I was so bummed out. But he's like, come out and check it out before you say no. I can order you a black one. It's going to take a couple more weeks, but just come out and check it out first. I think you're going to like this. So I went to the store. He had it hidden behind the counter, and ended up pulling it out. And here it was black, but it was blue in the middle. It was like a blue and black sunburst. If anybody, I have a video here on my channel, my Fett's first guitars. I think it's the first guitar picture, but it was a black and blue sunburst, and I loved it. It was cool. It was cool looking. And it's actually a Takamine. Anybody knows anything about guitars, it was a Takamine. Now, Takamine guitars, they're known for acoustic guitars. And I've overheard arguments at music stores where people were arguing that Takamine never made electric guitars. And I have first-hand experience that I can prove that theory wrong because I own one. I have a Takamine. They did make, I guess it never took off, but I do have one. That was my first guitar. But so that's how I got into playing guitar. Um, I think I got way off track here. I was gonna start talking about how I became Fett for Hire, what Fett for Hire is. So, okay, I remember where I was going with this. Way back to getting diagnosed, having the brain surgery. Okay, like I said, I still have the carpal tunnel. Still haven't had that surgery, anything with that. So these things go numb constantly. So I couldn't. I was, I wasn't going paralyzed anymore, but I couldn't play guitar like I used to. I couldn't play it every day. I couldn't play it for long, even. So I felt useless. I didn't know what I was going to do. I needed at least a new hobby because I knew I wasn't going to be a professional guitar player. That was for sure. So one day, my daughter was on the computer and I saw her, doing this program, and she said, "Well, school. I learned about this in school. You can make these pictures and stuff like that, and maybe you want to check it out. And I did, and that was probably 2017 when I started dabbling in that stuff, and I started my Facebook page that same year. So that's why I remembered that's when I started making these pictures, because my dream was then, okay, well, maybe I'll, because I was actually big on Facebook at the time. It was like my go-to social media platform. Boy, has that changed. But anyway, so I started making these pictures and stuff with the intention of, well, I can't play music anymore, so I'll go back to what my love was when I was really small, and that was Star Wars. And I still love Star Wars, so I'll make a Star Wars page, and I can make these memes. I have these ideas. I can make funny stuff. So maybe that's what I'll do. So that's what I did. I created the page. I started making Star Wars memes, and again, I think this was like September. I think it was September of 2017, and I started cranking out stuff, and then what had happened was that December, The Last Jedi came out. Suddenly I didn't want to make Star Wars pictures anymore. So now I went from, well, I'm not playing guitar because my goddamn hands and my freaking brain, and now I don't feel like making Star Wars pictures anymore. Thanks, Disney. So I started making anti-Star Wars pictures, which is something I never thought I would do. So over a short period of time, I built up like 4,000 followers on Facebook who followed me because I was a Star Wars page. And now all of a sudden I'm making pictures bashing Star Wars. So I started losing followers. So now I'm not playing guitar, and I'm not having a kick-ass Facebook page either. So all along while I'm doing this Facebook thing, people were telling me you should go to YouTube. Things like TikTok and all that wasn't even, I don't even think that was even around back then, but people were saying you should be on YouTube. You can get paid for doing YouTube. And I'm like, I can't do YouTube. I don't talk. I'm not interesting. You know what I mean? There's no reason for me to be on YouTube. I just wanted to do this Facebook thing. And so in 2019, I ended up getting booted off of Facebook. I was me. Sometimes I was Fett for Hire. Sometimes that was my name. I bounced back and forth constantly. I got kicked off of Facebook. Now, what Facebook told me was that I was uploading copyrighted videos to my Facebook page. Now, when I set the Facebook page up, I didn't know much about Facebook either, to be honest with you, other than I just used to talk to certain family members on it. When I created the page, there were two options. You could either set it up as a business or set it up as a community. And I thought a community was like a group. I don't know what the fuck a group was or whatever. So I set it up as a business, just whatever. I thought maybe down the road I'll change it. Well, I couldn't figure out how to change it. Every time I would message them, the help center, stuff like that, they would never get back to me. Ever. Not ever. Not once did they ever get back to me. Even when they started putting me in Facebook jail for 2 days, 2 weeks at a time, this and that and the other thing. I would message them and I'd be like, well, what's the video? Can you tell me? I'll delete it. I mean, let me know. And nothing. They never got back to me until the day that they deleted my account. And they said, you had plenty of opportunities, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I wish we'd have done. No, that's it. They sent me all my information, all the stuff. They said I could download it. My computer went, like days after my computer went. I still have the hard drive. I guess I could pull it out, but I just never even gave a shit enough to do it. But so that's why I have an incredible hatred for Facebook nowadays. It's a necessary evil for me, I guess. Like I said, there are some people, Legatus, John Randall, Illegally Blonde. There are certain people who really don't have a Twitter, don't use Twitter, so I can't really get rid of Facebook because, I would lose contact with certain people. And not only that, but like I said, I just find it easier when whether it's King Dolphin or, Doomcock or whatever, if I go on one of their live streams and they want me to show pictures, it's just easier for me to throw them in a privated album on Facebook and I bring it up there rather than dealing with the 5 million folders I got on my computer and stuff like that. So anyway, that's why I keep Facebook around. Necessary evil. I can't stand it. I'm not even me on there anymore. I am Fett, F-O-R higher, because you can't use the number 4. So I'm Fett 4 higher on there. I can't even be myself on there anymore. Like I said, I gravitated back and forth between my real name and Fett anyway. So, okay, now that I talked about all that stuff, and I still haven't gotten around to why I'm Fett for hire. So, making these pictures, making the graphics, okay. Over the last few years, I've made pictures for a lot of people in our community, YouTube, Twitter, stuff like that. And I don't typically ask for any kind of payment. I've asked for certain things that I thought were super cool. Couple challenge coins I designed for people, maybe some shirts that were cooler. Cardinal Sin was one of them. I did a lot of stuff for. He sent me some stuff because I thought it was pretty cool. But as far as payment, I don't take payment. I'm not a professional. I don't claim to be a professional. I only started doing this because I couldn't do anything else. This I don't know. So when I do things for people and they ask me how much do you want, they're kind of astonished when I say, just give me a shout out or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, but you're for hire. Your services are for hire. No, it's not. Fett for hire is just, it's been my handle for probably 20 years off and on all forms of social media. Because I was late getting into the computer game. We didn't get a computer until probably 2000, sometime in 2000. And the first thing I joined, oddly enough, was the Ibanez Guitar Forum. You remember back in the day when they had forums and stuff? And so I joined the Ibanez Guitar Forum as myself, whatever. And at some point, I noticed a post by someone who had a Boba Fett profile picture. And then I read their name. And, I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago, but I remember this dude's name because it was so cool. His name was, and if you're out there listening, which I doubt you are, but his name was, I still remember you, his name was Fett's Next Bounty. And I was amazed. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you can do that? You can do that on the internet? You don't have to be yourself? You can be Boba Fett? I was like, I fucking love Boba Fett. I'm Boba Fett. But I didn't want to just be Boba Fett. So I thought, well, how am I going to be Boba Fett without being Boba Fett? So, well, I thought he's a bounty hunter, and his services are for hire. So I'll be Fett for hire, and I wrote it out, and it was FETTFORHIRE, and I thought, but I'm a metalhead. That doesn't look metal. If Fett for hire was a band, how would I spell it? And that's four, FETT four, the number four, HIRE, Fett for hire. So that's where it came from. That's where Fett for hire came from. It has nothing to do with charging for anything. It's just bounty hunter for hire. And so that's where I'm at. And as long as I did the face reveal today, I might as well just throw this out there. My real name is Corey. You're welcome to call me Corey. You can call me Fett still. It doesn't matter. It's not a big secret because things I've done. I mean, I've been working with Raymond Feliciano on his Dolphin Wars novels for the last couple of years, and I'm credited in the book. Full name. So if you want my full name, just buy the book and you'll find it in there. But anyway, yeah, Corey, Fett for hire. We're getting real personal today. But Illegally Blind says, we got to get you monetized so you can do this full time. I wish, but they're not going to pay me. It's never going to happen, because I've told this to many people in private, but my biggest mistake when I shouldn't even say I created my channel. My biggest mistake when I started taking the channel seriously and putting videos and content on it was I just use my channel. So if you go to my about, I think it says my channel was created in 2012. So I look like a real piece of shit. But one of my late childhood friends named Corey. Sorry to hear about your friend. I'm Corey, no E though. Cory, no E. But what was I saying? See, I lost my train of thought. But fuck, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, monetized. Okay. I should have created a separate channel to do the Fett for hire thing on, because even this channel over the years, because when I thought I was going to be a guitar player, I would have my real name as the channel, and I would put, to this day, there's still, like, the last band I had was called Roulette, and some of the first things I ever put on this channel were some live stuff and things like that. So if you want to see like Fett from 20 something years ago, they're way down in a playlist. But so that's like the first thing I started. And my name, I would just use my name on there because I was going to be a guitar player, and I was just wanted my name to be recognizable. And then there were times where I thought, fuck it, I'm just, whatever, it is what it is, I'll just be Fett for hire again. So I bounced back and forth between the real name and that. So anyway, you look up my about, and it says, channel was created 2012. So here I am with only 700, and I see I lost another one today, 766 subscribers after all these years. So I'm kind of look like a loser. Oh, but I mean, realistically, I only started doing things on this channel after I discovered Doomcock, like a lot of us. And it wasn't even, some people see Doomcock and they're like, that's what I want to do. I want to be Doomcock. Well, I know right off the bat, I'm never going to be Doomcock. I'm surprised I'm talking as much as I am right now. But I started putting things on the channel because, matter of fact, it was a trial by fire for me. I was never on, my first appearance on, I shouldn't say appearance because I didn't show my face, but the first time I was ever on a live stream was no tiny live stream. It was Friday Night Frolics. And in fact, when he first asked me to be on, I came all kind of excuses. Well, I mean, I can't. My throat's sore. I can't. Whatever. So I did it. But he asked me once or twice, and I was like, well, he entertains me so much, and he does so much for me. He wanted me to go on and show off some of the pictures, and so I'm like, okay, I got to do it. And I made the mistake of watching. At the time that there were 500, 600. 700. Back in that at this time, not as many people sadly watch Frolics as much now as they used to, but back then, it was kind of like Pop Culture Breakdown. Now 1,000 people. So I got really, really nervous. I have a clip of that on my channel. He told me I could put that on my channel. It's still here. And you can see how unprofessional I was, like I am not anymore. But you can see how unprofessional I was, how nervous I was, and things like that. But it was a moment in time. It was a moment in my life I wanted to remember, and so it's on my channel. But that was my first live stream on YouTube. Was thousand people watching Friday Night Frolics, looking at my pictures. But anyway, so realizing that not everybody has Twitter, which was primarily where I put the stuff, because I was kicked off of Facebook, so I turned to Twitter. That's how I ended up on Twitter. And ultimately, if I wouldn't have got kicked off of Facebook, I would have probably never discovered Doomcock. So it was a blessing in disguise. I mean, because if I would have met Doomcock, I would have met you guys. Hey, Deef, what's up, brother? Haven't seen you for a while. Hope all is well. But yeah, if I wouldn't have got kicked off of Facebook, I would have probably not got on Twitter. And I would have, if I would have never got on Twitter and found Doomcock, I would have probably never. Well, I kind of was watching YouTube. But anyway, I remember what I was saying. See, brain fart. I remember what I was saying. Being on Frolics, I realized not everybody has Twitter. So they can't see the stuff I post. And so, I created, or I think I was even using my old Instagram at the time. I was putting stuff on Instagram, but not everybody has all of that. But I figured everybody that watches Doomcock has YouTube. So I thought, I taught myself how to make videos. I guess you could call them videos. They were my pictures. I put them in a video format so that I could put them here on YouTube, so that everyone who likes Doomcock could see them. Because, whatever. But, so that's how that came about. That's why I started doing things on the channel. And now initially on my channel, it takes time to make the pictures, because I didn't want to just, sometimes I'll put one, well, now I'm doing this 3D thing, but back in the day, I didn't want to just put one picture and have a 2-second long video. So I wait until I got about 10 pictures made or something. I still do that. That's still kind of like my formula. I'll wait till I have 10 or so pictures, and then I'll put them in the video format and put them on the channel so everyone can see them. But see, another brain fart. Just all over the place. All over the place. But what the hell was I talking about? Illegally Blonde says, I'm a weirdo magnet, so you're probably right. No Twitter. Yeah. Well, the thing about it, though, is there's a block button. I don't like using it because people on Twitter take that as a badge of honor. When you block somebody, they screenshot it and then they tweet that out and they're like, look at this loser blocked me. I won. It's like you won. So I just ignore people. I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard to do. I've had a few, I've been swarmed, in the few years that I've been on Twitter. It was a couple times, whatever. The one time it really did kind of bug me, and you know what, I left it go because it's whatever. Like, there's a certain group who shall remain nameless, but they used to be big fans of Doomcock, and I don't know, something happened. They got a bug up their ass, and I guess Doomcock didn't work fast enough, and now they're kind of like they're Phantom Menace times 10, and they're way better than us Doomcock fans, and they started attacking me. Like right now, if you type in Fett for hire in the gift section on Twitter, you'll find like I'm pooped for hire, and you know what, I think it's funny now. I find it funny because they do it to Doomcock too, and I'll never be on the level of Doomcock. I'll never have any level of success like that. But the fact that you can find a poop for hire gif right next to a Doomcock is fake news gif, that's fine with me. Whatever, If I can be on par at least with Doomcock in the poop gif section, I'll take it. Whatever, it is what it is. But I don't know. Let's see. Anything else I can tell about me? I don't know. I guess I'm not really that interesting. Uh, Obviously, uh, as far as movies go, jumping again all over random topic and things like that. Obviously, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I've always been. When I was before I discovered music and things like that, I had Star Wars toys. Um, from the time I got up till the time I went to bed, I played with my Star Wars toys. It's been a highlight in my life. I've always suffered with depression, always, for as long as I can remember. Before I even knew what it was, I always wondered why everybody else was so happy and I wasn't. Not many things in my lifetime have brought joy into my life. Star Wars did. Star Wars was one of the first things. That's why I will always love Star Wars. I don't care what Disney does to it. I really don't. They will never kill. Mark Hamill is one of the biggest jackasses I've ever come to know in my life. I loved them. I loved them as a kid. When everyone else wanted to be Han Solo, I was fine being Luke Skywalker. Out on a playground at school, you want to be Han Solo, run with it. As long as I have a stick for a lightsaber, I'm Luke Skywalker. But that's like I've always said. It's one of the worst things about joining Twitter was finding out how big a knucklehead Mark Hamill is. I mean, I never thought that I would say it, but Luke Skywalker. I made a meme. I made a meme back in the day. Luke Skywalker is a hero. Mark Hamill is a zero. I never thought I would say that about him. Like I respect what he does with children hospitals and things like that, but at a certain point, I just wonder, is it a tax write-off? Because he's such a prick when it comes to everything else. But anyway, so I probably just lost a couple more subscribers by saying that. But that's another thing. I'm tired of keeping my mouth shut. That's one of the things about, like, I love going on King Dolphin TV, but when it's not the depression keeping my mouth shut, I got to watch what I say. Even when the little bit that I'm able to go on Doomcock's channel, I got to watch what I say because I don't want to offend, so many people from so many different walks of life watch his channel. I just try to watch what I say. That's why I kind of should have done this sooner because I have opinions on things like most people do, but politics. I lean a certain way. Um, at the risk of losing even more subscribers, I'll just say that there's sane people in this world and there's crazy people in this world, and I like to kind of side with the sane people. I think, a lot of us do in this community. That's why, we can't stand the woke garbage because that's the funny thing. I see people who lean a certain way politically, saying, "Yeah, stay angry. Let's this woke got to end." And but I have this belief when it comes to politics. Well, the woke shit tends to be on a certain side of the political spectrum. And anyway, I don't want to get too political here. This is what I'm saying. This is why I got to keep my mouth shut on everybody else's channel. That's one of the reasons. I've had offers, many offers to pop on other live streams and stuff like that. And when it's not the depression that gets me, it's like I'm afraid I'm going to say something and I don't want to get anyone else in trouble because I know how YouTube is. That's one of the reasons why I don't think YouTube will ever pay me, which is kind of what I was starting to get to earlier when I said about creating my channel back in 2012, because this being basically my personal channel, before I cared about subscribers or cared about monetization, I just watched whatever I wanted to watch. And YouTube knows my search history. I mean, I would watch political things, let's just say, that Google doesn't agree with. So I really don't have any kind of belief that they would ever pay me. And I'm sure when they're not going to come. It's just going to be Facebook all over again. They're going to say, "Well, you've uploaded copywritten things. You've it's going to be some bullshit, but they're not going to pay me, so I'm never going to make a living off of this. I wish I could, because, um, you know, I I've had, since I discovered Doomcock, I wished, if I would have been born with the gift of gab, which bleh, I can't even talk. If I would have been born with the gift of gab, I would love to have streamed with him on a weekly basis. This is my dream from day one, and I've had offers. Matter of fact, I was contacted when um, him and Gary Beekler parted ways, and I was told right out he's going to put together a panel, and he was, it became Pop Culture Breakdown. But and back then it was Sundays. I work Sundays. I work Sunday through Thursday, so you know, I couldn't do it. I still can't, and I wish I could. However, there have been some drastic and dramatic changes in my life, so I may be able to shift some things around. I don't know. I'm thinking about. I don't know what direction I'm going in right now, but I was told, like as far as Pop Culture Breakdown goes, that I have an open door. Um, I'm just not available to walk through that door, at least right now. Um, so I don't know. Sorry. What was I talking about? Monetizations. Yeah. Never gonna happen, I don't think. But let me check some comments out here. So hey, let's see. Just be yourself. I wish I could. The problem. The problem with that is, I don't know who the hell I am. To be honest with you, I really don't. Um, am I the evil genius? I'm certainly not a genius. That's for sure. The evil genius. Sorry about that. Let's talk about that. Uh, why I've adopted the evil genius moniker is because I find it hilarious. It was given to me. I basically have to give that credit to Raymond Feliciano, because he called me it multiple times. I think, I forget, was it evil genius or Doomcock called me some, all in this one day. I was called like an evil genius or a diabolical genius. I forget, certain evil genius type things. And I was like, maybe I should run with that. Because what's funny to me about that is, I'm not evil, nor am I a genius. So it's kind of like calling a big fat guy, tiny. That's what I find. I find it funny. The evil genius tagline makes me smile, because I'm not evil and I'm not a genius. So that's why I adopted to run with that. These are not zits, by the way. These are, I don't know what the hell's going on here. I got some kind of rash today. Whatever. But yeah, so evil genius. And recently, if anybody caught on Twitter, who has Twitter, X, whatever, I'm calling it fucking Twitter. It's not X to me. And I hate that it's black and white. I love black. My colors are green and black, but my two favorite colors. But I hate that, Twitter is black now. I got the app on my phone, and I got all these blue apps and stuff on my phone, and I was so used to hitting the blue Twitter app that now that it's fucking black, I keep hitting like the wrong app. But anyway, if anybody saw on Twitter, I've been recently posting whatever the movie of the week is for, almost said just cause, Pop Culture Breakdown. And this week it was Back to the Future, because they were originally going to do Police Academy, but because this is, I guess, Back to the Future week or whatever, at the last minute they changed it to Back to the Future, and someone on Twitter started like this whole big thing about how that movie sucks or whatever. Which I'm not. It's cool. I would watch. I haven't seen it in forever. I saw it maybe once or twice in my life. It's okay. I could use like a a funny good movie right now. But somebody was, man, he was just going on and on and on about how you guys need to stop glorifying these B movies and all this shit. I'm like, just relax, dude. You know what I mean? Next week it'll be a different movie. Maybe it'll be one you like. It's not. It's not. You know, how do you think I feel? I've been on Pop Culture Breakdown three or four times this year, and every single time they did a movie that I didn't see, or sort of didn't see. I have, right in the other room here, I have hundreds, if not 1,000 movies in there. I have movies upstairs. I thought I saw many, many movies in my life. But every time up until 2 weeks ago, when I was on Pop Culture Breakdown and they did Spaceballs, I never saw the movie. So I felt like a jackass. But anyway, so this dude's like, man, he's like, you know, you guys need to stop glorifying these B movies. Well, first of all, a B movie. I mean, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Back to the Future, but that's no B movie. That was a big movie back in the day, and many people consider that to be a great movie. I'm not one of them, but many people do. But anyway, this dude ends up saying something to the effect of, you know, I wish you know, what do you say? You people need to stop glorifying these B movies. You know, I shared the GIF, you know, what do you mean, you people? And he said, you culture warriors. And the more I thought about that, I like that term. I mean, if he was trying to insult me, it didn't insult me at all. Matter of fact, I said I might use that as my second tagline, evil genius and culture warrior. Because, you know what I mean? If we don't save this, like Doomcock says, like everyone in the fandom menace or whatever this fucking thing's called now, if we don't save it, who's gonna? I mean, you know, at this point, I'm starting to think it can't be saved. That they're just going to do what they're going to do. But they're definitely being hurt by not buying toys, by not going to the movies. I collected Star Wars toys my entire life, honestly. One of these days, I'll have to break out upstairs. I still have the first toy. I'm sure I had baby rattles and things as a baby, but the first toy I remember having that I loved was actually part of my existence, was this little die-cast metal X-Wing. I still have it upstairs. I can remember going places in the car with my mom as a kid, and I would hold it up to the window and watch it like it was flying, like it was in the trench. I was watching the scenery fly by, you know, this little die-cast X-Wing. It's all scratched up, but they're scratches of love. It was played with. It was a cherished piece of my childhood. I have most of the toys from when I was a child. You know, I was fortunate. My mom and dad weren't one of those parents who threw everything out every so often. You know, I even have some of the boxes. Now they're out of you know, they were originally out of the box and I put them back in the box, but I even have some of those. Now, when I got my first real job and I discovered eBay, I did start adding things that I didn't have. Like I said earlier, you know, one of the first things I bought when I had some money and I was able to do eBay was an AT-AT, an AT-AT. I don't know why I just called it an AT-AT, because I hate when people do that. It's an AT-AT to me. Although it is an AT-ST, but it should be an AT-AT or Walker. But so I bought the big Walker because I never had one. So once I kind of fulfilled most of the actual vintage from back in the day collection, the pieces I want. I don't have everything. I don't have, to this day, I don't have like the big Death Star just because it takes up so much room, playset. But things like that I don't have yet. But I have most of what I wanted. I kind of moved on to. You know, it was funny at the time when I was kind of like, okay, well, now what can I do? They came out with the vintage collection, the 3 3/4 inch smaller figures, you know, and this began back before Disney bought it. And anyone that knows those figures, which I don't have one on me here now, they're all upstairs, but they put them even on blister cards that looked like from when I was a kid, you know, the vintage cards. So I was like, well, that's pretty cool. But they updated the figures. Now, if you look over my, God damn it, if you look over my shoulder right there, that's actually like this fucking camera being backwards shit. Anyway, that's like a checklist of all the from the first 7 or 12, whatever they are, all the way down to the original Power of the Force line up there. Um, they put them on the cards like those. So I was like, but they made the figures more modern. They're more detailed and stuff like that. So I started collecting those, and you know, I have I don't know what the last one I bought was, but in the meantime, they came out with the 6 inch, the bigger, the black series, and so I started collecting those. And at a certain point, because my daughter, I would have to buy. My daughter's a Star Wars fan too. I would have to buy a carded one for myself, and if there was one she wanted, I would have to buy one. She would open it, and it got to a point where, after 5 minutes of her playing with it, she'd be coming up to me, Dad, can you put the arm back on? Can you put the leg back on? Can you put this hand back on? They were so flimsy, and it got to a point where not only was it cheap plastic where they're already warped in the package before you even took them out, but they started using cheaper cardstock, so it was like paper, glorified paper, and it was all wonky and everything like that. So I thought, that's it, I'm done. So I gave up collecting those few years ago, and I thought, okay, well, I'll just stick with the Black Series, and I even gave up on that as much as I loved the Black Series. And you're talking somebody here. Let me set this guitar down a second. It's breaking my leg. But you're talking someone who even bought Last Jedi figures. I have 6 inch Last Jedi figures, as much as I despise that movie, because the collector in me thought, well, The Last Jedi sucks, but they're going to realize this and they're going to fix it, and Star Wars is going to go back to being cool. And if I don't buy these Last Jedi figures, down the road when we're back to having cool Star Wars again, I'm going to have this hole in my collection. I'm not going to have figure, 96 to 105, whatever they are. I'm not going to have those. So I'll just collect them so that I have the collection, even though I hate the, but anyway, we're back to good Star Wars, and at least my collection's complete. But I can't even remember what the last figure was I bought. Excuse me. I know how I have an Android phone, and Google will send you, like memories from a year ago. They'll send you, a picture you took a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I used to take pictures of all my action figures because I used to keep them on my phone and on my Facebook, so that one, because I have so many. At a certain point, I had so many of them, I started forgetting what I had. So there was many an occasion where I was actually in the store and I was should I buy this? And I'd look on my phone to see if, oh, cool, I have it. So it saved me from buying a figure twice. But I think it was like 3 years ago. I got the memory on my phone, from 3 years ago. You took this picture, and it was whatever figure it was. I can't even remember anymore. And now for the last couple of years, I haven't, the economy and stuff the way it is, like everybody, I haven't been able to afford to buy extravagant things like action figures, even if I wanted to. And I've not. I mean, I just don't want to give my hashtag done with Disney. I haven't wanted to give them a dime, but now over the last few months, I've actually, had a couple of bucks in my pocket, and I would go in Walmart or something, and I would see the figures there, and some figures that I even wanted for a long time. Like I wanted a Bib Fortuna for the longest time. Every time I go in Walmart, there's a Bib Fortuna there, and I just can't bring myself to buy it because of how despicable Disney is on every level. I can't buy it. So, congratulations, Disney. I mean, now there are Boba Fett figures and Bib Fortuna figures and figures I would like to buy that I don't have in my collection. And I have goddamn Last Jedi figures in my collection now. So, thanks for ruining this for me and everyone, but for me. I mean, well done. Job well done. But I don't know. it really sucks the way things have gone, you know. But like I said before, no matter what Disney does to Star Wars, I'm not going to be one of those people who will ever hate the original trilogy or the prequels. I love the prequels. Like I've said, I have some videos here on YouTube. I've said on a couple other live streams where, you know, initially when the Phantom Menace came out, I I wasn't super huge on it. I wasn't, you know. I I wasn't one of those people who said George Lucas killed my childhood, but I thought maybe he killed Star Wars. I don't know. And I don't even remember when I saw Attack of the Clones, to be honest with you. But it wasn't until I saw Revenge of the Sith. Uh, I loved it from the first time I saw it. I mean, if I, you know, I remember watching it, and of course, like everyone, I wanted to find out why he became Darth Vader. And when I saw it was over a woman, I was like, yeah, that would make me Darth Vader too, you know. And I loved it. I love everything about that movie, and it made me go back and watch the other two and develop an appreciation for those. And I'm talking years ago. I'm not talking just because of this Disney shit made me realize that, you know, the prequels weren't that bad. I'm talking 2005, you know, 2006. I really started falling in love with all the prequel trilogy. And I mean, even the Disney stuff, honestly, you know, the worst part about Disney is if it all blew, then it all blows. But the fact that they can pull out some good stuff, it's like, it stopped giving me hope, you know? Just suck constantly, you know? It's like, I liked, can't even remember the name of it, right? The Force Awakens. I liked The Force Awakens when it came out. Uh, it hasn't held the test of time for me. I don't really ever have the desire to watch it. If it would happen to be, I don't really watch TV anymore, but if it would happen to be on TV, I would probably watch it. But I loved Rogue One. I still love Rogue One. I mean, why can't you do more movies like Rogue One? You know, I hate The Last Jedi. I can't even. My kids were at a decent age when The Rise of Sky, or excuse me, The Force Awakens and Rogue One came out, where we went as a family and we watched the movie, and our closest movie theater is a half hour away from here, so it was a half hour drive home. So over the course of that half hour, we would discuss the movie and how much we liked it and what we liked about it and what, well, you know, whatever. So hey, what's up, brother John? You're not late. I didn't know if I was even going to do this today. I'm surprised I did, and I'm surprised I'm talking. But um, so anyway, um, we would discuss the movies at the time, and it was such a cool time for me too, because Disney would put the movies out in the middle of December, and many times they were, pretty much every time in the beginning, the first like three movies, they would either be out on the day of or the day before or the day after my birthday. So it's like so I'd take the whole week off. I'd make like a whole thing about it. You know, I'd take the week off, you know, and usually on my birthday go and watch a Star Wars movie. And initially they were pretty decent until The Last Jedi. Now that half hour ride home from that movie theater after watching The Last Jedi was dead silence for most of the ride home. And finally, I'm the one who said, "What do you guys think of that movie?" And they started saying, "You know, I don't think I liked it." Okay, so I was like, okay, so it's not just me. That's why I wasn't saying anything, because here I am, this huge Star Wars fan who got you, the kids, into Star Wars, and I don't think I liked it. But I don't know. Now you would think there was so much hatred for The Last Jedi, so much, so many YouTube channels and things like that were created out of that movie. You would think that Disney would have wanted to write that shit back then, but ship, not shit. Well, it was shit, a ship, right the ship. You would think they would want to do it back then, but guess not. Uh, Apparently, they don't want to make money anymore. But like I was saying, the frustrating thing is I just wish it would just totally suck. So I don't every so often have like this feeling that of hope that maybe they'll do another Rogue One. Maybe they'll do another season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian, because season 2 of The Mandalorian, oh my God, I mean, that was the best Star Wars we had in decades, right? And I'm not just talking because Luke Skywalker showed up. That's great. I love that. I had a feeling it was going to be Luke Skywalker. Don't get me wrong. When everybody was all psyched about that and crying about that, I was in tears almost because of um, where Boba Fett showed up. Like, I used to know even the name, the tragedy, I think it was called, that episode, where Boba Fett showed up and got his armor back. It was like badass, kicking ass. You know, I remember even Doomcock. I did kind of disagree with Doomcock on that one, where he was kind of bashing how dumb the stormtroopers were and stuff in that episode, how Boba Fett just, like, you know, annihilated all these stormtroopers and stuff. My argument is this. The stormtroopers were always dumb. You know, they were always dumb. They didn't hit their target. You know, they were distracted easily. You know, they even say in A New Hope how, you know, Ben Kenobi did the Jedi mind trick because of the, you know, works on the weak minded. They've always been weak minded. Why would I want them to suddenly be super intelligent and, you know, commandos and superior fighters when it comes to Boba Fett? I was glad that Boba Fett was kicking ass. I mean, I was so psyched up for the book of Boba Fett when at the end of season 2 of The Mandalorian, when they announced that there was going to be a you know, the book of Boba Fett, I was like, this can't not be cool. Now, I didn't you know, I had no dream of every single episode being as badass as that episode, The Tragedy of The Mandalorian, but man, was that a kick in the balls when it came out with Book of Boba Fett. And I mean, even in the beginning, I was defending it. I was still defending it. People were trashing it on Twitter and Facebook, and I was like, give it a chance. Give it a chance. It's just starting. It's going to get better. And it didn't. I mean, I don't understand it. All I can figure is that Disney, Lucasfilm, are just hell-bent on destroying the legacy characters, the George Lucas characters. Because look at how great initially, not season 3 of The Mandalorian, but look how great The Mandalorian was. So it seems to me like their mission has been to try to build up their new characters while destroying at the same time the established characters. Luke Skywalker, Han Solo. Explains I mean, right from the get-go, Han Solo's ridiculous death in The Force Awakens, you know. Just making a jackass out of the original characters that we all love and introducing these new characters, their characters, to the new generation. And, you know, hey, Jake Skyrock, long time no see, buddy. What's up? Glad you could make it. But yeah, I think, you know, that's the game plan. And, you know, even though their figures sit on the shelves and nobody really gives a damn about Rey Skywalker or any of these people, they hit a gold mine with Grogu, Baby Yoda, where it could have turned everything around. Everybody was in love with Baby Yoda. They could have built off that character and blah, 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 righted the shit and the ship. But they chose not to. It's clear that it's not, you know, like, people blame the writing, people blame Kathleen Kennedy, people blame this and that. It's not that they're stupid. I don't think that they're stupid. I think it's a plan. There's a plan in motion. They want to destroy. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd want to spend $4.5 billion on a franchise and destroy it, but they're doing the same thing with Marvel. I really don't understand it. It's just like everyone Not just Lucasfilm, not just Disney. I'm talking politicians. Um, I don't want to say too many things because I'll get this, I'll be losing my channel like I lost my Facebook politically. But it just seems everyone is hell bent on just destroying us, ruining our lives. Um, I don't get it, you know. Again, I'm trying not to get too. I know there's certain words you can't say here on YouTube. Uh, I think it's just divide and conquer. You know, they're taking everything away from us. When I say they, I'm talking everyone who thinks they're better than us. You know, who they're above us. Because I think it's a payback. It's a payback for the last couple of years, for maybe certain certain people that were voted for. You know, they want to. It's kind of like a retaliation, maybe something. So, because they tried playing, and they still do, but for how long it was a race thing. It was you're a racist. I probably shouldn't be saying that on here. I don't want to get flagged or anything, but if you don't like this or you don't like that, whether it's a movie or something else out there in the real world, you're the R word. Then it became you were sexist. They wanted to divide. Well, they couldn't divide races, so they would try to divide men and women, and you know that didn't work because it's not a thing. They try telling you it's a thing, but it's not a thing. You can make up all you want. You know, you sit in your bubble and you make these things up, but the rest of us are out in the real world, and we know that black people and white people don't hate people like you see. They'll take one little thing and make a news story out of it. Because unfortunately there are events out there and they glorify it. Like, why do you do that stuff? You know what I mean? Because they want to divide and conquer. They want us to believe things are worse than what they are, and they're bad. Things are bad. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not as bad as what they paint them. Men and women don't hate each other. So I think that's why they're pushing all this stuff now. They push all this. Again, one of the reasons I wanted to do this so I didn't have to watch my mouth, but I feel like I'm saying certain things now that I may wake up tomorrow and find that my channel was killed. But they couldn't do the race thing. They couldn't do the sexism thing. So now they're trying to appeal to the transgender, the the gay side of things. So now they're trying to divide straight people and people who are, let's just say, not straight. So that's the division they're trying. So ultimately, I think one side can't get, again, trying to watch my mouth. One political side is really a sinking ship, I think. And they don't want to admit it. So they couldn't get, people of a certain skin color to vote for them like they used to. They couldn't get women to turn on everyone and get their vote. So now they're going after another demographic, let's just say, to try, this is, I think everything is in a death roll right now. Everything that's leans to the more insane side of things. I'm hoping that things are going to start. Well, I think they already have started turning around, because there's information coming out almost daily anymore on things you never thought you'd hear about, or whatever. So I'm hoping, especially next year at this time, things are looking a little brighter for all of us. if you know what I'm saying. Um, I don't think we should be where we're at right now. Uh, Certain people shouldn't be running this country. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. And if this is the last of my channel is ever on YouTube, it was nice knowing y'all. Hail West Kegel, what's up, brother? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. First stream. I guess this is a stream. You know, I'm I'm on Facebook or up Facebook. I'm on YouTube. It's streaming out, so I guess it's a stream. Uh, so I don't know. I don't know if there's anything more to tell about me. Uh, uh, I live in Pennsylvania. Probably most of you know that already. My whole life, coal region. You know, not much here. That's why I'm streaming on a Saturday night and hanging out with you guys instead of doing something fantastic because there's nothing fantastic to do here. And unfortunately, tomorrow night, you know, I'll have work. So that's why, for anyone, you know, that's the weird thing on or Sunday night. Was Pop Culture Breakdown's not on Sunday night anymore. It's on Wednesdays now. I still, I can't tell you how many times. Even it's been a couple of years now. I'll go to work and I used to always on my break, because for my first two breaks, usually Pop Culture Breakdown was still streaming, so I pop in on my phone and I'll still go in on a Sunday and I'll be like, where the fuck is? Oh yeah, that's right. But that's why, like I said, I work Sunday through Thursday, and that's why I can't make those streams, and I wish I could, because it's weird because when I will pop in, like I was off last week. Yeah, the week before. I was off the week before. Well, no, I can't use that as an example because I was on Pop Culture Breakdown tonight. But the last time I had a Wednesday off. Anytime I have a Wednesday off and I pop in on Pop Culture Breakdown and I pop in the chat, it's weird. It's almost like people don't recognize me because I don't get to spend as much time. There's a bigger audience on on Wednesday, and it's just weird because I go on Frolics, not on Frolics, but in the chat on Frolics, and it's like, you know how your chat lights up orange when people say your name. Well, all I see is orange Fit for Hire when I pop in on there. It's like I almost feel like, you know, I'm not trying to make myself bigger than what I am, but I almost feel like a superstar when I pop in the chat on Frolics, because it'll just light up orange. Fett, blah blah blah, Fett Fett Fett. I go on Pop Culture Breakdown in the chat, and it's like, who's this guy? So it sucks. I wish I could join you guys more often. I don't even get. I've been an arch villain, a member of Doomcock's channel for I don't even remember how many years now, and I haven't been able to make one uh, members only live stream because I usually, if I was there, it was for like 2 minutes because I was putting my boots on to go out the door and I'll pop in the chat as I'm going out the door to work. That's one thing I'm hoping I can change in the future. Paula Veter asks favorite food. Is that to me? My favorite food? Hmm. Well, now, okay, I'll get back to that one. Well, I'm a simple guy, you know. Uh, Pizza, obviously, especially being in a cold region. Yes, John Randall, I'll get into that in a second. Uh, but yeah, pizza. Now, and not to sound all hoity-toity here or anything like that, but um, I've always been a big fan of chicken cordon bleu. I don't know why. You know, uh, not French, not 1 ounce. Me is French. I'm German, by the way. My heritage is German. Uh, but yeah, chicken cordon bleu, big fan of it. Chicken, Swiss cheese, ham. What's not to like? But and Burger King, yes, and Burger King. Legally Blonde says and Burger King, yes. Now, funny thing there was when I was a kid, and I think I was just all fooled by the imagery, Ronald McDonald, all that shit. But I was a bigger fan of McDonald's. But now as an adult, I prefer Burger King. If I'm going to eat junk food and one of the two, I prefer Burger King. I do still like an Egg McMuffin. That's one thing that I do say McDonald's has over Burger King is the Egg McMuffin. Always been a fan of those. Excuse me. But yeah. Now, John Rendell, yes, cheesecake. Said it many times, made memes. Cheesecake is my vice. It like if you put me in a room filled with cheesecakes, a day later I wouldn't be able to come out of that room because I wouldn't fit through the door. I would eat I would eat every cheesecake in the room. Yes, cheesecake is my kryptonite, as my meme says. But Wes Cagle says, love chicken cordon bleu. Haven't had it in years. It's been a while for me too. I had it last year. I know. I don't know if maybe I had it this year. I don't have it often. Well, I got turned on to well. One of the things that turned me on to chicken cordon bleu, and this will show you the redneck coal region guy in me, was Burger King. Because if anyone remembers, back in the day, they came out. They had the classic chicken sandwich, the American, I think they called it. They had the Italian, which was like pizza sauce and mozzarella cheese, and then they had the French, which was basically chicken cordon bleu. It was chicken, Swiss cheese, and ham. And I don't know, I don't really check out the chicken sandwiches anymore, but I think they even brought back the Italian. But I would always get the French. And occasionally when I got tired of the French, I would get the Italian and then go right back to the French because it was like chicken cordon bleu. Now, the other thing that really made me like a diehard chicken cordon bleu fan, and I'm not talking legitimate. When I say chicken cordon bleu, I'm not drinking with my pinky out and stuff. I'm talking, frozen, heated up in the oven, chicken cordon bleu. When I was a kid, my parents used to get delivery by Schwann's delivery service. They delivered frozen food, ice cream, stuff like that. And they had kick-ass chicken cordon bleu. Now, I'm sure that there are French connoisseurs and chefs out there right now saying, that ain't even chicken cordon bleu. It's like breaded, little tiny things, they're probably not even legitimate chicken cordon bleu. But that's what I like, So I like fake chicken cordon bleu. What type of German, West Kegel? Dumbass German? Is that a thing? I don't know. I just know that my family comes from Germany. Like I said, I dropped it earlier. My real first name is Corey, no E. But if you want to find out my last name, like I said, some things I've done, I credited. Just leave it a little mystery for you to solve. Right off the bat, here's a major clue. Raymond Feliciano's books. Buy the books. I'm credited under my full name in that book, and you will see my German name. I don't want to keep raising my hand and stuff like that and saying German. I'll be getting in trouble. But dye your hair black next live stream. I often thought about it, but it's thinning and it's falling out and stuff anyway. I'll just show my bald ass head more. But that's one thing. I'm going to be 51 years old next month, and one of the things, I was talking about depression. One of the highlights of being depressed all the time is like I don't have any wrinkles because I don't fucking smile. So, I mean, if I wasn't losing my hair in my old age and I dyed it black, you probably wouldn't know I was as old as I was. One of the benefits of not smiling, don't really have many wrinkles and stuff like that. But yes, Dolphin Wars trilogy. Yeah, thank you, Legatus. I don't know if I even mentioned that. I'm telling you to go buy Raymond Feliciano's books, but I don't know if I mentioned them. The Dolphin Wars novels. I did. Raymond has 3 of them. It's a trilogy. The first one is called. God damn it! Another brain fart. All's Fair. Sorry, Raymond. The first book is called All's Fair. Now, I didn't originally do the cover for that one, but I'll come back to that. I did the cover for the second one. The second one is called brain fart again. Peacemaker. I did the front and the back cover on that. And then his newest one, all available on Amazon. called Blood Feud. Pretty proud of that one. Not that I'm not proud of the second book, which was the first book cover I did. Not that I'm not proud of that, but I'm really kind of proud of the Blood Feud one. Because it originally, and it's Raymond even showed it many times, I think, in the last, because Legatus, you know, we didn't think Raymond was ever going to get the book done. And like over the last year or so, he was showing the original cover and saying, here it is. I think he even had material printed out where when he would go to Comic Cons and things like that, he was showing off the book cover, and now it has a completely different book cover. It was just one of those things where, excuse me, I'm glad that it was delayed and it took so long, because one night I was just kind of like tonight, I was bored. What I did was I took to my stupid shit that I call it, and I just had this idea, because basically what is now the cover of Blood Feud was originally the idea for the back cover, sort of, but that was totally different too. But I never liked the back cover, oddly enough. I mean, it's weird to say, I get, but it was Raymond's idea. He gave me the idea for the front cover, and he gave me the idea for the back cover. And, you know, I did what he wanted, I thought, and he liked it. But I don't know. I never liked the back cover. I never liked it. So one night I wasn't feeling inspired for anything. So I thought I'd tinker with that a little bit. And I ended up doing what is now the cover of Blood Feud. And I sent it to Raymond, and I was like, I know you wanted this on the back, but would you be open to putting it on the cover, because I really like this? And he was. So then I ended up redoing what was the front cover is now totally different, but it's now the back cover. So, but yeah, I dig it. I like it. How many dolphins are on the cover? Honestly, I forget. Was it 7 or 9? There's a hidden one, sort of. There's sort of a hidden one. So if you get Blood Feud, count the dolphins on the cover. Little thing of trivia. There is. Oh, and you're probably referring to the actual title. See, I didn't count that when Raymond did that with how many dolphins are on the cover. I didn't count the font that says, you know, Dolphin Wars. But I guess technically it could, because it's not a real dolphin, but it says dolphin. And then there's just, you know, you could go with the back cover too. So there's one dolphin on the back, and probably says Dolphin Wars several times. I don't know. That's a tricky question. So I don't know how many goddamn dolphins are on book. I really don't. Just because I made it, if we're going to get all technical, I don't know. But anyway, back to, so those are the 2 covers that I've done to date. But Raymond is actually planning on re-releasing, I guess, doing a second printing of All's Fair, where I've done, I think, a front and a back cover for that one too. So, you know, when he re-releases it, I'll technically have done a cover for all 3, cover, back cover. If you don't know, I also designed the patch. There's a patch on. Well, he has merchandise too. If anybody wants to check that out on, what the hell is that? Zazzle. Same thing Doomcock has. If you go on Zazzle, on Dolphin Wars, I think he has links all on his channel and stuff. You can check out. I designed a patch. He basically, if anyone doesn't know, Raymond was in the Air Force, and he asked me to design a patch for his book that was kind of like a based off of a patch from his Air Force patch. So there's that too. And let's see, what else have I done in recent years? I designed some challenge coins. I know it's not a big mystery. People have talked about it. The first challenge coin I ever did was, I don't have one here on me, but anyway, a challenge coin is basically like almost like a big quarter that has, you know, whatever on the front and back. And I should have, see, I wasn't planning any of this. I have them upstairs. I wish I'd have brought them down so I could show them off, but I think the first person that approached me about that was Mexican Iron Man. I think that's what I did first. And I designed the graphic that's on the front and then on the back, and he liked it, so he hooked me up with Coach Nick from Echo Base Network. See, this is why I can't be Doomcock. Echo Base Network, and I designed their coin, and it was pretty cool too because I put I was just saying to someone, I put some intricate details on those things, and they actually pulled it off. They came out pretty good. I was kind of impressed. So then the last challenge coin I did was for Gil Bavel, Cardinal Sin. If anyone doesn't know Gil, Gil has a channel on YouTube called Cardinal Sin, where that channel would have been big, I think, eventually. He was a legitimate YouTuber. He had connections. He knew people. He knew stuff. He was a very, very smart individual. And he had passed away a couple of months back. He had always had health issues, and we all knew he had health issues, but I don't think any of us expected this. It was really, I don't know, one of those things where going back to my goddamn depression, I can't tell you how many times it prevented me from going on. Gil used to do a show called Midnight to Midnight, where it wouldn't realistically go from midnight to midnight, but it would go for hours. I think he's done 16 hours in the past. So it went for a long time. So, and he usually did it on a Sunday, but there was really no reason why, other than me being tired and stuff, but why I couldn't have went to work Sunday night and popped in on his stream for a little while in the morning when I got home. And that's one thing that I'm living with right now is I have so many DMs from Gil where he sent me the link, and I was just like, oh, I can't, Gil, I have work, sorry. And now I'll never get to do that now. So that kind of sucks. But yeah. So I think what I was talking about was I designed his challenge coin. I actually designed his challenge coin, and I told this story before. I think on Tony Stark's channel, but Gil, he was one of the most interesting people that I met in our community. And when I say interesting, that could mean frustrating too, because I didn't hear from Gil all the time. Some people hit me up all the time. People are always DMing me on Twitter or whatever and giving me ideas for stuff. Hey, do this, do that. There's one of the cats back there. But people would, they message me all the time. Can you, even if it's just make a Doomcock picture, or can you make me a logo for my YouTube channel or for whatever, or Illegally Blonde just asked me to make her YouTube header, stuff like that. But Gil would be this big giant thing every several months, right? I'd almost even forget we were following each other on Twitter because he didn't even really post much all the time. But out of the blue, I get this DM from Gil, and it would be, you know what I mean? If I'm on my phone, it would be scroll after scroll after scroll after scroll after scroll, and I'd be reading it. He would always have these great big huge ideas. And matter of fact, one of the last DMs he sent me, there was so much stuff coming for his channel, which makes it even more sad. He had so many ideas. He was going to do so many different shows. He even wanted to do a show with me talking about, basically what I'm doing now, talking about what I've done for the community or whatever I've done for the community. Like, you know what I mean? I say what I've done for the community. It's small potatoes. It's really nothing. But when he would message me, even if it was one thing, which was usually multiple things, it was this, he wanted a thumbnail to go with it, this graphic, that graphic, this, that, the other thing. One of the last things we did, that we completed, we were working on some things when he passed. That, well, that is what it is now. But one of the last things we did was for his 55th birthday party. He downloaded, and he said he paid a small fortune too. This is, now I guess AI is a little more accessible, but this was earlier this year. He paid all this money. He had these AI black and white images of himself in this band and things like that. And he's like, "Can you make me a poster, and I will probably use it for for shirts and things for my birthday bash." I was like, "Of course," but I knew what this was going to be. This was going to be, a lot of people ask me to make something, and I make it, and usually they like it right off the bat. Occasionally they're like, "Well, can you tweak something here or there?" Cool. I tweak it. It's done. We're done. I knew with Gil this was going to be a long process, and I'm talking 2 weeks sometimes of back and forth, back and forth. After not hearing from him for 6 months, every day would be, "Well, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this. Change the color, black and white. Can we move this? Change the font. Okay, go back to the other font, but change the color." It was just all this back and forth, all this back and forth. And he was a perfectionist, and I respect that because I tend to be that way, lean that way myself. But he, yeah. And the kicker would be after 2 weeks of all this work, changing things, doing whatever, we ultimately kind of go back to the original design that I sent him with maybe just some minor small change. But that was the thing that, I'm going to miss that now. I'm going to miss that with Gil. Matter of fact, right now, whining and crying about depression and stuff like that. I could use him keeping me busy right now. That's why I'm here right now, trying to entertain myself or keep myself busy. Probably can't even hear me mumbling. It's another thing I tend to do is mumble. But I also got this thing. That's another reason why I don't think I could ever be Doomcock, because, no, I know I can't be Doomcock, but even if I wasn't, depressed and not the life of the party most of the time, with this Chiari, got a nice double chin going nowadays. With this Chiari, like now, from the talking that I've done, it's just like everything's crushed in here right now. So I'm practically yelling right now. It's taking everything I have to talk. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a drink quick. But so everything's kind of squished in here, and it's kind of hard to talk. Sorry about that. Another one of my vices. Gold Peak. I live on that stuff. So haven't been a doctor in a long time. I know I should get my ass there, but it's one of the things between the cheesecake and the Gold Peak there. Probably got diabetes too. Wouldn't be a bit surprised. But that is neither here nor there. Yes, I've been watching another channel that I would like to recommend if you haven't checked it out. Completely off, pop culture. Well, sort of. I guess it is pop culture, but music channel I discovered recently, who's, when I don't have, because I basically only watch YouTube anymore. I don't make a secret about that. It's one of my things. If I was able ever to join Pop Culture Breakdown on a regular basis, I don't even have, like, I have TV, but I don't even know what's on it. I don't watch it. I watch YouTube, like, strictly. So anyway, when I'm not watching, anybody in our circle and there's nothing there, I discovered this channel called Waste Some Time with Jason Green. It's a music channel. Really love it. If you're into, especially like the old hair metal, he's like a promoter right now for Stephen Pearcy from the band Rat back in the day, and he in some ways reminds me of King Dolphin TV, because he does two different kinds of shows. He'll do interviews, but then he'll do My Life on the Road, which is his life on the road, and it's cool shit. Like you never see. You see these videos like Kiss Exposed and all that stuff. You see the women coming backstage and stuff like that. His My Life on the Road streams are real. It's the booking, going to the hotel, riding in the van to the venue. It's like tour life isn't as glorious as they tend to make it. And it's interesting to see that. It's really cool. So if you're ever bored, check that out. You know, I have no connection with the channel or anything, so I get nothing out of it. I just thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah, waste some time with Jason Green. John Rendell, you would probably like that. But anyway, this I've been all over the place. I probably made absolutely no sense about anything, and probably that's another thing. I tend to not finish my sentences. That's one of my biggest problems. That's why I got two computer chairs here. I brought out the small one without the armrest so I could grab my guitar. Now this one's squeaking. My other one's I need a new chair. But I tend to what's my favorite Kiss song? Okay, 1 second. I tend to I don't sleep much. Like I'll have a week where all I do is sleep, and then the next month I don't sleep because my brain won't turn off. That's why people ask me, how do I come up with this stuff like the Doomcock pictures? How do I come up with that stuff? Because my fucking brain won't turn off. Because I think of this stuff. Because initially, when I started doing the Doomcock pictures, it's because of my disgust for Star Wars, for my disgust for Disney Star Wars, killing Star Wars for me. I didn't want to make Star Wars pictures anymore, and I didn't want to make things trashing Star Wars, something I originally loved. So let me answer this question from Jake Skyrocker first before I get into this, because I'll probably forget what I was talking about anyway. My favorite Kiss song. Okay. Easy question. Easy question for me. And it's going to be an unexpected one because, you know, I do love Makeup Era Kiss. I really do. My cousin, that's a story in itself. My cousin was like the black sheep of his family, and he was a big Kiss fan. And there's an amusement park not far from here called Knoebels, and they had a cottage at Knoebels. So all summer long, I'd spend a lot of my time at their cottage and at this amusement park. And he wasn't always there, but when he was as scary. He was a few years older than me. He looks like Rob Van Dam. If anybody knows the wrestler Rob Van Dam, to this day, that guy looks like Rob Van Dam. But he was like the black sheep of the family. He didn't even have a bedroom in this cottage because he was my aunt, my aunt, was my mom's sister, son to a previous marriage, not the husband that they had two other kids with and stuff like that. So my cousin that looked like Rob Van Dam, his name was Bobby too, conveniently. Yeah, still here, comic, still here. But anyway, he didn't even have, he wasn't like, he didn't even have his own bedroom in his place. They had like the living room cut in half with a blanket. And when he would come to stay at the cottage, he didn't even have a bedroom. He stayed in this blanketed off part. But he listened to Kiss. He listened. Real Wade Nation Gaming Clips. Hey, what's up, man? You're awesome, Fett. Thank you. I don't think so, but thank you. But anyway, he was in this dark part of this cottage listening to Kiss, and he's the one that got me into Kiss. Matter of fact, he gave me an 8-track. That's how long ago this was. It was an 8-track of Love Gun that I used to steal my mom's 8-track player because I didn't have one. So I stole my mom's 8-track player and you plugged the 8-track cartridge into the side, and when it was at the end, it would just keep repeating. So like literally all day long, I would just play Love Gun. So right now, my ringtone on my phone is Love Gun. So you would think Love Gun would be my favorite Kiss song, but it's not. It's not even Makeup Era Kiss. The Kiss that, like, I think the Makeup Kiss when I was a kid, between my badass cousin liking it and the makeup, because I was already a geek into sci-fi and stuff like that. I think the makeup was more important to me than the music. When I really, really got into Kiss as a band, as in music, was when I was getting into heavy metal, which was, when I discovered Quiet Riot and Wasp. Kiss got more heavy metal, Creatures of the Night, Lick It Up, Animalize, even Asylum. Asylum is more glam type metal, but it's still metal. So I say, especially Creatures of the Night to Revenge were all metal Kiss. And a lot of people, when I grouped them into some of my favorite metal bands, Kiss, people always say they're not metal or hard rock. Well, yeah, I understand that, but there was metal Kiss, and there still is to this day. They'll come out with a cool metal tune, and they were always leaning on heavy metal. And I Gene Simmons himself has said that the whole idea behind Kiss was to be the heavy metal Beatles. So I do consider Kiss a metal band. But anyway, see, I'm getting long-winded, and the question was what's my favorite Kiss song? So, and it's not even now. I just built up this whole thing about them being metal. It's a ballad. It's actually kind of a ballad. A Million to One off the Lick It Up album. Why? There are a lot of great songs on Lick It Up. A lot of people decided not to pay attention to Lick It Up because they weren't cool anymore because they took their makeup off. Well, I think they were cooler than ever on Lick It Up. I love Lick It Up. Yeah, it sucks that uh, Peter and Ace weren't in the band anymore, but you're talking Lick It Up also came out at a time when I was starting to learn to play guitar, and I wanted to learn to play metal guitar, and I wanted to learn to shred and play like that. So when they brought in people like Vinnie Vincent or Vincent Cusano and Bob Kulick to play on Lick It Up and Creatures of the Night, you got that shred guitar. So Kiss was leaning more to metal, which is what I was getting into, and they were having shredding guitars in there. Which, no offense to Ace, I love Ace. I I wore an Ace Frehley costume many years in a row as a kid. Ace was my favorite when I was a kid, but Ace really never developed as a player. He could have never played. I don't think Kiss would have survived. Honestly, real Kiss fans are going to hate me for saying this, but I don't think Kiss would have survived the 80s if Peter and Ace would have stayed in the band. I really don't. Because Ace could have never played metal. There would have never been the metal, the actual metal Kiss. So, anyway, back to A Million to One. The reason I love that song more than, I mean, I love Lick It Up. I love All Hell's Breaking Loose, On the Eighth Day, Dance All Over Your Face. I love that whole album. But my favorite Kiss songs usually would be the Paul Stanley songs, the songs that Paul sang. And if you listen to the song A Million to One, I don't think Paul Stanley's voice has ever been better than it is on that. I mean, I read a comment. I recently watched, A Million to One on YouTube, and I was going through the comments, and some chick said, "How did I not see this video until, or how did I not hear this song until now? Paul sang his ass off on this song." She was 100% right. He sang his ass off on that song. And to this day, I'm like, there are very few songs. Like, I love a lot of songs. I even love, okay, there are even some non metal songs. Maybe I'll get into one day. But there are some non metal songs that I love. But very few songs actually give me goosebumps, and chills. But to this day, Paul Stanley pulls it off in A Million to One. That's why I love that song. It's not the heaviest song Kiss has ever done by far, but it's just the one. Now, a cool story. And it's another song, but it's off of Animalize. This will be a more personal story. I am the youngest member of my family. My youngest sister is actually 10 years older than me. I was kind of unplanned. I was a surprise. The gift that never kept giving. But so my oldest sister, she's almost 20 years older than me. So she was already married when I was born, and she had a son only, it was like a year and a half after I was born. So she had three boys, and the three boys were technically my nephews, but we were closer in age than I was with my two sisters and my brother. So her three sons, being my nephews, we were more like brothers than uncle and nephew. People were always surprised because later in his life, even though I got the gray hair now, he had passed away, unfortunately, now back in 2019. The flu. They said it was the flu. part of me wonders if it was 2019, if somebody virus was already out in the world back then, because it was a whole thing. Couldn't breathe. He ended up on a ventilator. But anyway, so his name was Jason, not Jason Green. His name was Jason, and we would he would stay at my house like all the time, just for a year, a year at a time. And so we were pretty close. We were like brothers. We were closer than I was with my actual brother. And his mom, my sister, worked at a retail store right down the road from the house here, actually, back in the day, called Jamesway. Anybody from Penn? I think that was kind of like an East Coast thing, but Jamesway. My sister worked at Jamesway. So every year, right before Christmas, families of the employees could go down to Jamesway like at midnight or something on a particular night of the week to do Christmas shopping. So I grew up in a house where Dan Serklevsky, what's up, brother? Man, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hope you're doing good. But I grew up in a house where lights were out at 9 o'clock. You didn't make any noise. Dad had work in the morning. You didn't make any noise. Lights were out. You were asleep by 9:30 latest. So I got to go to Jamesway at midnight. I got to stay up past 9 o'clock, and I would get to go and pick out Christmas presents. So this one year in particular, it was cassettes. That's how long, this was back in the 80s. It was a cassette, not DVDs weren't even a thing yet. But they had the new Kiss album, cassette, Animalized. So I was like on my mind the whole time we were in the store. Like, I know this is about Christmas presents for other people, but can I get Kiss Animalized? Can I get this? It's the new Kiss album. I really want to hear it. She ended up letting me get it. And so we took it home, and Jason and I quietly listened to that cassette for hours. Hours. The next day when we got up, we went downstairs. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, this thing, my mom had the parlor where you didn't go in, you didn't mess around. Well, she also had the dining room where, we called it the dining room, but there was furniture in that as well. And, sometimes we ate in there. She had this rocking chair that I guess her father left her. And anyway, she loved this rocking chair. So Jason was out of line right off the bat by doing what he did. But we go downstairs after listening to Kiss all night, and he's sitting there eating his cereal or whatever it was in this rocking chair, and he starts rocking this chair, things coming up off the ground, making all this rocking stuff, and he starts singing Heaven's on Fire. Burn with me, heaven's on fire, right? Well, my mom had no patience for devil music, okay? Devil music, right? So there's my nephew destroying her rocking chair, singing Burn with me, heaven's on fire. Well, she freaked out on him. She freaked out on him. Who do you think you are? You're not going to be staying in this house anymore. If you're going to be singing garbage like that, where would you hear something like that? She bought the tape for me the night before. Thank God we called him Jay. Thank God Jay was cool enough that he just took it. He got yelled at. He took it, and he didn't say it was, from my thing. But yeah, it was funny because, yeah, he heard that song because you bought me the tape, Mom. But so anyway, little thing about that's another underrated album too, Kiss Animalize. I think I like that album. The only bad thing about that album, even though I had it on cassette, was the guitar playing was cool, but Mark St. John was a little too shreddy for Kiss. That's why I like Bruce Kulick though, John Rendell. That's why I like Bruce Kulick. And Bruce Kulick, to this day, is one of my favorite Kiss guitar players because he understood what Kiss needed. Where Ace's playing is a little too simplified for people nowadays. Mark St. John and Vinnie Vincent were too complicated for people nowadays. The Kiss audience Bruce Kulick did what was needed. He gave enough to the song without going overboard. He, I think Gene Simmons said something to like, you need to like play with your cock or something like that, right? You need to feel it, And Bruce was good at that. He could shred with the best of them, and maybe he was held back in the band Kiss, but I love Bruce. He's a very underrated guitar player in my opinion, and I mean, to this day, Bruce's first album with Kiss was Asylum. I love the guitar solo on Tears Are Falling. I think that's a phenomenal guitar player. Guitar solo. It's well put together. You know, it's a great song. It's a great song. I think thing that the I think the video did more damage to that song than the song, because Tears Are Falling. Who was it? Billy Squire, I think. The record label talked to, like, some of Billy Squire's stuff is pretty heavy for the time. I don't know much about, I don't know anything about Billy Squire, but I was just on the radio the other night at work. But from what I understand, he did, and I remember the video from when I was a kid, and it was like the first video I ever saw from him. So that's why I'm not a fan from him. But he did a video where the record label talked him into being flamboyant, dressing flamboyant, and being more like uh, Freddie Mercury in this video. And I think that song is what ruined his career. That's what I think ruined the Asylum album for Kiss, because Kiss wore the pink and all the neon. But you got to remember, that's what was in at the time. You know, kind of like when grunge came in and everybody started wearing flannel. I mean, I myself, I was wearing flannel. I don't even like grunge, but it was like a fashion thing. It's what people wore. I was wearing flannel. I was living in flannel in the 90s. I hated the 90s. I hated the music in the 90s. I still can't stand the music from the 90s. The 90s music is, like I said, I struggle with depression. That shit is depressing. That there isn't a song from the 90s, I don't think, that doesn't depress the shit out of me. I can't even stand it. Nobody could fucking sing. I mean, that's not sing. You're gonna tell me that was singing? Your Eddie Vedders. They sang like they had a mouthful of marbles. Man, I can't singing like this. What the fuck is that? That's not singing. I mean, holy hell. The only band that I can even sort of listen to from the '90s is Alice in Chains. Really, I have Dirt. I think that's you know out of those bands, that grunge era stuff. I've Dirt on CD. That's it. And like, I couldn't tell you the last time I listened to an Alice in Chains song. It's not anything that ever pops in my head. But uh, sorry, I was reading some comments here. Uh, yeah, Illegally Blonde, Rock Me Tonight. That was the Billy Squires. Yeah, Rock Me Tonight. Which the song, like, I barely remember it, but um, the song wasn't that bad. It kind of fit. It was semi heavy, I think. But the video, he was all flamboyant in the video, and like I said, I never. That was the first thing I ever saw from him. But to this day, like, what was the song that was on the radio the other night? It was actually pretty good. My Kind of Lover. That's a good song. It's definitely not metal. It's not typically my thing, but it's a good song, and it's actually kind of heavier song for the radio. And I probably would have liked it if I had never seen him like all Freddie Mercury and up. Which I have no problem with Freddie Mercury either, but that was kind of Freddie's thing. Like, I do love Queen. I'm a fan of Queen. I used to have two of their CDs right here. I don't anymore. But Queen, they're going back to when I said when I'm depressed, sometimes I listen to sad music. They have a song that helps me out a lot when I'm really really low. Uh, Who Wants to Live Forever? You know, you'd think you already feel like cutting your own wrist, and listening to that's not going to help, but it does me. I love that song. Uh, my favorite Queen song, though, would probably be. I mean, everybody loves Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm no exception. I love that song too. But Under Pressure. I mean, sorry. I've been fighting something for a couple of weeks now. It's like I just wish it would either, if it's gonna kick my ass already. It's just I got this cough that just like it's not as bad today as it's been, but it just gives me enough of a headache. Again, I got these nice some kind of nice rash going on here today. But anyway, if this thing's gonna kick my ass already. But under pressure, under pressure, and that's another thing too. I've come to appreciate David Bowie, especially the last year or so. My hair is like unruly today, but I was never really a big David Bowie fan. I never got it, but I used to work with this guy, who when Space Oddity would come on the radio, he would freak out. I mean, he would freak out. He hated that song with a passion. He would tell everybody every time. Sorry about that. He would tell everybody every time how much he hated that song. And I would listen to it, and I never hated it. I actually like Space Oddity. Like, I was never a David Bowie fan, but that's one of the few that I did like. Even though when I was a kid, they would play, what's the name of that song? If you said run, I'd run with you. Can't think of the name of the song right now, but I like that part. I like that bridge or whatever it is. But I never cared for the song. But I've even learned to appreciate that now. Now, one thing I did love with David Bowie was the movie Labyrinth. But that had nothing to do with David Bowie. I kind of remember him being in it. But Jennifer Connelly was in it. And I've been in love with her for as long as I've, well, not as long as I've been alive, but since she did that movie, I guess. And, it's hard to pay attention to him in that movie when she was in it. Because we're about the same age, I think. I think she's 2 months older than me. But we're like the same age and everything. Not that she gave me a time of day, but yeah. But anyway, David Bowie, yeah. Even like, for some reason, I've been listening to the radio more in the car, driving to work and coming home, just to keep me preoccupied, because typically I don't listen to the radio because they don't play my stuff on there. But they have been playing Rebel, like every time I turn around. And believe it or not, I've never heard that much in my life until recently. And that's pretty cool riff, that intro. That's pretty cool. That's one of those things where it's on like a list where I kind of wish I would have wrote it. But Let's Dance, Jake Skyrocker says Let's Dance. Yeah, that was the song. Yeah, that song, I must say, was pretty cool. I'm supposed to be the heavy metal Star Wars fan and evil genius, but don't tell anybody, but that song's kind of cool. Let's see. Oh yeah, Dan. Yeah, you know who I was talking about. Yeah, yep. Good old Ryan. Let's see. Like as I'm saying things now, like right while I was just in the middle of that long-winded thing, I thought of like 20 other things I wanted to talk about, and then when I finally shut up, I can't remember what I wanted to talk about. You hear it at work all the time too. Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of the reasons why I don't listen to the radio. They have like 5 songs that they play over and over, it seems. And usually they're not things I like to listen to. Okay, so let's do that. So what do I like that isn't heavy metal? Because I do listen, I like some things that aren't heavy metal. And John Rendell, we just discussed this not that long ago. So if I could only pick one, what's my ultimate guilty pleasure? It would probably depend on the day of the week, but probably 6 days out of the 7, I would probably pick Africa by Toto. I don't know. There's always been something about that song. And I can't be the only one, because there have been several, I believe, metal covers of that song over the last few years. So there's something about that song. And there's also people who I consider almost metal. Like, and you can laugh, but hey, whatever. Bands like, or not even bands, I guess, artists like Bryan Adams, okay? I like a lot of Bryan Adams stuff, and I consider him almost metal. Why do I consider him almost metal? Because I like especially his ballads, okay? Ballads like Heaven, It's the only one that comes to my mind right now. But everything I do it for you, stuff like that. There are metal bands, you know, from back in the day who wish they had power ballads like Heaven, Bryan Adams' Heaven. That wish that was their power ballad because it's basically a power ballad. And I remember when I was a kid and I took guitar lessons for a little while it was a few years at our local store, and people would, you know how that was. You know, people always say, what the hell's the name of that song? Stairway to Heaven is the most overplayed song in a music store. Do not play Stairway to Heaven. One of the things I always heard was Run to You. That was like the big thing when I was a kid, playing Run to You in the music store. So I consider like Bryan Adams is on my almost metal list. Survivor. I love the band Survivor. I mean, and I'm not just talking Eye of the Tiger, which is that's great too. I mean, that was the greatest energetic, you know, rallying fitness themed, whatever you want to call it, epic song probably ever made. But I have Vital Signs on CD, right along with, it's probably, you know, close to like Savatage and Slayer in my CD collection because I think they're almost metal. You know, you listen to one of my favorite soundtracks. Now, probably my favorite music soundtrack of all time would probably have to be Wes Craven's Shocker. Okay, Kisses. Well, Paul Stanley anyway. Kisses on that. Alice Cooper, Dangerous Toys, another band I love from back in the late '80s. If you haven't heard of Dangerous Toys, man, their first two albums, killer. But so the Shocker soundtrack is probably my all-time favorite. But that's a metal soundtrack. But the Rocky IV soundtrack, there's even I can't think of the name of the guy. Maybe it'll come to me. But Survivor, you listen to Burning Heart. That's a power ballad. Any band like Warrant or Poison would dream to have. Do you know what I mean? So, and even some of their stuff. I mean, Eye of the Tiger's kind of heavy. It's a pretty heavy riff. You know what I mean? They could be heavy when they wanted to. And Jimmy Jamison, their second singer, well, he returned several times before, but not the guy that sang on the Eye of the Tiger, but the guy who came after him, the one that's on Vital Signs. He was actually in a metal band. I forget the name of his band right now, but that was one of those things where it's kind of like, from what I understand, like Journey, how the record label kind of hooked Steve Perry and Journey up, and I guess Journey didn't really want Steve Perry, and Steve Perry didn't. It was kind of the same thing with Survivor, from what I understand. And like the record label kind of paired them together. And Jimmy, from what I understand, didn't really want to do it initially because he was in a metal band, or a hard rock band anyway. And he thought Survivor was a little too poppy and a little too kind of wussy for him. But from what I understand, he even didn't, like when they did Vital Signs, he wasn't very proud of it. And he wasn't even sure if he was going to stay in the band until he started hearing it in rotation on the radio and started realizing how big it was getting, and you know, how much money he was probably going to get from us. So then Survivor kind of became cool to him, which I don't blame him. I don't blame him. The band that I was in, the band that, like I said, you could find on my channel, the band that I close a lot of my videos with, was not exactly what I wanted to do. That band originally started out as a thrash metal band. We were supposed to be Megadeth, Metallica, Overkill, Creator. One of the first songs we ever did was a song called Cremation of the Soul. So how we became Roulette and did that, I don't know. But I was just glad to be playing at that point. The song that I end my videos with was one of the songs that should have been the ballad on the album, where we actually did have ballad and stuff, but whatever. It is what it is. But John Rendell, did you have Crocus Headhunter album? Love that one. I didn't. Okay, and glad. that's one of the things I wanted to mention earlier too when I was talking about my nephew Jason. Okay, uh, Crocus is another one of those bands that was a sorry wasn't a. It took me a while to get on the Crocus bandwagon, because in the early '80s, Crocus to me was a band that was like they were not heavy enough. Because when I discovered Crocus, I was already listening to Megadeth, Slayer, you know, bands like that. Uh, Crocus wasn't heavy enough for me, and yet they weren't wimpy enough to be like in my guilty pleasure list. So Crocus kind of stayed off the radar for the longest time. I discovered, I started paying attention to Crocus when I want to say it was the late 80s. There was a show on MTV when they used to play music. Do you remember that? When music television actually played music. They had a show called Dial MTV, and it would be on every day when I got home from school. And my mom would let me not sit at the table. You know, I was getting like a teenager or something at the time. She'd let me go in and sit in the other room. We didn't have to do the family thing, so I would sit in the other room with the TV and put on Dial MTV. And you know, it was usually garbage, usually stupid shit like Madonna and stuff like that. But Crocus, Crocus, at one point was on Dial MTV, and it had Headbangers Ball. That was awesome. That was like a religion to me at one time. But no, this was Dial MTV. It was this show where, you know, you and me could call in, and if they got enough votes for a certain thing, it made it on. I think there were 10 videos or something like that, and it all led up to number one. Now Crocus was never number one, but they had a song. I think the album was called Heart Attack or something, but the song was Let It Go, not the Frozen fucking thing either. I'm talking about a cool song, Let It Go. You want a cool metal song? Check out Crocus, Let It Go. In this video, okay, it's just like a live performance with, you know, the recorded audio. But I'm sitting in the room eating my dinner. My mom's in the kitchen eating her dinner, but she can hear the TV. And when Crocus Let It Go would come on, I would turn it up because I love the song. And in the song, some of the lyrics, let's see if I can remember them. Some of the lyrics he says, "You're in trouble. You got to find a clever way out. On the double, something, something, something." My mom would argue with me that he was saying, "I'm the devil." I was like, how do you get "he's the devil" out of that? She said, he is saying he is the devil. I said, first of all, it rhymes with trouble. Devil and trouble does not. He says, "on the double." She swore up and down he was saying, "I'm the devil." That's devil music. Now, first of all, if Crocus was devil music, you know, what was Slayer? She would have, she wouldn't have survived if she would have known Slayer's lyrics. But yeah, so that was one of those things with Crocus. Little Fett history there with that little funny thing. So to this day, when I hear "Let It Go," I still got it in my mind. See, he doesn't say I'm the devil. He doesn't say that because, you know, they're not a devil band. But anyway, yeah, I was kind of late getting into Crocus. I did just listen to. It was maybe a couple of years ago at this point, but I did go through a Crocus phase where I did listen to Headhunter, but no, I've never owned it. I still don't. I don't own a single Crocus. You know, I don't know why. I wish I had the one with "Let It Go" on, but I don't. But the Headbangers Ball, yeah, that was, man. I had this friend too, and this maybe I'll come back to Slayer if I don't fucking forget what I'm talking about again. But the Headbangers Ball, I had this buddy. He was in and out of my band too at one point too. Illegally Blonde, you probably remember Jeff Luda, but he used to, you know, he would spend the weekend at my house because I would teach him. You know, I'd go. My parents would pay for guitar lessons, but our circle, you know, there was just the 4 or 5 dudes who, you know, they'd come to my house spend a weekend, and I'd teach them how to play the guitar and the bass. So my parents would spend the money, and then I'd teach them what I learned, and I would teach them. But anyway, so Jeff would come up, and we'd spend the weekend, and sometimes my nephew Jay and stuff. We'd do like this whole thing. Domino's Pizza was new to the area at the time, and they stayed open late, and they delivered in a half hour or less back when they used to do that. So we'd sneak downstairs at 11 o'clock or whatever when the ball would come on. We'd call really quiet and order Domino's Pizza, get the pizza, and we'd watch the ball. That's where I discovered the band Savatage. Me and Jeff or Jay or whatever, we'd sit there and we'd critique everything. This was good, that was bad, oh, that sucked, that was garbage. And most of the time we disagreed on most things. But there was this stretch where almost the last video they would play on Headbangers Ball would be Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King. And the three of us just loved it. There was no disagreement there whatsoever. We just loved it. From the first note to the last note, nobody said anything. We just sat there and watched it and loved it. And we would talk about how we can't wait till next week. I hope they play that video again. That was phenomenal to me. That's still, Savatage is right up there. If you've never heard Savatage, you've heard Savatage. You've most likely heard Savatage because you're probably familiar with the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, especially around this time of the year. You're going to start hearing it on the radio. You're going to start hearing it at the mall, if the malls even exist anymore. The kind of heavy metal, Christmas ballady music. Well, that's pretty much Savatage. That's members of Savatage started that, and even to this day, like Alex Skolnick is in it, who is back in Testament now, but was in Savatage at one point. But yeah, Trans-Siberian Orchestra is, so you've probably heard Savatage, you just don't know it. So you might want to check them out. Yeah, Doug 35, Hall and Mountain King. It's another band that, a lot of times when bands lose a singer, replace a singer, they're not quite as good. But when Zach came in, they did Edge of Thorns. That was one glimmer of hope in the 90s. Like I was talking about earlier, how I hated that grunge shit. And I just hate all the music from the 90s. It depresses me. Edge of Thorns came out in the 90s. Now, that was a metal band. I did like some metal from the 90s, but Edge of Thorns was a great album. Is a great album. That's worth checking out. Every song from beginning to end on that is just great. I loved when they had bands on to host and they would get hammered. Yeah, that happened quite a bit, didn't it? I've recently started watching. There are clips here on YouTube where people had those segments. They wouldn't play the videos, but you can look up like when Steve Whiteman from Kix was on, or Vinnie Vincent and Mark Slaughter when they hosted the ball. Some of that shit's pretty funny. It's here on YouTube. It's worth watching. That's another thing that, as depressed as I tend to get, it takes me back to simpler time, and it's funny. Yeah, some of the stuff, it's funny because there are so many people now that I thought were cool back in the day who I watched them on things like that when they hosted the Headbangers Ball, and I'm like, man, they were douches. I can't believe I thought they were cool. But I don't know. It's weird. And now there are things like now that I listen to that I never would have listened to in the past. I guess it's true. Your tastes change. That certainly happened when I had my brain surgery back in 2012. There were things I used to love. Like apparently it screwed up of my taste, my little taste buds or something, because there were things I used to love that I can't stand anymore, and vice versa. There are things I never liked back in the day that I do like now, and it was ever since my surgery. Something changed. But let's see if there was anything I missed. I've been ignoring everybody. If Captain Infinity was here right now, he'd be like flipping on me for not checking the chat. So I guess I failed. You failed, sir. But yeah, Dangerous Toys. They were a pretty good band, especially their first album. Now, who brought that? Legally Blonde brought that up. Yeah, see, now that's the roulette stuff. If we were gonna be that, see, I would have been fine being like the first Dangerous Toys album, even the second one, but the first Dangerous Toys album, because when I was writing the stuff for when we did the roulette stuff, two bands I had in mind was Dangerous Toys and a band called Killer Dwarfs, which I know that sounds funny because they're not known for being like real heavy and stuff. But Killer Dwarfs, if anyone's not familiar with them, they had an album, I don't know, 88, 89, maybe it was 90 something. It probably was 90 something around the time when I was writing the stuff for the roulette. They had an album called Dirty Weapons. Sorry about my chair. They had an album called Dirty Weapons, and matter of fact, a little trivia here. The song "Stand and Fight" that I use to end most of my videos is, it's not ripped off, but on the Dirty Weapons album, Killer Dwarfs had a song called "Coming Through," and it was about kicking somebody's ass. That's what Stand and Fight is. That's completely where I got the idea for Stand and Fight, came from the song "Coming Through" from Killer Dwarfs. There's even a line in it where he says, "Crazy fucking people living in the." That's where there's an F word in Stand and Fight, because I wanted "Coming Through." I wanted that song, and that's where Stand and Fight came from. That song, that really inspired when I was writing the roulette stuff. I was heavily influenced at the time by Killer Dwarfs, Dangerous Toys, and solo wise, I was listening to, not that they're heavy by any means, but I was totally impressed with Bill Leverty from Firehouse at the time. I wanted to emulate his style for some reason. I don't know. I wouldn't consider him an influence, but at the time he was, when I was recording that stuff. So I was trying to maybe incorporate some of his sort of things, but I remember, John Rendell says, I remember coming home from the strip clubs, my kind of guy, late at night, and Headbangers Ball would still be on. Good times. Nice. You know, I've never been to a strip club. That's something that needs to go on the bucket list, I think. I just, you know, it's one of those things. I got married young. I got married right out of school, and that's not we're not together anymore. But again, not getting too personal, but that's why this year has been incredible. The last couple of years have been really rough, but my wife and I kind of, so, and then there was one, but anyway, yeah, road trip sounds like a that's John. Damn it, I forgot. I wanted to call you today. Well, let's just do it here. You're hearing me. Middle of next month, I have actually middle towards the end, the week, whatever. I have a week off. I was thinking, we'll get together, do something. So I will call you. We'll talk about that. But I also wanted to talk about this. I was thinking about doing this today. Didn't think I was actually going to do it, but in case I would, I was going to put the feelers out there to see if maybe you wanted to come on and talk about music. This is something I don't think you were here in the beginning, John, but I was saying, like, I really needed to be around my people today. You guys and girls are my people, so that's why I'm here today. And I really needed Just Cuz today. And Raymond couldn't do it today. So what I was thinking, John, was if you're available, Legatus, whoever, maybe when Raymond can't do this Saturday thing, maybe I'll take up the void, fill the void. Maybe I'll do something. We could still kind of hang out on a Saturday when Raymond can't do it. Because I can on Sunday. I wish I could. But that's the thing, it's like there are so many Sunday Just Causes anymore, and I have to work. And I mean, between that and I would like to do more pop culture breakdown, but I would have to take off Sundays and Wednesdays, and I only have so much PTO a year. And I mean, even if I schedule next year every Sunday and but then I wouldn't even know what Sunday it was, because it was just like I said, I was just off last week, and Raymond did Saturday. Now, if this would have been last week, I could have done the Sunday show. But yeah, just an idea. Like I said, if anybody wants to hang out on a Saturday when Raymond can't do it, maybe I'll do something. I would definitely need somebody to help in the wrench department and all of that stuff, because I'm still, like I said, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is my test stream, I guess you'd say. But I don't know. Let's see. Check out some of these comments again. 'Cause I'm sure I'm blowing people off. It's not my intention. I don't mean to do that, but let's see. Jake Skyrock said, I saw the singer from Survivor do an acoustic version of Eye of the Tiger at my local coffee shop, open mic night. He rocked it. That's cool. And that's not a surprise because I've seen, I've never seen him in person live, but I've seen him do stuff where it was just him, even. And he, now, are you talking about Jimmy Jameson? Or what the hell was the other guy's name? Bill, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But Jimmy Jameson was a great singer. He really, from the videos I've seen, he really sounded the same live. So, Legatus said, "Du hast Rammstein." I don't know how the hell you say that. The Real Thing too, Unlimited. I was never big into Rammstein. I don't know. That industrial stuff too was, I could take it or leave it. That's one of the things. One of the movies I love is The Crow, the original Crow with Brandon Lee. Just the soundtrack is what prevents it from being in my top 10. Is just the soundtrack is just, I don't know, I can't get, it's okay, but it's I kind of can't get into it, and it really dates the movie. It's a 90s movie. You know that just by hearing the soundtrack. That's why, I mean, George Lucas totally nailed it with, going with the, because as much as I'm not a classical music fan, I don't really listen to classic except for Star Wars. He nailed it by going with that because it's timeless. I mean, classical music is, it's going to sound strange, but it's like a leather jacket. I mean, it just doesn't go out of style. It looked good 50 years ago. It's going to look good 50 years from now. Classical music's just because, like it's been said a million times before, but classical music and heavy metal have more in common with each other than any other genre of music and classical music. They share the same chord progressions, the same scales and stuff like that. So that's why Savatage could do, they actually had, before the song Hall of the Mountain King, they did a metal version of the classical song Hall of the Mountain King, and it sounded so good because, classical music can translate over to, electric guitar easier than, I don't know, any Madonna piece of crap. But let's see. Beethoven was the original headbanger. True. I mean, all those guys, you know what I mean? If Beethoven would have had an electric guitar back then, I'm sure he would have jammed that thing. I've no doubt, Let's see. Legata said some movies, the songs really date the movie. Yeah, that, like I said to Crow, that's a prime example of that. You know, Legally Blonde. That true about leather. I still wear mine. Yeah, I have a couple leather jackets. I hardly ever wear them though. I don't know. As cool as they look, I'll break them out on occasion, but I'm more of a comfort guy, you know. And I don't know. I don't really go much of anywhere anymore, So, and they make a lot of racket, like when you're moving and stuff. Sometimes I don't want people looking at me, so I'll wear whatever. Yes, all modern music originates from classical. Yep, it's true. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know who else would fall into my almost metal category. Uh, Songs that are like guilty pleasures, though, like I was saying, Africa by Toto. Let's see what else would fall in that category. I mean, there's so much I probably can't even think of it right now. Song I love. You'd never imagine this one. My favorite ballad of all time is Amy Grant. That's what love is for. I don't know. It's just one of those songs. John Rendell mentions Broken Peach. Yes, If anybody has not heard of, I guess they're a band, Broken Peach, check them out here on YouTube. They're from Spain. They're pretty cool. They're like four women and three dudes. The dudes play the instruments. The women sing. They do some covers, some original stuff. Some of the covers are phenomenal. They did like a mashup of Michael Jackson's "Bad" and Ghostbusters. That is really cool. And they wear like makeup. They're painted like skeletons and stuff in the video. It's really cool. So yeah, check that out. What was the other one they did? Human League. Don't You Want Me? They do a pretty cool spin on that too. It's not quite metal. It's more like a hard rock, but and some of their stuff isn't definitely not hard rock even. But Legata says, "What You Do to My Body" / Hands on Lee Aaron, Thunderstruck. Lee Aaron, dude, you heard of Lee Aaron? That's awesome. The Metal Queen, Thunderstruck, AC/DC. I like AC/DC. That's one band. I don't have any of their stuff on CD either. I know, John, you're flipping your lid right now. I like AC/DC. I don't know. They were just another one of those bands who back in the day, they weren't heavy enough to fit in with what I was listening to, but they were still too heavy to be pop, and it was one of those weird things. But I know how to play a lot of AC/DC songs. I shouldn't say a lot, several. More than some bands I listen to, but just their stuff is so iconic. Just some of the first things I figured out, on my own. Because when I was taking guitar lessons, I only started learning to play lead. My first guitar lesson, I had to, learn. I don't know, Mary had a little lamb, something like that. But then I had a really cool guitar teacher. His name is Al Paul. He used to have a band that was quite well known around here called Euthanasia and Crust. The last time I knew, I don't know if he's still doing anything or not, but I learned classical chords and things like that for my first lesson, and it looked excited. I was growing my hair long at the time, and I probably wearing a Quiet Riot shirt or something. He says, "You don't really want to learn this stuff, do you?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, starting next week, bring a tape." So what I did, excuse me, every week after that, I would bring a tape, and he would figure the song out there on the spot and teach me that song. And I did that for a couple of years, and then I started not doing so good in school. So one of the punishments was no more guitar lessons, Mom said. So I think the only official lead scale I ever learned was the A pentatonic scale. Anything other than that, I improvise. I don't know the names of things and stuff like that. But anyway, somehow AC/DC led to that. But that was one of those things, though. When I, before or after guitar lessons, we'd all hang out at the music store, and occasionally I'd plug in, and I'd play, Strange Wings from Savatage. Most people wouldn't know it, but you played Back in Black, and so I mean, you had to know some AC/DC stuff. But a little, I don't know why this just popped in my head, but I remember back in the day, going back to my buddy when he used to stay at my house, and we'd watch the Headbangers Ball. Wasn't like now, you can go on Walmart now and find like heavy metal shirts on occasion and stuff like that. But back in the day, you didn't find, like, we had the Bloomsburg Fair. I used to go to the Bloomsburg Fair, and with my sister or something. My mom would give me money for food, and I just wouldn't eat, and I'd go and I'd buy like a Megadeth shirt instead of eating, because that's the only place you could get them around here. But my buddy, there was a place, 'cause I never got out of this goddamn little town, but my buddy used to go the next town over, and they had like back in the day, like pot pipes and stuff you could buy. I forget the Jasmine Ear or something like that. It was Jasmine Air or something like that it was called. But I remember, of course, he went in there, and he told me, "Hey, they have Slayer shirts down there. If you give me the money, I'll get you one." And he did. And it was a Slayer Rain and Blood shirt. It had a big devil head on the front with a pentagram, said Slayer, and on the back It said, real big, rain in blood. Do you want to die in blood? And man, when I used to go to like the local store down the road here, man, the old ladies, man, they would freak out. What are you doing wearing that shirt? You know what I mean? They would look at me funny and stuff like that. Now, I mean, that shirt was tame. I can remember back in the '90s when we did the Roulette album. My nephew Jay was the one day we were out taking pictures. You know, we are gonna do promotional stuff and everything like that. And he was taking pictures of. So we did like the typical. We found a crosswalk and imitated the Beatles, walking across the Abbey Road or whatever. And well, we have a Walmart here now, but we didn't back in the day. We had to drive all the way down to Selinsgrove. We went to the Walmart down there because they had a 1 hour photo. This was at the time when like the 1 hour photo things were disappearing, but Walmart had one. So we drove all the way down there, and my nephew was wearing, not a Marilyn Manson fan to this day, but he was wearing a Marilyn Manson shirt that said real big on the back, "I'm the god of F. Fuck. I'm the god of fuck" on the back of his shirt, right? He got us kicked out of that store. He got us kicked out of there. I snuck back in because he's the one that put the pictures were under his name and everything, and I snuck back in, and luckily they let me get the pictures when they were developed and all. But yeah, that got us kicked out of the store. The people used to look at me weird because I almost called you by your real name, Illegally Blonde. You probably remember back in the day. I had the jean jacket with all the patches on it and everything, Megadeth, all that stuff. But the cool metalheads had the big patch right in the center of your back, the back patch. It was a big your full back. Well, I had one of Wasp, and it was the band and the singer. Anybody who knows Wasp, the singer's name is Blackie Lawless. Well, back in the day, they used to had a stage show like Alice Cooper on steroids. I mean, they would have naked women up on the rack, and they'd cut their throats, and all this stuff. It was wicked. They'd throw raw meat out into the audience. It was cool for for a young kid like me. It was really cool. So I had this Wasp back patch, and on it had the band, and Blackie was drinking blood from his skull. It was pouring out down all over him and stuff. People hated that. People used to start me all the time for wearing that. Like, people despised this patch, and gave me shit all the time because of it. And people, because it said Wasp too, real big on it. People, man, they'd run up to me in the hallway, punch me in the back, and freaking stand there laughing. "No, you had a wasp on your back. I did you a favor. I was killing the wasp." Oh, that's funny. But yeah, Legally Blonde says, "I remember that shirt." Yep, I heard that jacket. I mean, no, shirt, jacket. Yeah, yeah. That's what I should. That's what I got. I got to make another one of those jackets because I might, there's so many bands now I would put on it. Because like I put that video up of I have like a nerd jacket that has all Star Wars patches on it now, but I don't have any with any metal bands on it anymore. Because I kind of graduated into the leather jacket. Like I said, I don't really wear those much anymore. But anyway, trying to think of any other interesting Fett tales. Sorry about that. A little parched. I don't know. Doug35 said Power Slave solo, one of my all-time faves. Iron Maiden. I love Maiden too. I tend to lead to my favorite Maiden album, which Number to Beast. I mean, Hallowed Be Thy Name is one of my favorite metal songs of all time. Not just Maiden, just metal in general. But I kind of love an album a lot of Maiden fans kind of disregard, but I like Somewhere in Time. I love Somewhere in Time. I know there's all synthesizers on it and stuff like that, but I don't know, something about that album. I don't know. That's always been and always will be one of my favorite albums. I love the artwork, the cover. It's sci-fi, It just hit me at the right age. It was always being a sci-fi geek and really falling in love with metal at that era right there, and it has all sci-fi and everything. I don't know, something about it. And the songs were great on it too. You know, uh, one song off that album that man I just love. It's might even be in top five of my all-time favorite songs. Is and I didn't appreciate it back in the day. Oddly enough, was "Stranger in a Strange Land." I remember when the video came out. I remember thinking, you know, because that was I think that was on Dial MTV every day too, and they used to play the crap out of that song, that video, and I used to think, man, there's so many other songs on that album that I would have picked to follow up waste wasted years with. But I love Stranger in a Strange Land now. The fact that there's you listen to that song and during the bridges, like the pre-chorus, the fact that Nico is doing a disco drum, like hi-hat combination there, it's like a disco beat in that song. I love it. I love it. Sometimes I'll learn like there'll be something like when I first heard it, I thought, why would you put a disco drum beat in a song? And then the more I think about it, I tend to like things because I wouldn't have done it. You know, that comes back to the whole coming back to Doomcock. I told this story before on King Dolphin, but I might as well do it here on my channel too. When I first got into this, what would become the fandom menace. So another kind of good thing that came from the Last Jedi and this destruction of Star Wars, you know, is that I discovered this community because I don't know what I'd be doing right now if I wouldn't have. Yeah, I love you guys, but because of the Last Jedi sucking, I I turned to YouTube. I was like, well, I ain't going to the movies anymore. I don't have any, whatever. I'll start watching YouTube. See what, and I started seeing, getting things recommended. People talking about Star Wars. So I started watching them, and occasionally it would pop up like, world class bullshitters, things like that. Were, coming out channels were coming out now. So I started watching all this stuff, and my favorite, the channel that I just gravitated to, that was like my comfort food in the beginning, was Comic Artist Pro Secrets, Ethan Van Sciver. And as I discovered this thing, and as it became the fandom menace, I started watching it all. Geeks and Gamers, Junk 3PO, all that stuff. And it was my go-to thing. I would watch it all. It was like my life was full again. I had all these endless recommendations for all these videos, and I would watch them all. And after a long period, a pretty decent period of time, I don't know, it got depressing because they were all just bitching about the same thing, and it was just their take on the same thing. And it's just, I started getting in a place where it's like, I don't want to bitch anymore. Can I just not hate this stuff anymore? So I started watching less and less of the fandom menace, and I kind of narrowed it down to Ethan, and Ethan was my channel. Ethan was my comfort food, and that started becoming, well, it is now. It's kind of like infomercials for his comic books, and that's great. But I've never been a comic guy. I don't know why. I just never been into comics. I've had comics. I love the art in comic books. It's just I'll never been my thing. So I used to like back when Ethan used to, if anybody used to watch Ethan, he used to do like the Mummy News, and he'd break out like his iPad with the colored pencil, and read just stuff and about what was going on in the news and things like that. I miss that stuff. Now it's just more about his comic books and all the comic books of his friends and all that he's promoting. That's great. More power to him. But it just, I'll still watch him on occasion, but it just became less my thing. It's it wasn't my comfort food anymore. But I remember, sorry, one time he had Doomcock on. I didn't even know who he was. It was like, Overlord DVD, who is this guy? And it was one of those things where, to this day, Doomcock was only the avatar. He wasn't on camera, it was just the avatar. I couldn't even focus on what he was talking about because I'm staring at this goddamn helmet, and I'm thinking, that's dumb. Like, why does that helmet look like that? I wasn't even getting the whole gimmick. It's the the top, the way the top is shaped and all that stuff. I'm just looking at the helmet, and it became one of those things like I was talking about earlier. I started thinking about it, and obsessing over it, and I was like, well, it's not that I don't like it. It's just, and it's not that it's dumb. It's just I would have never designed a helmet like that. So it became more appealing to me as I realized, well, this guy doesn't think like me for some reason. So anyway, it's the fact that the helmet was so strange and alien to what I would have done is why I remembered that helmet. And so, I don't know, a couple weeks, months, I don't even remember what it was, went by, and I was bored with all the Phantom Menace stuff, and I I was looking for something new, and I remembered that helmet, and I don't remember if I anyway I found him. I found him, and I watched. Well, it must have been a Friday Night Frolics because I would have been off because this whole time I've been watching Doomcock. I've had the same work schedule. Even my previous job before this, I was the same Sunday through Thursday, pretty much night shift. Anyway, so I think I caught a Friday Night Frolics, and it was okay. You know, I thought it's cool. He was singing. I'm a metalhead. He was singing the old, some of the old. What the hell? I can't brain fart again. No copyright stuff. So he was singing that stuff, and I thought it was okay. And then I don't know, a week or two went by, and I was bored again, and I checked in with another Frolics, and I just had it on in the background while I was doing something else, and it was some sort of thing about Star Wars, where he was discussing the state of Star Wars, and what caught my attention was he got really emotional, and he was even crying on the stream about them killing Star Wars. And that's what made me take notice to him. Was that, I felt like crying. He's literally doing it in front of hundreds of people watching him, however many people were watching him at the time. And he's doing it. And he doesn't care, at least right now. But, as he does, he was professing about drinking Elijah Craig and all of that stuff. So I knew he was drinking, and I thought it was the alcohol. And I thought, well, this guy's going to regret this in the morning, and he's going to delete this live stream, and this will never occur again. This was like a freak thing. It was a drunk guy talking, and that's the end of it. But I remember, the following week, I was like, well, let's see. Because I remembered that. I was like, let's see, if he's cool on this stream too. And he was doing his thing. He was singing, telling jokes, all of that. And he caught just in the random chat, not a super chat, nothing like that. It was a random chat. I believe it was their grandfather died. And he just stopped everything. And it's like a switch flipped. And he was as emotional as if he was this guy's family member. And he felt so bad for this guy. And it was at that very moment that I knew I found my new YouTube channel. So I continued watching week after week after week. It just became my thing, and the songs grew on me as much as what I mean. I never used to give a damn about the daughter of Rosie O'Grady or any of that stuff. I never used to care. It's become such a part of my life now, as much as any Slayer song ever did, any Megadeth song ever did. It's just become a part of my life now. It's if he was to not do Friday Night Frolics one week, I'd be fucking devastated, because it's my go-to thing. And so going back to the helmet, I wasn't making, like I said, I was making Star Wars pictures at this point. I didn't know what to do. So when I realized he's Dictor Van Doomcock and he's got a helmet that, I thought, boy, that would be funny to take that helmet and put that on stuff, especially Star Wars stuff, because, they want to kill Star Wars. Well, we'll just put a dick helmet on everything Star Wars related. So that's what I started doing. I started doing things, and I thought, well, he's Dictor Van Doomcock. So it's a phallic reference, and I'm going In the beginning, I would think, okay, I'd be at work and bored, and the thing would pop in my head, and I thought, how can I make him Rambo? Well, we'll make him Rambone, and we'll put the helmet on Rambo. So there we go. We got Rambone. And I did a couple. I had a couple ideas. I did them. I didn't even know in the beginning how to tag people because this was when I was new to Twitter. Like I said, I got kicked off of Facebook, so I only started using Twitter because I couldn't use Facebook anymore, or I didn't want to anyway. So I didn't know about tagging or anything. But somehow, he saw them and he started liking the pictures. And I mean, in the meantime, now I know how to tag him and all that stuff. And so he always sees them. But he started commenting on the pictures, which inspired me even more. So I started making more, and as long as the ideas kept coming, no pun intended, I kept making them. And after a while, after 20 or 30 of them, I thought, well, I don't want this guy to think I'm stalking him like I don't have a life. So I'm like, okay, I'm done. But then I'd have a couple more ideas, and I'm like, well, they're too good. Not that I guess good, whatever. But they're too good not to do. So I just, I don't want to leave this life without having done them. So I did them. And now I probably got about 600 or so Doomcock pictures that I've done. And, like I said, I've always said I don't consider myself an artist. It's not art, I consider art. I don't know if Crusader's still here, but he's an artist. He takes stuff from scratch and he makes something. If you can take a blank canvas and make something worth looking at on it, that's great. But I'm not really that guy. And the thing of it is if we were together in person, and we were at a party, which, like I said earlier, I don't really do parties, but if I was there, I would not be the life of the party. Someone posted a meme not that long ago, and it showed Gomez and Morticia Adams sitting in a movie theater looking all depressed, and said something like, boy, your memes are great. You must have a great sense of humor. And then it shows them saying, it says me. That's me. I mean, that's me. You would never. I mean, sometimes when I open up, like I seem to be doing here tonight for some reason, but sometimes you'll get something funny out of me. But in person, you probably would never think I was Fett for hire, But when I do the pictures and stuff like that, they put a smile on people's faces, and I can make people laugh. So that's why I keep doing it. And I'm so thankful that Doomcock lets me keep doing it, because if I didn't make the Doomcock pictures, or dick pics, I don't know what I would do them of, because I still have no desire to make Star Wars pictures. I don't. But I'm so grateful that Doomcock allows me to do it, and there's enough stuff in this life that makes you sad. And if I can make something that, even if you're just scrolling through for 2 seconds and see it and it puts a smile on your face and you forgot about whatever the shit you're going through right now was for 2 seconds, I mean, that's awesome to me. That's why I like doing it. So, and last time I talked to Doomcock, I told him, because I told him, I said, you don't have to thank me every time for this stuff. This is my way of thanking you for what you do for not just me, but all of us, And some people find ways. Some people have absolutely no way of thanking him for the entertainment they give. Like I can't afford to send $1 million super chats. I wish I could. I'm a member of the channel, but that takes everything I have to keep that going. Some people can't afford to do anything. Some people, send him super chats. Some people are a wrench to his channel. I've been offered. I just, like, my work schedule prevents me, so I can't do it. This is my way, small as it is, of giving back a little bit for the entertainment that he provides us all. And the fact that I've been able to help other people in our community, that's a bonus. That's extra for me. I'm happy to help anyone. You be cool to me, I'll be cool to you. It's no biggie. Every time I've ever done, whether I made a logo for somebody or something like that, oh, how can I thank you? It's like, well, you are thanking me. You're part of a great community, because there have been bad people in the community. There have been bad, and for the most part, they're either gone now, or they pop back into this community when it's convenient for them. I'm not going to mention any names, but there are still some people like that. There are still some people who actually do stuff for Doomcock on an almost regular basis that, in my opinion, they ain't the greatest people on this planet, and they only pop up when they need something. That's not me, you know. Well, I do need something. I need you guys in my life. That's why why I do what I do, as dumb as it is. I have no ulterior motive, you know. It's just I have fun hanging with you guys, and whatever. Um, Comic Relief says you really helped me do my intro. Yeah, that was, hey, like I said, anything I can do to help. Nobody has to, you know, don't be afraid to ask for anything. Whatever. It's like I said, it's my way of giving back because you guys helped me out. Just there are 11 of you here right now you're helping me out right now because this was a rough day for me, and it'd have probably been an even rougher night if I wasn't doing this right now. So I thank everybody who's here and everybody who might watch this back. And you know, like I said earlier, I was gonna, I don't know why. Well, I know why. I was gonna my what I always told myself was I'll do the face reveal if I ever hit 1,000 subscribers. Okay, that was just I knew I was never gonna hit 1,000 subscribers, so it's my way of just telling myself I don't have to do it. But ultimately, I just can't stand looking at myself. I hope I'm not too much of a disappointment to you guys, but because I know a lot of times I got told that I sound a lot younger than I am. So I hope it's not too much of a shock that I'm not like a 30-year-old little kid or something like that. Especially making dick pics all the time. You would think, So speaking of the dick pics, okay, the reason that they're called that now, okay, and how that even why they were called that and why they weren't and why they are again. So I originally thought, what am I going to call these if I'm putting these on YouTube or whatever? What would I call them? And he's Dictor Van Doomcock, okay? So of course they're dick pics. And that's what I originally named them for 5 minutes. And then I thought, well, YouTube is not going to like, something on here with that title. So that's why for the longest time I changed it to Doomcockery. Okay, they were called Doomcockery. Never really happy about that though, because I thought dick pics was way funnier. And going back to Gil, Cardinal Sin, one of the midnight to midnights that I did actually make the stream, I was able to go on, and of course, Rod Thunderheart was there, and pretty much the usual suspects as Doomcock calls it. And I was on the stream. I popped on after work, and I think he actually did a Saturday night that particular time, and I had work Sunday afternoon because I have to go in earlier on a Sunday. So yeah, that's what it was, because he finally was doing a Saturday, so I could actually be on. So I went on, and I thought, okay, well, I have work Sunday afternoon at 4 a.m. I'm going to tell Gil that I have to go. So I was on. We were doing whatever. Anybody that watched this stream, Gil tended to play his music from his bands and his career and stuff like that. So as it started getting closer to 4, he started playing his music, and I was like, well, I don't want to tell him I'm going now that you're playing your music, because he'll think I was leaving because of that. So I thought, okay, well, we'll make it 5 a.m. I'll tell him at 5 a.m. I have to go. So when it got closer to 5, I said, okay, I have to go. I have to go to work later and stuff. And Gil would drink on his streams, and by 5 a.m., he was pretty lit up. So I repeatedly told him several times that I had to go because I had to get up for work, and he wasn't having it, or he wasn't hearing it, one or the other. And So finally, as it was approaching 6 o'clock, I kind of had to be abrupt and say, "That's it. Look, I have to go. I'm not trying to be an ass, but I have to go. I have to go." So he finally acknowledged it and he said, "Plug your channel." And the first time in any of my channel plugs on YouTube, you know, I plugged my channel and he's like, "Well, what do you do there?" I said, "Well, you can come to my channel and look at all my dick pics." And they thought that was so funny. Rod Thunderheart was laughing his ass off, and Gil says to me, he says, "Now, when you say dick pics, are you?" I said, "No, no, 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 no. Our future ruler of Earth and overlord, Dictor Van Doomcock, dick pics." So it was at that very moment when they laughed and they enjoyed that I was like, "That's it. They're going back to being dick pics." It's it's meant to be funny. If you know YouTube, if you can't have a sense of humor, I'm sorry, but you know it is what it is. So anyway, um, yeah. Uh, John Riddle says, "So glad to be here, dude. This is awesome. Thank you, man. It, it's more awesome for it's awesomer for me, man. Because like I said, I needed that." Um, John Rendell also said the Windy pick that was inspired by Baron Orman Tag and your Into to It are absolutely classics. The Bounty Collected thing, that was pretty good. That was a pretty good thing. That set that up over the whole course of a week and all. Yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Um, let's see. Legatus Legion I says kid at heart. Yeah. Well, I that's the thing. I don't think I've ever been a kid. I mean, I still have the mind of a kid when it comes to obviously coming up with the Doomcock pictures. You have to have a childish sort of outlook on things, but I've always worried about everything. Like I said, the depression, as long as I can remember, I never was just relaxed. There were very few times in my life where I could just actually think like life is good, and you know, I don't know. I wish I could be a kid because I wasn't a kid when I was a kid, sorta. You know, I was always worried about everything. I wish I could. I wish I had a time in my life. I mean, there was an occasion here or there. I wish I could go back to those moments where I actually wasn't worried about, oh, the summer's almost over and it's time to go back to school. Or I still stress over everything. But I don't know. Um, well, I see it's been, wow, 3 hours, 46 minutes. I didn't know if I was going to make it 3 minutes, so that's something, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe I'll wrap this up at the even four if I can make it that long. 'Cause, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I think we all felt that way at times. Yeah, but it's all the time for me. You know. I know there's help out there. There's whatever. But I don't know. Alien love. Hey, what's up, man? Better to care too much than to care too little. Yeah. But the problem is I care too much about things and I overthink them. That's the thing. I'm not super intelligent. You can probably tell. I try, like I said, I come from the coal region. We say that instead of that, and I try to hide. I can't speak as well as Doomcock or most of you people that have these YouTube channels. I'm not eloquent. You know, I'm not. But what my mind does is overthinks things. Like I'm already 5 steps down the road when I should just be worrying about taking the first step. Do you know what I mean? I'm already like, well, if I do this, it might lead to this and this and this and this. Or it could go this way and this way and this way and this way. So what chain of event? How can I prevent? Like, maybe I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I wish I could turn my brain off. I would be a lot happier. Is what I wish. You know, it's you know, I'm not gonna live as long as I should just because of the fact that I hardly ever sleep. You know, like I said, I'll go a week where all I do is sleep and I don't want to get out of bed. But then for the rest of the month, it's like my brain will not stop. No matter how tired I am, I'll go to bed and all it just even if it doesn't even have to be a life changing event or a super dramatic thing. It will just be I'll think of a new Doomcock picture and I have to run right back downstairs and fire up the computer and do the thing. You know, I don't know. It's just stupid things like that. But Dark Helmet says, I do that on a lot of things myself. It's really annoying. It is. It's the most annoying thing in my life. I'm literally my worst enemy. I'm literally my worst enemy. Because I won't allow myself to be happy. And I don't know why. I want to be happy. But nobody prevents me from being happy more than I do myself. But I don't know. Sorry. Um, let's see. Comic Relief Crusader says, dude, just be you. That's all that matters. Have fun being you. That's all we want to see. You, not a character of you. You know, that's the thing. You know, I don't know. The whole evil genius thing, you know, I don't know. Is it a character? Am I being a character? I think it's part of me, you know. Like when I go on King Dolphin and Ram is like, you know him, you fear him. It's the evil genius, fed for hire. I don't know. I don't want people to fear me, but, you know, the fact that I can whip out a quick meme and make you infamous, I don't know, that's part of my personality too, so that's not really a character, I guess, but um, I see people saying here, like, I feel you, Fett, I can totally relate. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I think that's why I did this tonight. I needed to know that. Like, I know that, and you know that. You know that we're alike in a lot of ways. A lot of people feel this way. I'm really feeling it tonight, and this is what I needed. Doug35 says, what is happy? Fuck if I know. You just do one day at a time. That's all you can do. It's just, the days are getting rougher. At this, trying not to get emotional again, but at this stage of my life, I guess everybody thinks it would be easier by now. It's just not. It's not. I thought at this stage of my life, for example, you can see my house. It's not, you know, I know, you know, I should have my Star Wars stuff lined up back here with purple lights flashing, and because that's what you do on YouTube. And that's where I should be at my stage of my life. But honestly, you want me to be me? I'm going to get personal right now. I didn't sink the money into this house like I should have. I'm doing it now. I've recently, and this is going to be real, super duper personal. I've recently, because of this goddamn economy, and anyway, all right, enough with that. This country being run into the ground the way it has been, for all of us, has pretty much ended my marriage, ended my relationship with my kids, because they've become miserable. I was the only one working in my household, and you cannot make enough in this day and age to support 4 people. And I've spent the last 2 years of my life, because I work at night, I would come home in the morning and I would make the pictures that you all enjoy, and I enjoy making, but it was my excuse to stay up late and then sleep while everyone was up, and then go to work at night and come home, and the only people I was even interacting with were you guys on Frolics and stuff and Twitter. and not my own family. And it annihilated, say that? You can say it, I can't. Alienated me from my own family and helped me drive them away. And that's where I'm at right now. But I ended up cashing out a chunk of my retirement to I started fixing up the house, but now I'm in an empty house all by myself. You know, that is now not the dump it used to be. It's getting better. Maybe eventually I'll have purple lights flashing behind me and stuff like that, but I don't know. There are things in my life I wish I could fix that I think are unfixable. And it comes back to, like I said earlier, you know, I spent so long thinking everyone else was the problem when I'm the key ingredient. You know, I must be the problem. And it all comes down to I want to be alone. I want to be left alone, but I don't want to be alone, if that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? I don't even know if I would know what I mean, but John Rindle says purple. I don't know. It just popped in my head. I don't know why purple. I'd probably go with green. But, you know, you usually see these YouTubers with purple lights behind everything. I don't know. But, I don't know. I still wouldn't say I'm a YouTuber, you know. I never had any desire to come on YouTube. I really didn't. If Doomcock wouldn't have invited me, when he invited me onto Friday Night Frolics and I finally admitted to, you know, agreed to do it, I had to run out. I bought a $9 microphone. I still use it on occasion. A headset microphone combo thing from Walmart is what I brought on. You know, is what I used. I bought it for that specific thing. But I mean, in the meantime, I bought another mic and stuff, and I've dabbled. You know, I've thought for the last year or so of being not to steal, you know, Mexican Iron Man's thing. You know, because I don't want to be a YouTuber. But I don't know. I don't know what else to do with my life. I really don't. I mean, I you know, like I said, I have a job and I work and stuff like that. But I don't know. You know, I definitely don't consider myself entertaining. I think that's, you know, like I said, I've talked to people. I think I even talked to John Rindle in the past about maybe live streaming. I know I talked to Stark of Iron, Tony Stark. I know he really wants to do something heavy metal related with me. Maybe now I'll be more God damn it, motivated to do something. Because I don't know much about anything. Even, you know, Star Wars even. I mean, I know a lot, but that's something I even kicked around. Maybe doing some kind of stream where occasionally I'll have, you know, when I learn how to send out links and things like that, maybe have some people on and school me on stuff. I don't know everything, especially like extended universe stuff. I know the basics, but I mean, I don't want to come across like I'm this all-knowing Star Wars fan. There are many people that know more about me, more about it than I do. But Comic says, listen, Fett for Hire, what my mom always said, if you can make your hobby your job, at least you go to work happy. True. I mean, you know, the funny part is the job that I currently work at, 16 and a half years I'm there. When I started it 16 and a half years ago, it was until I found something better. And from the day I walked in the door, when I first started, we were working 14-hour days. 14-hour days, 5 days a week. When that COVID bullshit hit, we were working 16-hour days. After working 14-hour days, I swore I would never work 14-hour days again. I was working 16-hour days. Literally, I would go in at 6 o'clock in the morning. And at 10 o'clock, I would go at 6 o'clock at night. And at 10 o'clock in the morning, we still weren't even done in some cases. But some guy, the boss from day shift would come out and say, here, I'll take over, you go home. And like I made it through that. I hated the job, but the money was so good. That's why I have the guitars that I have and stuff, and the Star Wars stuff that I have. So every week I was quitting the job, but when the weekend rolled around and I could go buy a guitar, or I could go buy a handful of action figures, I was like, God damn it, I guess I'm stuck there. Well, now, over the last 3 years, we're lucky if we're even getting 40 hours. That's my problem. That's what led to my current personal problems. But I like the job now. That's the kicker. I don't mind going to work every day. Uh, you know, I have an idea of when I'm coming home now. Someday, Tuesday used to be, in the summertime, it was a light night. In the wintertime, it was the same all across the board. Now, even in the wintertime, we're getting out early on a Tuesday. I'm lucky if I even get 6 hours on a Tuesday. So I I don't mind my job now. I've done it for so long. I can do it almost on autopilot. I'm not good at almost anything in my life, but I'm pretty decent at the job. I mean, I should be after almost 17 years, I guess. But you know, I used to hate getting up every day. You know, there were days I was so, because again, well, before the brain surgery, I had a different job at the place that was more physical labor. And there were days when I woke up, I could barely. Back in the day, my wife used to think it was funny because I would come down the steps and you would hear boom, boom, boom. It would take me 5 minutes to walk down the steps because I was so sore. And she thought that was funny. It wasn't funny to me. I guess it's funny now looking back at it. But now, I had the issues with the Chiari and everything, so I had to take a different job, and it's not quite as physically demanding now. So I'm not as sore as I used to be, but now I don't make as much money as I used to be. So I can't even buy myself the toys and the guitars and stuff that used to make it worth going to. So I don't have to live there, but now I can hardly afford to live. You know what I mean? But hold on, I see a lot of Fets here. Comic Relief says, "Do a chat, just chat. Play with your Fett for Hire evil genius thing, like in the lab with Fett for Hire or captured bounty with Fett for Hire." That's a good idea. I like that. The goddess says, "I used to work 10-hour shift, 50, 60 hours per week, so I can easily feel the pain." Sorry about my phone. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's like I'm at a stage in my life where, like I've alluded to, my personal life has fallen apart. And I should be looking at it like it could be an open door to other things or whatever. I just, again, my own worst enemy, working against myself, and it's just like now another door has closed. I don't know what to do. It's like I said, I would love to be able to hang with the guys on Pop Culture Breakdown every week. But, and this isn't going to keep that door open by saying this, so I'm probably shooting myself in the foot, but I can shift my work schedule around. Maybe. And get to a point where I could have Wednesday nights available. My question is, what happens when the depression kicks in? Do you know what I mean? And I'm not the life of the party. I just don't want it to be a bump on the log either. Although this is incredible to me tonight because, like I said, I'm over 4 hours. Wasn't even sure if I was going to do this. And for face reveal day, I got like the worst gobbler going on here like in like a long time. And I got again, I don't know what's going on right here. So at 50 years old, you'd think I wouldn't have to deal with this kind of shit, but it is what it is, I guess. But I don't know. See, doing this tonight, I'm so glad I did it because, again, still 11 people watching. I'm surprised. You guys have helped me through this. This was a rough day for me, and you've made it a little less rough. And I have a hard time expressing feelings, especially to people that should be close to me. And I guess maybe it's because, we're comic relief, thousands of miles apart in this case. But when I say I love you guys, and when I call you brothers, brother men and sisters, I really consider you that. You know, you've I don't know. I guess on one hand, you've been a band-aid that was just kind of hiding underlying problems that maybe I should have pulled off and focused on some other things. But in another way, I don't know. You guys have been such a help to me, if that makes any sense. That today has been one of the absolute rock bottom lowest points in my life. And I turned to you guys. So I hope you understand how important you guys are to me. And how much I appreciate you guys. And I guess on one hand it sounds pathetic, but I really don't hang with people anymore. That's why with my current life events, I haven't stayed close with a lot of my friends from school, or even honestly, I went through a stretch from between like 2009 to, well, my nephew was 2019, but there was a stretch from like 2009 to like 2011. No, we'll just go right to 19, where literally half my family has died. Like, I'm not even joking right there. I have lost. Now, my father passed away. The hardest death in my life was my father. He passed away in 1995. And my dad was like Superman to me. You know, he was, for most of my life, he had 2 jobs. And we still had nothing. That was the kicker. I mean, we really didn't have anything. But he busted his ass. So I barely knew him. But now the last 2 years of his life, you know, he was down to the one job. He went through a bout with skin cancer on his nose. And he gave up smoking, and he only had 2 years to live after that. But during those 2 years, I was closer to him because he was working less, and I got to spend more time with him. I was living in a house right next door to his, so I'd go over and I'd hang out with him. And I was just getting to know him when he passed on, so I took that really bad. Matter of fact, I'll always remember, my dad's birthday is one day before mine. The day before mine. And I will never forget where I was on my birthday in 2005. Or excuse me, 1995. I was at the cemetery because my mom was convinced something killed my dad. I don't know why. I think it was just her way of not being able to accept it or something. So she had an autopsy done, and because of the length of time it took to have this autopsy done, by the time we got the body back, I don't know why we couldn't have waited one day, but he was buried on my birthday. So, going back to, excuse me, to depressing things, sorry. I can't even enjoy my birthday, you know. Like I said, it's next month, and it's like a week before Christmas. So the holidays is just shit to me. They're shit to me. They're depressing. They're disgusting. I can't fucking stand them. I can't wait till they're over. And anyway, so I got to spend my birthday in 1995 at the cemetery, and I spent Christmas Day in the hospital because between my dad's passing, which was the beginning of December, and by Christmas Day, I had stopped eating. I'd passed out several times. My health was bad. I lost a hell of a lot of weight, and I ended up Christmas Day. I had such a pain in it was my right side. My mom was convinced that I was having appendicitis and I was going to die if I didn't go to the emergency room. So I ended up spending that Christmas Day, 1995, in the emergency room. And I diagnosed with, I don't know, irritable bowel syndrome or something. I forget. Something. Gas. I don't know. Whatever it was. But, you know. So. But. It just. It just started like in like 2009. You know, I had my cousin. She overdosed. Bath salts were a big thing at the time, and she ended up killing herself because she was on bath salts. And then her father, who had some issues in his life too, he ended up hanging himself shortly after. I lost. I couldn't even tell you how many. Like all my uncles on my father's side are gone. I had one uncle on my mom's side. He committed suicide. All my aunts and uncles are gone. You know, my brother passed away in 2013. But he was a heavy drinker, which he lost his marriage and his kids, and he ended up in a dark place, and that's where I was afraid I'm heading. So that's why I'm here, to try to avoid such a thing. But again, I lost my nephew in 2019, the flu. I still, like I said, I still think COVID was. Boy, if something doesn't kill off my channel, the diarrhea of the mouth that I've had tonight, but I still think, again, it was 2019, and it was early 2019, but it was the whole thing. It was the respirator. You know, he needed to be on a ventilator, and where he was working at the time, you know, they were receiving goods that probably came in from China and stuff like that. And I'm still thinking that it was the beer bug before we even knew what the beer bug was. But I mean, most of my family has died, and now my two sisters live a mile away from me, and I haven't talked to them in years, just because I haven't left the house. I don't even have their phone numbers in my phone. I actually just reconnected with my brother-in-law a week ago, and you know, I have his phone number now, but it's like the only family member I even have in my phone. Side of my kids who don't want to talk to me right now. But anyway, it's another thing. Anyway, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know, I can't do the doomcock thing. I can't be the life of the party because I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. But anyway, let's see some things here. Hi, hey, Mr. Angel, what's up? If you're still here, what's up, man? Glad you could be here. Let's see. The goddess. My parents both share the same birthday, and would have had their wedding on that day if not for my grandfather saying no. What just jumped? You can't have all of that on the same day. You got to have granddads. You got to love granddads. Yes. That would be a bit much. Besides, you know what I mean? One thing that I hate, my birthday is a week before Christmas. I got screwed. Anybody that has a birthday around Christmas, you know what I'm talking about. You got Christmas presents for your birthday. I mean, your granddad was right. Don't schedule it. Don't do that stuff on the same day, because then you know what I mean. You get more presents, I think. You know, people have summer birthdays and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You're getting a, and it's probably a different birth, because you know everybody's in Christmas mode. When your birthday's in December like mine, everybody's in Christmas mode. They're thinking about things. Maybe you want something more summer related. You know what I mean? If I don't know, whatever. But yeah. Holiday birthdays suck. UIUO. Unspecified illness of unknown origin. Yeah, unknown my ass. Unknown my fucking ass. Anyway, Comic Relief Crusader. Mine's in February. Still winter and a bit of a bummer. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm bummed all the time, so it doesn't matter what time of year it would be. I'd still be bummed, but I don't know. Like I said, with my dad passing in December, and the kicker is, there's so many December birthdays in my family. My dad's, mine, my youngest sister. I have a cousin. The beginning of December. My soon-to-be ex-wife's sister is the day before mine. She shares the same birthday as my dad's, which is weird. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see. John Rendell says, "Love you too, brother, man. You gave me a lot to laugh at after all the time since my sister passed away. I'm grateful to you." I'm grateful to you, John. Like I said, when I call you brother, man, I mean it. Matter of fact, when I talked to you on the phone a couple of weeks ago, that was a rough night too, and you were a big help to me. So if I was any help to you, I mean, yeah, you've returned the favor tenfold. Just when we do King Dolphin, and I'm able to break you, and you laugh hysterically. That's not much makes me feel like I, am even supposed to be on this planet. But when I can listen, when I do the Revenge of the Clips that I put on my channel, the clips, usually almost all of them are from King Dolphin, and it's usually when somebody laughs hysterically at a picture I've done or something I said. Those videos, yeah, the intention is to put a link to King Dolphin or whoever was on the stream and maybe get them, more subscribers or anything, if I can. But in a lot of cases, those videos are even more for me than they are for you guys, because sometimes I want to remember, I want to remember that I can make people laugh. I can't make myself laugh, but I don't know, it makes me feel a little better about myself. That probably sounds vain, but believe me, nobody hates me more than I hate myself. But John Randall, I'm glad you could help, man. Well, I'm glad you could help. I'm glad you could help too, man, because I don't know. Captured moments of fun, yeah. I guess it's sometimes it's sad that something as simple as that, a little clip like that makes me feel like waking up every day. But I don't know. I guess on one hand, it's good that something that minor can help me, I guess. Legally Blonde says, "Stop beating yourself up." I can't. It's the only thing I'm good at. I don't know. Comic Relief says, "Do not hate yourself." Well, I have my entire life. There's no way to stop it now. Well, like I said, helping you guys, anything I can do for the community, it makes me hate myself a little less, because I feel worthless. But if I can do something besides alienate people and drive people out of my life, it's a big help. Dark Helmet says, "It's easy to hate yourself. It's much, much, much harder to learn to forgive yourself." Believe me, I know. And that's my biggest problem is keeping the stuff in. Keeping the stuff in just makes me so angry at myself. But Just like when I tell people I don't want to come to your party because I don't want to ruin your party. The opposite result. That's my life. I keep it bottled up, and I get so angry at myself that it comes out as anger to other people. And I'm so sick and fucking tired of being angry. I I don't want to be angry. I don't know why I'm always so guided. Because I'm so, I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with this. I don't even know why. I'm hoping I'm not pulling a Doomcock right now. Like when I thought Doomcock was, crying on stream and going to delete it because, he was embarrassed because he was drunk. I'm not even drunk, so I don't even have that excuse. That's one thing. Maybe I should start drinking, but my uncle was an alcoholic. My brother was an alcoholic. It ruined his life. My life is already ruined. I don't know what's preventing me from drinking, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'd probably be a hell of a lot more fun. Hey, old King Dolphin TV, what's up, man? Welcome to the shit show. That's what I should have named this, but I think Janet from Another Planet already has that, so I didn't want to steal it. But yeah, shit show would be appropriate title for this. Yeah, welcome to the thing. I don't know. Like I said, I just needed to talk to some people tonight. That's why I'm here, and I'm glad you're all here. Don Rendell says sometimes you gotta let it out or burst. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I just wish I would fucking burst already. It's like I can't tell you. I go to bed more times than not that I just wish I wouldn't even wake up. You know what I mean? And I still fucking wake up. I just want to understand. So many people have so much to live for. And they die young. People who might have contributed to this planet. And it's like me. I'm here. I don't know. It's like, why the fuck do I wake up every day? I don't understand it. I keep going. It's like all the men in my family, on both sides, are lucky if they make it 60 years old. I had an uncle that died at 34. 30 fucking 4 years old he died. Heart attack. I have eaten nothing but shit. Like even growing up. Like when my dad passed away, my aunt, his sister, blamed my mom. Well, not blamed, but she accused my mom of killing my dad by all the fried cooking that she did. I have ate shit my entire life. My mom fried everything. My soon-to-be ex-wife fried hot dogs and hamburgers for me. That's all I had, and pizza. And now that I'm on my own, that's all I'm eating is pizza and whatever. I wake up every day. I'm a fucking miracle, I guess. I don't know. Heart disease runs in my family. Cancer runs in my family. I've got a rare disease called Chiari malformation that some people don't survive when they get it as bad as I have it. And I woke up today. Like, what the fuck? If I could trade with somebody who has terminal cancer right now, but they're close with their family and they have a reason to get up every day, I would trade with them. See, I can't even snap my fingers. I can't fucking do it. I can't even do that right. I would trade with them in a heartbeat. Legally, getting emotional again. Sorry. Legally Blonde says you're more loved than you know. I guess. King Dolphin says you're amazing, Fett. No, I'm not. I'm not. At all. This is the first step. I hope. I hope it's the first step into something. Sorry if you're hearing my phone. Anyway. Mr. Angel says, Fett, you made me laugh so many times with your videos. It's jumping on me here. I hope you give yourself a break. Don't hate yourself. This depression is talking. This is depression talk. Yeah. This is catharsis for you. Big hug. Thank you. Need it. One sec. Oh, Sandra. Hey, Sandra. You are a blessing regardless of how you feel. I feel pretty bad. But thank you. Thank you. Well, you know what? I realized one thing. You know, I wanted to come on here and play guitar and see if I could do the YouTube thing. And I probably done nothing but fucking depress everybody else too. If I noticed one thing, I should name, if I do a show, I should just name it the fucking opposite of Friday Night Frolics, because that's what I can do. The opposite. You want to be depressed? Come hang out with Fett. Let's see. Comic Relief says, "You are wanted always as a friend first." Well, like I said, as pathetic as it sounds, you know, the people in this circle, the people, 14 people watching already. Huh. Anyway, the people in this circle, you know, I've been closer with you guys through DMs and YouTube and stuff like that than I've been with the family that are still alive than them in the last couple of years. So that's why I'm here tonight. Like I said, I needed you guys, and you showed up, so that's cool. Anyway, the people that just came in, like I know Raymond and Sandra, I know you were busy, but I revealed a lot of stuff. I unpacked a lot of stuff earlier. If you guys are, you know, well, geez, I didn't think I would be on this long, but I guess it's almost 4.5 hours. If you guys are bored at some point, I unpacked a lot of baggage on this thing, and I talked about your books, Raymond, so I plugged them. So you might want to check it out on the rewind or something. Mr. Angel, take all the time you need. No need to apologize. Well, that's the thing. You know, it's like when I don't apologize, I feel like shit. More shit than I normally feel. Shittier shit than the shit I previously was. But King Dolphin TV, you are more family than my real family. And I told you that, except for Sandra. Raymond, when I told you, and Sandra, when I told you in the past that I consider you my big brother and my big sister, I was telling everybody earlier, my youngest sister is exactly 10 years older than me. Exactly 10 years. We were both born in December. And when I was growing up, I was like an only child because they were already, my two sisters and my brother were already married and out of the house. So I basically grew up, oh, well, I didn't grow up myself. Like I said earlier, I had a couple of nephews. My oldest sister, her sons were really close in age to me. So we were more like brothers. And I was technically their uncle and they were my nephews, but, you know, we all were practically the same age. We went to school together, all that stuff. John Rundle says 50 shades of shit. John, it's more like 100 fucking shades. 100 shades. Sorry about cursing. It's just, you know, doing the King Dolphin, no offense, Raymond, but it's hard to it's hard to not let him fly. But besides, it makes me feel cool. Let's see. Illegally Blonde says relationships work both ways. Remember that. It's give and take, not take and take. Yeah. That's one thing I can say about my current life situation. I hate myself more than anybody ever will. But I have given to my family to the best of my ability. I mean, it got me to where I'm at. I gave up everything outside and I tried focus. I gave, you know, between even the brain damage and the hands and stuff like that. I mean, really, I gave up the band. I almost called you, sorry. If I illegally blonde, I'm come really close to saying your real name at some point, but you know, I gave up the band even before the brain surgery, and it was because to try to fix my relationship. Okay, I gave up so much for my wife and my kids at the time. And I still continued to do so, and nothing was good enough. I just like, I don't know, whatever. I'm sounding like a loser here. And maybe I guess I am. But uh, will I be there tomorrow? Unfortunately, Raymond, I can't. I mean, I was just telling everybody earlier, I wish your away mission would have been last week. I just had last week off, so I could have done last Sunday. And now the kicker is, as much as I just say like fuck it and call off tomorrow, which I still may, I don't know. But the shitstorm of this week, like this is the worst week of my life, without a doubt. Okay, to compound it, okay, where I work, there are 3 of us that do the job that I do. 2 of them, one of them is off. One of them just had a kid, so now he's on paternity leave. And the guy who is a lead and fills in when people are off, they talked him into going in Thursday, so now they gave him Sunday off to make up for it. So the guy who would be the backup to try to cover for the 2 guys that are off are not going to goddamn be there tomorrow either. So I got a nice old fucking at work coming to me tomorrow, but it is what it is. That happens all the time. Anyway, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if Dan's still here, but you know what I'm talking about. Dan and I used to be the team at work, and we fucking ran the place and whatever. Let's see. Legatus. Today's expectations are not realistic for most people. We all do the best we can with our abilities. But that's just it, though. It's like, I don't feel like I'm doing anything with any ability. I don't know. I feel like I'm nowhere. I'm not, like, I get it. I hate griping about subscribers on YouTube, because I belong to a larger community that a lot of people don't even have half the subscribers I do. So I hate bitching about not having, 1,000 subscribers already, because there are people that don't even have as many as I do. But and on the other hand, it's like I don't even deserve the subscribers I have, because like what do I do? I don't do anything. It's the first time I've even appeared on here. You know what I mean? I don't really contribute much, but making stupid ass pictures. It's great. I love making people smile, because I can't make myself smile. But if I can make other people smile, it's great. Okay, so I mean, whatever. But I don't know. I feel, John Rendell, if you're still here, we just talked about this. I'm in limbo or purgatory, and I don't know which. It's like, I know everyone thinks that they're gonna, by this stage of my life, okay, and you're talking about someone who, okay, I'm weird. I'm quirky in a lot of ways. Back when I thought I was gonna be a rock star, okay. My idol in my teenage years, in my young adult years, was Blackie Lawless, the singer of Wasp. And he didn't make it until he was 28 years old. So I had always told myself, well, I have till I'm 28, because if Blackie did it by 28, okay, whatever. So 28 comes and goes, and I'm still, I'm not whatever. I don't even know where I'm going with this. I don't know why I'm even... I don't know. The shit's just coming out now. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know. But I keep telling myself things are going to be better. And like, here I am at this stage of my life, and things have never been worse for me in a lot of ways. It's like, in some ways, things are better. Like I said, I'm fixing up the house. I've met all you cool people. I love interacting with you guys every day. I can remember I never even wanted a cell phone. I didn't even have a cell phone until maybe 10 years ago. I used to tell everyone, it's like, enjoy your fucking brain cancer from having those stupid things next to your fucking head. You know what I mean? I'm never getting one of those. Now I can't live without it either. You know? So I never even once thought I'd be on social media. The first thing I ever created was a MySpace. If you remember MySpace, that's how old I am. You know, and I don't even know why I did it. Just because, you know, I don't know if anybody remembers MySpace. You could change the colors. I guess it was my early just dipping my toes into the, you know, designing things. But you could change the color of your MySpace. I made it black with my green, you know, the black and green, and you know, I could put they had stickers or something back then. I had freaking, it looked like my school books back in school. I had Megadeth logos and Slayer logos all over it and stuff. So, uh, MySpace, yeah, yeah. Back when dial-up, remember that? Yeah, where it took you a half hour to get logged on, and then 5 minutes later you got kicked off. You know, whatever. Especially living where I do, I spent more of my time logging in back then than I did on the internet. But yeah, yeah. So I did the MySpace. I never even wanted anything to do with Facebook. But I got on Facebook. Well, the job that I'm currently working at, I started in 2007, and the group guys that worked there uh, were always telling me, you know, you need to get on Facebook. Everybody's Facebook. I don't give a fuck about Facebook. I didn't. You know, I only made MySpace because it was cool. And they started talking about, if you're, I don't even know if Facebook has games anymore, but they used to have games. I'm not even a gamer. I don't, like, I had an Atari when I was a kid, but I don't play games now. I get people on a daily basis, especially now. I think it's all related to Pudgy Hedgehog. I got all these VTuber graphic artists contacting me, if not daily, weekly on Twitter, asking me if they want me to make, what the fuck? If I want them to make stuff for me. And I have to explain to them like daily. It's like, well, I kind of make my own shit. You know? I can't do much other. You know? I don't, I'm not an expert at anything, but I kind of make my own graphics but I'll keep you in mind. Because this is all the time. But what even got me started on this? This is the thing. You know, this is why. Oh, Facebook. Yeah, all the guys at work were like, you need to create a Facebook. Everybody's on Facebook. You need to play this game. At least get on this game. And yeah, Cityville. If anybody remembers Cityville, okay? You got to help us out with Cityville. So I created a Facebook specifically to play this goddamn Cityville game. Well, I gotta admit, I did get addicted, and I do emphasize on the dick. I got addicted to that. Even my own family used to call me the Cityville. What the hell they used to call me? But I used to get all worked up when people wouldn't visit my, you know, supply my farms with goods and shit like that. So I don't know, but that's why I got into Facebook. And then, like I've said a million times, even earlier, you know, then I grew to really like Facebook. Not because I'm a people person. I became friends with a lot. Now, even some famous musicians, you know, which one of the reasons I missed my original account was because I was friends with a lot of, you know, well, I don't know if you guys would consider him famous, but like like all the surviving members of Crimson Glory. I used to interact with John Drenning like all the time. Some of the first graphics I ever made for anybody else were for his son's birthday. He's the guitar player from the band Crimson Glory, and he loved that stuff. I used to send him stuff all the time, and I was friends with actually people. Well, actually, again, I finally because I went years. I've been off. My original account was killed off years ago on Facebook, and I didn't want to send out. When he nuked my account, I immediately made another one, and just put with my real name and was senior at the end, and they figured it right out. And as I sent out like friend requests to everyone I could remember being friends with, and they just killed it right back off. So my policy has been for a decade now. No, well, not a decade. What was it? 2019. What am I saying? A decade. But my policy has been, and I would tell everybody, if you know, I'm back on Facebook, but I do not send friend requests. If you want to be friends with me, I will accept them if you send it to me, but I'm not sending it to you. Well, the last, you know, I've been on a few years now again, so I've recently started out sending friend requests out, and I'm actually friends with people again. No, big deal, whatever. But like Femi Taylor, who was Ula in Return of the Jedi, Orly Shoshan, who was Shakti in Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith, Attack of the Clones. I mean, stuff like that. I did miss interacting with them because like Femi Taylor's like she's so cool. She'll I to this day I think every year at Christmas time and my daughter's birthday she'll and not just a stupid thing on the timeline. She'll message her and tell her talk to her and stuff like that. But I'm not sure why I'm talking. Snortopupus is here. What's up, Snort? Let's see. Man, I see what Doomcock means with this thing jumping. Yoville, I wonder if my avatar died of starvation. You talking about Cityville? Yeah. My city in Cityville back in the day was called Mos Eisley. Yes, it was even Star Wars theme. Even that was Star Wars themed. But let's see. Holy smokes, still 14 people here. Damn. Let's see. Let's see. See, every time I start reading it. Let's see. King Dolphin TV. You were there for me when I needed it. Let others in for you. That's that's what I'm trying to do tonight because I've been keeping everything bottled in, and it's driving everybody away from me. Everybody in my real life. So I don't know. I'm trying to get it out. I'm trying to do something here. I don't know what, but let's see. John Rendell says should have been most iced tea. Yes, yes. That's one thing. I remember when I was going in for my brain surgery, and one of the tests, they tested my blood and all of that, and I was like, I know you're going to tell me I have diabetes because at the time we have a mini market chain around here called Turkey Hill. John, you know what I'm talking about, and Raymond, you might too. I was addicted to their sweet tea, the Turkey Hill sweet tea. Like I didn't even drink water. You know what I mean? If I was drinking something, it was Turkey Hill sweet tea. That's one of those things, like I was saying, how my taste changed after the surgery. I can't stand Turkey Hill sweet tea now. Now it's, like I said, it's Gold Peak. Gold Peak is my go-to tea. But yeah, I don't know. John Rendell says, love Turkey Hill ice cream. I haven't had that in forever. I haven't had ice cream in a while. That used to be one of my vices too. But again, over the last 2 years especially, like I poured my heart out earlier, it's been rough affording any kind of luxury, So ice cream was one of those things I've kind of given up, and I don't know. Now, because I haven't bought it for so long, I wasn't even, for years I wasn't, my son was working at a grocery store, so I didn't even, even when my wife was here, she didn't even grocery shop. She just tell a kid to bring whatever home. So now that my current situation, I have to do my own shopping, and I'm checking out ice cream, and I'm like, you remember when ice cream containers were, containers and not little tiny cups? And it's like, I look at them now and I'm like, I'm not paying $6, $7, $8 for a freaking, Dixie cup full of ice cream. I mean, I don't need to be eating at my age, 2 gallons of ice cream, I admit, but I also am not taking out a loan for a little fucking cup of frozen milk either. So that's why I resorted back to cheesecake, because like even in a pinch, like I'm not even making cheesecake really for the most part. I'll just go and buy, they got that Philadelphia cream cheese, in the tub, the pre-made. Like I don't even buy a crust because it's like, why even waste fucking time anymore? I just eat it right out of the container. Anyway, so let's see. Let's see. John Rendell says we shall ice cream in December. I don't even know what kind of ice cream I would want anymore. I don't even know if they make this stuff like I used to like. like John, you know, I'm sure you know Wise Markets. That's a major chain around here. You know, they used to carry they had their own brand of ice cream, but they would also incorporate like I think I forget the actual like Denali and caramel caribou. You know, all these candies and stuff they would incorporate into things. I don't even think they make that stuff anymore. It's like I don't even want to get like, you know, my classic from when I was a kid was just like plain chocolate marshmallow. But I don't know. John Rendell, we got three Wise Markets up here. We had two, but the one where my son used to work, which is a mile down the road from me, they closed. So now we have one in town, and I try to avoid town if I can. So, as much as I'm not a big fan of Walmart is actually closer. So I just been getting my food there because it's well, it's closer and I don't have to go into town. But see, we used to have any other Pennsylvanians around here. Well, everybody knows Kmart, but we also had an Ames right down the road too. Well, Walmart drove those both out, and I used to love both of those stores because when they were here, which one of these days I have to do more videos on. I have a pretty cool diecast car collection too. One of these days I have to do more videos on them. Ames and Kmart had better and bigger selections of the diecast cars. That's another thing, you know. I've Star Wars collection, but you know, muscle cars too, diecast. I used to be into Hot Wheels. That didn't last long, a few years, but that right there, that's a horrible hobby, collecting Hot Wheels, because they get you. It's like they're like drug dealers, Hot Mattel, because well, I don't even know what they are now, but back in the day, you know, you used to be able to get them for 75 cents, 95 cents. They're probably a lot more than it now. But you think, well, they're fairly cheap. But then what they do is they'll do a set. So one set of four cars, another set of four cars. So many come out a year, sets of four. So if you want the entire set, you know, I'll go to Walmart and maybe they have two of the cars. So now if I want the other two cars, I end up driving to the mall. Maybe I'll find one. Then I have to drive to another Walmart or drive to another mall until you find. So, till you bought all four cars, you blew a tank of gas. You know what I mean? Wasted your whole day. So I ultimately narrowed it down to the bigger cars, the 1/18 scale cars, because, well, two reasons. One, so because you could, you know, they were kind of more of a specialty thing, and online was becoming more, you know, things being online. There were diecastmusclecars.com at the, you know, I don't even know if it still exists, out of Wisconsin, home of Brother Linrod. You ordered a lot of cars through them. I didn't have to drive all over. I just ordered them. They were shipped to my door. And I used to, back in the day, I used to be big into plastic model kits and stuff. But, you know, I didn't have a professional paint booth or anything like that. So as the price of the kit and the paints and all that stuff started going up and up and up and up and up, and then the success rate to failure rate of it coming out looking nice, or having to strip the paint and paint them over again and buy more paint and everything, it just became cheaper to just buy the thing already done and put it on the shelf. So I stopped. Dan says, isn't Aldi closer? I mean, it's right there, you know. I mean, no matter how you look at it, I mean, I'd have to either cross the road when I'm going in to get to Aldi's, or I cross the road when I'm coming out of Walmart. I don't know. But they're both about the same, I guess. But let's see. King Dolphin TV says, I collected Gundam. I collected many things. I mean, there's so many things in this house. Like, I probably, you know, I should probably look into it. You know, I want to do more live streaming. I want to hang with you guys more. I could probably retire tomorrow. I have so much stuff in this house. Upstairs somewhere, I was collecting professional wrestlers. You know, the action figures. They're still in the box. I probably have, I don't know, like 2 crates of them upstairs somewhere. Not open. I could probably sell them on eBay or something. But geez, I have right next to me here. I have I don't know, maybe 50 vintage lunchboxes. You know, I think I hold on a second. I think I showed this to you before, John, but I'll make you jealous a second. There you go. This lunchbox right here. Another one of the reasons why I currently play Ibanez guitars. Had this lunchbox when I was in second grade. Now, this isn't the actual lunchbox. I got this one off of eBay. However, this thermos inside of it, that is my thermos. That survived from when I was a kid. I drank out of this in second grade, 100 million years ago, or 10,000 years ago. I don't know. Anyway, that is my thermos. But I did get a new lunchbox off of eBay. On the back is Paul Stanley playing the PS10, the Ibanez. I can't tell you how many hours, no, it probably wasn't hours, but every now and then I would stare at this, and, you know, Ace is known for the Les Paul, but I preferred Paul's guitar to the Les Paul. And I kind of always wanted that. You know, anybody knows anything about Ibanez guitars, that's really kind of a glorified Iceman guitar. But that's a hot rodded Iceman. I should break out. I ended up getting, I think it was 2018. No, mine's not a PS10. I have a PS120. The PS10, now this was 2018, was going for $3,000. I've told this story before, but I love this guitar. But this guitar is a through neck guitar. The neck and the body is all one piece, and the neck is painted, and paint tends to get sticky and tacky when it's hot out, and I don't like it. Most of my guitars are bolt-on necks, unfinished. It's just raw wood, maybe wax, something like that. They're faster. I prefer that. So I didn't want to drop, and not only that, but like I said earlier in the stream, I prefer guitars with tremolos on them, with preferably a Floyd Rose whammy bar. And this guitar does not have, you cannot get this guitar with whammy bar. So it's not my ideal guitar. I just wanted it because it's pretty. It looks nice. So when they came out with the PS120, looks just like this PS10. However, it doesn't have the mother of pearl tuning keys, and I think the hardware's a little different. The bridge and tailpiece is a little different, but it looks like it has all the binding, all the things that look nice about this. And it still wasn't cheap, but it wasn't $3,000. And as much as I love the cracked mirror guitar, that was $10,000 at the time. Even if I could have afforded it, I wasn't paying $10,000 for a guitar. So when I had the opportunity to get the PS120, I went with this. So I do have a guitar that looks just like this, has the binding, the abalone binding and all that stuff. I will have to break it out at some point, but yeah, there's Gene, Paul. Now there he's playing a V. That's a Gibson. Never been a Gibson guy. I know, John, I know you like Gibson. No disrespect, but got Ace up there. Peter on the bottom. But yeah. Anyway, I got to do like some videos on them too. I have a lot of cool lunch boxes. That was one thing that didn't help my marriage early on either, because that was back when we discovered eBay, and that's why to this day I don't have a credit card, because we got in a lot of trouble with credit cards. It was ridiculous. I have a Transformers lunchbox over there. That's when I realized we had a problem, because I would bid on a lunchbox. I went through this phase where that's all I cared about in life were these lunchboxes, and I would have to go to work, and I would tell my wife to keep bidding on it, and I would say go to a certain level or something like that. And this one particular lunchbox, she really went to the moon, Alice. And I was like, all right, that's it. It's great. It's great. It's like It's never been used. It's like new old stock. It still has the tag hanging on it. As a matter of fact, I'll just grab it quick. But let's see, where the hell is it? Yeah, right here. I mean, this was new old stock, I guess you'd call it. See, it still has the hang tag on it and everything. It was $4.99 back in the day. Let me tell you, I paid a hell of a lot more for it than that. But yeah, this is not even a scratch on the thing. But of course, it has the thermos in it. Never used. But the one that got me hooked on these was I do still have my lunchbox from when I was in 3rd grade, which is a marvel of all things, lunchboxes over here. But the one that got me hooked on these was we used to have a local antique store called Black Diamond Antiques, and they had a Munsters lunchbox. I don't know, it was like $65 or something like that, which is why I never pulled the trigger on the purchase. But it was in pretty decent shape. And here's the kicker: I have one now. When I had this eBay lunchbox disease thing, ended up dropping even more money on it. It didn't even come with a thermos, and it's in rough shape. And that's not the worst part. It didn't have a thermos. And almost every one of I think all but one of them has a thermos. That one didn't come with a thermos. And the thing of it was the Munsters lunchbox was from 1966, 65, something like that. Those thermoses back in the day had a glass lining in them. Well, they would get smashed and kids were drinking glass, so they did away with those. But now they're even more valuable now because, there was not many of them survived. Most of them got smashed. Well, like an idiot, I ended up even paying more for the thermos than I paid for the lunchbox, and might as well grab that one too quick. I don't know if you can tell, but it's not in the best of shape. But now if I would have just paid the $65 for the one that was in pretty decent, a lot better shape than this one, back at the antique store, I would have been in it for a lot less money than this. And now here's the real star of the show. The super rare glass line thermos. That, the way my day has been going, I'm surprised I haven't dropped yet and smashed yet. But yeah, so there's that. A little, some of the dumb things I've done in my life. Money could have went on other more important things, but Fett had to have this. But oh well. Anyway, sorry. That's just another one of my things. It's like, I know I should wait till later to put that stuff away, but the OCD would just, it's bugging me right now that they're right here and not on the shelf. But let's see, what am I missing here? Illegally Blonde says, show me your shirt. Just a stupid Kiss one. Never been big on the tie-dye look or whatever, but it's, I don't know, it's the Love Gun. It's like the poses from Love Gun, and I love that album with a passion, so had to have it. Let's see, this has turned into, god damn it, it jumped. This has turned into the Fett's Bounty Treasure Chest of Collectibles. Love it. Legatus. That might be the title. I might have to do that now that I'm doing the camera thing, because I have so many things I could show. I could do something like that. I mean, I can't show off my family, but I can show off my shit. Because I have a lot of my shit, but something I could do. Because I wanted to do, like I said, I wanted to do more videos on things like the lunch boxes and stuff. But, you know, it was always kind of like, if I get the money, I wanted to do it, you know, how let me like a little turntable, one of those automated turntables, battery operated, you know, and do like a video. But because I never, like I said, I told myself if I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll do the face reveal, just because I never thought I would hit 1,000 subscribers and I wouldn't have to do the face reveal. But anyway, it's like John Rendell and I have been talking about hooking up, and you know, whatever. Uh, you know, he would find out what I look like if we hook up. So, you know, as friends, not hooking up as, no, whatever. But Fett's Bounty Hall, another good one. Another good one. Uh, yeah, I mean, I have so much stuff I could show off here. Uh, maybe that's something I'll do too. Like I said, you know, if I'm surprised people even showed up here, so maybe I'll learn how to do this link thing and just have some people on. You know, maybe you can show off your stuff too. And I do, like I said, if there's any interest, Stark of Iron and I have talked for a long time now about talking about music. I'm not an expert, but I know a lot of things about heavy metal. If anybody else is interested in metal, maybe I'll continue talking to Tony more about something like that. I'd love to have John. I'd love to have you involved in that, because you're a hell of a musician too, and you know shit. Comic Relief, yes, I am on StreamYard. The what does Tony Stark call it? The Duck of Death or something? Yeah, because I'm like, you know, it's just me. I would have to upgrade, I guess, to have people on and all. So that's why I'm asking, you know, because you know, if people want to come on or something like that, yeah, I'll upgrade, and so we can bring people on or something like that. I have a feeling I'm going to want to hang out with people, especially on the weekends, for the foreseeable future. But what do you guys think of the hat? Fett for hire. I finally bought something of my own, because it was weird seeing Wendy when Wendy comes on, you know, just cause wearing the Fett for hire shirt, and I didn't have any Fett merch, so I finally got something. But let's see. King Dolphin says, you know, I'm going to come on. Well, I mean, like I said, you know, I'm doing this today because there was no Just Cause, and I needed to hang out with my people. I know. So, you know, of course I'll be hanging with you on Saturday, but I don't know, maybe even, see, because Tony's kind of doing the after party thing now, after Frolics. I don't know if anyone has anything going on, you know, earlier in the day on the Friday. Because I don't know. I know everybody kind of goes to clobbering times after, you know, on a Saturday night. Like I said, I can't guarantee it'd be a regular thing either. I would try to make it, but, you know, if you get something out of this live stream, it's, you know, I can't guarantee. There's just going to be a day where I just don't feel like doing it. I'm not going to lie. I mean, not out of laziness, just worthlessness. You know, like why would anybody? I can't believe people even showed up to this tonight. But I don't. Maybe I'll feel a little more like doing it now that I know people showed up. Let's see. John Rendell says, "Love the hat. Must have one." Story with this hat. Okay. I only have a few of them. I would love to give one to everybody. When I originally made a Zazzle store, okay, they gave me all kind of shit about. I guess that's the logo's too close to Star Wars. So then I created a Teespring. I guess it's just called Spring now, and put some merchandise on there, whatever merchandise, my shit, and because Wendy wanted one of those bounty collected shirts so bad, I figured I'll just take a shot somewhere else. I had some other people reach out to me and said they might be able to take care of it. It never happened. So anyway, I did the spring thing because I noticed a lot of people like Echo Base Network and stuff right at the bottom of their video. Their logos in the Star Wars font and whatever, Echo Base. So I figured I'll take a stab on spring, and they made the shirts for Wendy. So I figured cool. So a couple of months ago, I thought, well, maybe I'll grab a few hats. Well, the order went through. Everything was fine, and then a couple of days later, they sent me an email saying they canceled the order because of copyright. They were afraid of copyright issue. I forget how they worded it, but it's funny because like a day later, a box of hats came. So I only have a few of them. I've actually been thinking anyway. I have another logo that again, I don't know, I was kind of waiting maybe if I got to 1,000 subscribers, and there was a possibility of monetization because like I really don't care right now because I ain't getting paid for this, so fucking steal whatever I want. But I do have another logo. It's just like an F4H. It would probably be a better avatar anyway because it would be easier to read, small, like it is probably over in the corner of this thing right now, right there, but be easier to read. That I designed the whole thing. I mean, this is clearly just based off of the Empire Strikes Back logo. Both my logos are this one, the Strikes logo, and the my avatar or whatever. It's based off the toy logo from the Empire Strikes Back toys. But I did design an F4H that from scratch, stuff like that. That there would be no issues anywhere with anything. So I might switch over to that. So. But I don't know, we'll see. But it's weird because I've seen so many, Smuggler's Cantina, basically the same logo. She has it. Star Wars Comics is basically the Solo logo. He has merchandise, whatever. I get shit for some reason. But John Rendell says, be back in 20 minutes. No smokes and no coke for 3 hours makes John go, slap a foop him, whatever. Well, hope you can overcome that, John. All right. I don't know if I'll still be here, but if I am, we'll see. I didn't think I was going to, 5 hours already. I didn't think I was going to be here 5 hours. But anyway, let's see. Again, good thing Captain Infinity's not here. I'd be getting yelled at. I'm missing the chat. Let's see. Illegally Blind says, I'll come up in the spring and help you paint. Yeah, I got some stuff that needs painted. That's one of the things. As you can see, one of the cats again. I've been left, I'm stuck with, I love cats, okay? I've always loved cats. I grew up with cats, but cats are destructive. And when I first got married, we brought in a stray, and that stray had fleas. My son was a baby at the time. We had fleas so bad. I almost killed myself. I went to Ames's and Kmart, like I was talking about earlier. I bought everything they had on the shelf. I nuked this house. I set off bombs. I sent, cause my mom was alive back at the time. She lived next door to me. I sent my wife and my son at the time over there, and I set all this shit off in my house, like literally, like a dumbass. I set everything off down here first, then I went upstairs, and then I had to walk through all this shit to get out of here. Like I came out, I almost passed out on the porch. I almost killed myself. So I got rid of the fleas. And I told my wife, I said, do not, listen, I love cats, but we're never having pets in this house again because we can't go through that again. That was a nightmare. That was a living nightmare. I mean, they were in my car at one point, And when I started the job I'm at now, I don't know, I guess the rules were out the window. I came home one night and she had a cat in here. And I was told, I'll make sure it has its flea shots. I'll make sure I'll feed it. I'll do all of this stuff. Yeah, that lasted about 5 minutes, and then it was like, and the kids didn't want to take care. At one point, we had 5 cats in here, 5 cats, and now I'm here by myself, and I'm stuck with most of the cats still here, and they're destroying my house. They're just destroying everything. Especially like I can't keep an eye on them when I go to work. But so I don't know what I'm going to do there. But anyway, yes, I do. I do have some things I need painted. But let's see. Mr. Angel says, I am on the other side of the planet, so I can't visit, but in spirit, I visit you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Have to go now, but big hug and a little love for you. Live long and prosper, Fett. Thank you, Mr. Angel. Sorry if I didn't catch you before you left, but I appreciate that. And thank you for showing up tonight. I needed it. You guys are getting me through tonight. Legatus. There was a Friday Night Tights Nerdrotica. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Geeks and Gamers. But they tend to have a different type of audience from Friday Night Frolics. That's true. Because they divided a lot of us. So, because I used to watch, I was a big fan of Jeremy's. I used to love Geeks and Gamers. That was another one that, as I kind of got listened to everybody bitching about the same thing in the Fandom Menace, I still kind of hung on to Ethan and Jeremy, but I don't know, I don't know, that shit with Doomcock and Gary was like, because I never really paid much attention to Nerdrotic, to be honest with you. When Doomcock used to do the streams, the Sunday and what was it, Wednesday? Didn't he have like a, what was it, like an alien thing? Exozone. I couldn't watch those because of my work schedule. Still, I couldn't watch them. So when him and Gary split, that wasn't really a big deal to me, because I really didn't. Matter of fact, I like the fact that they split up, because now we have Pop Culture Breakdown, and more of us can be on. I don't think Gary would have ever allowed any of us. Like Crusader, you've been on Pop Culture Break. John, you've been on Pop Culture Breakdown. Raymond, if they would have continued, we'd have never had this opportunity. So the split there for me was fine, but I immediately thought of, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the, Jeremy used to do those car videos, but he actually drove to Texas, Jeremy, to hang out with Doomcock. And Doomcock, to this day, I think the only appearance he's ever made on YouTube without his helmet. Now he's wearing a luchador mask, but he did a car video with Jeremy wearing a luchador mask. And it seemed to me like after that whole thing with fucking knucklehead there, Cannell, that Jeremy started appearing more and more on that Friday Night Tights or whatever. So I don't know. I still, I don't have any problem with Jeremy or anything like that. But just, I don't know. I think, I'm not saying Doomcock can't handle himself or anything, but I think more people should have, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but I don't know. I lost a little respect for everybody that didn't kind of like, say that was bullshit, because it was bullshit. And if it would have been, someone, I don't want to say our side, because it's not, we're all on the same side, but, I think most of us tend to think that you shouldn't badmouth other people on YouTube. And no, if the prick has it coming, that's one thing, but to just come out of the woodwork like he did, and not only insult the YouTuber, but the YouTuber's fans, and for their, not only did people on that side of the fence or whatever not stick up for Doomcock, but they didn't stick up for the people, the fans of Doomcock's, that got insulted, who are fans of them. That whole thing was lame to me, and to this day, I don't know. I have no desire to really. I don't think I've ever seen a Friday Night Tights, I guess it's called. I don't think I've ever even watched one episode. I just, listen, they tend to get too political. Sometimes I think Doomcock's a little too lenient with. I know he wants to appeal to everybody, but I think those guys over there, they get too political, and I tend to line up with them on most topics politically, but I thought the whole idea was we don't want politics in our entertainment. So, I turn to YouTube now is my new entertainment. It's like I want to come here and get entertained. And if you're gonna especially your whole start was in bitching about woke and politics being shoved down your throat in entertainment, and now you're shoving politics and woke into our entertainment. So how the fuck you gonna continue bitching about Kathleen Kennedy and whoever the flavor of the week is when you're shoving politics down everybody's throat too? You know what I mean? Because just because it's not the same politics as them, two wrongs don't make a right, whatever, all that stupid shit. But, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I lean a certain way politically, and whatever. I know people in our community who lean the other way politically, and whatever. It is what it is. That's the difference between one side and the other. One side, it is what it is. The other side, they just have to hate the other people. Oh, you don't believe what I do? I hate you then. Whatever. But I don't know. I don't know why I'm even going on and on about this. It ain't even worth talking about. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's John when he was leaving. I don't know. I'd probably starting to ramble. I ramble for the entire thing, so not really a difference now. But funny because the chats pop up first on YouTube. See now Raymond, you popped up on StreamYard. Why is YouTube faster than StreamYard? You would think it would be the opposite, but King Dolphin says politics has its place, just not in our entertainment. True, and that like it's a weird subject though, because one of the main things we hate is woke, and to have a YouTube channel where you're talking about pop culture, you have to address the woke, whether you're for it or whether you don't, because it's just so right there now. It's right there. But the thing of it is woke tends to fall on one side of the political spectrum. And when I see people who identify as that side of the political spectrum, but also knocking woke, I don't get that, because it's your side of the fence that's pushing this stuff. People will profess to be affiliated with certain political parties, beliefs, and things like that on a certain topic, but then the despicable things that are being forced on children, especially nowadays. You know what I mean with the woke, I'm not going to get in all. You know what I'm talking about. How you can be a part of that too? I don't know. I don't get it. Because see, I'm talking about not being political, and I'm getting political now. So maybe it's just better to drop this one. But it's just funny to me that so many people complain about the wokeness and stuff, but yet they'll endorse people who are pushing the wokeness. But whatever. Let's see. Legally Blonde. I get hate comments on my concert clips. Yeah, you're going to get hate comments no matter what you do. YouTube's no different. It's social media. It's no different than Twitter, Facebook. People can say what they want. You can block them. They can make another account. They say stuff. It is what it is. I get the occasional. Back when I first started, like 2000, 19 or something when I started making it, taking my channel a little more seriously. Wasn't even serious in the beginning. It was just, like I said, a place where I put the Doomcock pictures where people who didn't have Twitter could see them. Like I was saying, it takes a little time to make like 10 of them. So in the meantime, I was throwing anything on my channel, movie trailers. Biggest thing I had drawing people on my channel back in the day was just uh, bloopers from Star Trek. For some reason, people loved them, but they weren't my content or anything. And I had people all the time. I had this one woman who was just like every week was like, oh, oh, he still thinks he's CBS or whatever, Paramount. He thinks he's Paramount and blah blah blah. It's like, you know what I mean. You don't have to watch it. I don't claim to own it. And back then, I would take, I was trying to learn how to do this stuff, like make the intros and the outros and stuff like that. So I'd make something to throw it on in the beginning. So I guess maybe it did look like I was trying to claim it as my thing. So I've deleted it since. I've deleted all that stuff. I just, I've been trying to do more things. If you haven't noticed recently, I've tried to get more into doing shorts. That seems to be the wave of the future because, my channel doesn't get the views it used to since I deleted a lot of like the Star Trek stuff and stuff like that. Most of my Star Wars behind bloopers and stuff. I got rid of all that stuff. Welcome back, John. So, and I can't nail the formula to the shorts either because I'll make a short that I think it's gonna blow up and it doesn't. And I don't know, a week ago or so, or 2 weeks ago, I John, you saw it. I made a picture of Paul Stanley that said about the Ibanez guitar. It's the most iconic guitar he played. I put Love Gun or something as that song in it, and it had like 20-second clip has like 800 and some views. I can't figure it out. Uh, King Dolphin TV, Fett for Hire. Thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, people are gonna hate no matter what you do. Uh, but anyway, it's like I don't know. Part of me wants to wrap this up, but then I'm hoping I'm not going to get all miserable again. But I know everybody has stuff to do. But like I said, John, yeah, I gotta give you a buzz, and maybe we'll set something up for next month. And talk about, like I said too, maybe I'll do this streaming thing more often. I don't know. Streaming. Hopefully I won't be as bummed next time, but Comic Relief says, who cares? Just like what you like. If you like it, you win. I like to do some winning. I feel like all I'm doing is losing. But anyway, I guess I'm going to wrap this up. I talked your ears off long enough. I originally I thought I was going to play guitar for most of the this, but I don't know. I guess I needed to get this out. And thank you for helping me yet again. So if I post a picture and you like it, you don't have to worry about thanking me or anything. I'm going to continue making that stuff to help thank you guys for helping me. So the goddess says you can still play some music. Maybe I could on the way out. I don't know if I know in the beginning people said my audio sounded fine, but I've done 5 hours and 21 minutes now where I've played very little guitar, and I have all the settings set up for that, the echo cancellation, the background cancellation, all that's turned off so it wouldn't kill my guitar, and I barely play guitar. But Sandra says, or King Dolphin says, this thing keeps jumping. It is frustrating. King Dolphin says, stay as long as you like. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not Doomcock. I'm starting to have to go to the potty. But Sandra says, you are not alone, Fit for Hire. We are a community and family here. We are here if you need us. That's why I came to you guys tonight, because I needed you. Hey, Lenrod's here. What's up, brother Lenrod? Wow. I'm surprised. Snorty's back. Let's see. King Dolphin says, I'll call you. I'll be here, man. John Rindle says, glad to have been here and glad to be of help. Can't say it enough, John. I needed help tonight. And, yep, John Rindle, pod raid. Yeah, the pod's showing up. See, everybody, I'm not the only one who was missing Just Cuz tonight, apparently. And again, like I said in the beginning, at my age, I don't know why I have all of these pimply type things here, but normally I don't. But please excuse my deformity this evening. I don't know. Yeah, the guitar's still here. It's still turned on. I'm like, I'm having one of those things. It's like this has been a 5.5 hour long brain fart. And it's like, I don't even know what to play. I don't even know what to play. Hold on. I might as well show. John, if you're still here, I don't know if John and Raymond were here, but I have the trusty gem here that I've always talked about. The Gem 7 Steve Vai model with the monkey grip. And the inlays are like Phillips head screws. But yeah, this is one of my main go-tos. Got shitty strings on it right now, but let's see. I think the volume's still on. Hold on a second. Holy shit, Stellar Heather's here. Hey, Heather. What's going on? That's cool. You know what? I did not expect so many people to show up to this thing. I thought I was going to be talking to myself all night, but that's awesome. Nice to see you, Heather. Yeah, I was talking about toys earlier. If anyone has an Instagram and you're not following or whatever you fucking do on Instagram, Stellar Heather, man, she has toys. Like, I live like, that's one thing I miss. I'm going to set the guitar down a second. It's one thing I miss about Gil, Cardinal Sin. I always loved his unboxing videos. I told this story before too, but he had asked me one time what I loved most about his channel, and I said the unboxing videos because, you know, poor guy like me gets to live vicariously through you, and I get to see all the cool shit that you get every day. Stellar Heather is my new Cardinal Sin. So, matter of fact, it's one of the reasons I'm back on Instagram. So I get to see her toys and make me jealous every day. But I'm on Instagram too for the Doomcock picture. I can't stand Instagram either. I really wish I could get the hell away from Facebook. But I said I think it was Pop Culture Breakdown a while back, I said I created, trying to get the word Doomcock out more, I created a Imgur account. And I had it for a while. And I would put all the Doomcock stuff on there as well. And in the meantime, I deleted Instagram because I wanted off of Instagram. Holy hell, Pacific 414 is here too. What's up, man? Carla Burton's here. What the hell? Welcome, everybody. I don't know what to say. I thought I was going to be talking into the space tonight, but thank you for showing up. Maybe I'll have to do this more often and not be so goddamn depressed. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, Imgur. Yeah. If anyone knows anything about Imgur, it's a place where you can, post pictures, GIFs, things like that, even short videos. So I thought it was a place where I could do it all at, one place. Because, like, the thing that sucks about, like, Instagram, when I make the GIFs, I have to convert them back into videos to be able to put them on. It's a pain in the ass. So I did the Imgur, thinking I'll just put everything on there and everyone can find it. Now, Imgur literally has pornography on there. There's pornography on there. Okay? All I had on there were the Doomcock pictures that I call dick pics. Okay? But the fact that there's pornography on there, you think they'd be perfectly fine with. Because you can put literal dick pics on there. But they locked my account and stuff, and I messaged them like 3 times or whatever, and they never got back to me. So I figured, fuck you. You don't want my dick pics on there. I'll take them off. So I took them off, so I got back on Instagram. But that's why. Can't stand Instagram, can't stand Facebook, but it's yet more ways of trying to get the word of Doomcock out there, so that's why I'm there. But sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. Been kind of in and out all day, but well, I don't know. How's everybody doing? I gotta say, it sucks now because I was telling my tale about I can't see any way of getting out of work tomorrow, but man, I want to hang with King Dolphin TV tomorrow now. So for the people that just showed up, like I said, I was always going to wait and do like the face reveal and all of that good stuff and scare everybody with my handsome appearance if and when I hit 1,000 subscribers. But fucking YouTube, I'm never going to hit it. I get it. People do unsubscribe from me. I'm not saying it's all YouTube, but it's bullshit. I mean, it's literally, I'll get 3 subscribers during the week, and by the weekend 2 of them are gone, and then by what the fuck ever. It's like they're never going to pay me anyway. So but at least stop taking the subscribers away. It's horseshit. I I was just talking about the shorts. I did that dumbass Paul Stanley short that has over 800 views because they're currently pushing shorts right now. I did a video back in the summer, I think it was. I had 16 hours into. I did the video Why I Love Return of the Jedi, because it was scripted. I wrote it out, recording the audio, gathering all this, putting that thing together. I had 16 hours into that video. I lost subscribers when I uploaded it. It's like you would think they would want to encourage. I'm not a creator. I hate to call myself a content creator, but you'd think they'd want to encourage you and make you want to create, but they don't. They take a shit on you. It's ridiculous. I don't understand it. Knock it the fuck off already. So that's why I've spent the last couple of weeks just making 20-second shorts and going back to my 20-second videos, because I'm not. Listen, I have nothing better to do with my time. It's not like I got anything better to do, but I'm not going to waste 16 hours putting together a video just to lose subscribers and not have it pushed. Now, when I would do now, the sad part is even like the Doomcock stuff now. When I do the dick pics, I'm lucky anymore if they get 20 to 40 views. I'm not looking for views, but they used to get way more than that. Now, when I do the Star Wars videos, which I enjoy doing, they may get 80, 90, 100 views, but then I lose subscribers over it. So it's like, I don't know. It doesn't make me want to do anything. Pacific 414 says all YouTube wants to do is discourage creators. Absolutely correct. I don't understand it. There went the cat again. But I don't understand it. Lenrod says Sunday is hanging with the fam day, not work. LOL. Well, I don't have that problem currently. I just have to work. But that's another story. I kind of bitched about that earlier, so I'm not going to do it again. But I don't know. Like I said, I apologize. Maybe eventually if I'm going to do this YouTube thing, I'll have a nice. I should have like I said, all my Star Wars toys back here and shit. I mean, I could do that. It would have been more impressive for my reveal, but whatever. John Rendell says, Lenrod, bring the fam with, or we can come to your house. Either way, LOL. Yeah. Hey, we're all family, right? We're all family. again, this is weird to me that the chat's popping up first on YouTube before StreamYard. This is weird. For all the people that have just popped in, I was saying earlier, if I've just taken opinions here because I would have to upgrade, like I said, as Tony Stark says, you know, I have the lame ass. This fucking camera shit. I have the lame ass duck of death because, you know, this is the free StreamYard, but I could invest. If anybody's interested, let me start over. When King Dolphin can't do Saturdays, I was thinking maybe I'll pop in, bring some people on. If anybody want to come talk about whatever, it could be anything. I don't want to steal a name just cause, but basically that same type of thing. Only you want to talk about toys, you want to talk about movies, you want to talk about music. Like I said, I was talking to Tony Stark, Stark of Iron, for the longest time about doing some kind of heavy metal thing, where I could also do it about movies because I'm not an expert in either field by any means. I know some things about movies. I know a lot about music, but I don't know everything. I was thinking people could come on and tell me movies, for example, even Star Wars. I don't know everything there is to know about Star Wars. You could tell me a lot of stuff. Like, I've learned one thing after being on Pop Culture Breakdown a couple times this year. Almost every single time I was on, they ended up talking about the movie of the week was something I didn't see. I have a room full of movies in there, and I thought I saw a lot of movies until I go on that show, and I realized I didn't. So that's something maybe we could do, because I got my Saturdays free now. So I was just thinking, you know, maybe, you know, we continue to do the Saturday thing when Raymond Canton, and you got King Dolphin on Sunday. So you got, you know, not that I'm comparing myself to Doomcock by any means, but, you know, you have so you'll have Frolics, you know, Friday night. Tony's doing the after party. I could fill in on a Saturday maybe, and then King Dolphin when he has to, because there's a lot of Sundays. There's been a lot of Sundays, and I can't participate. I wish I could. That's the worst part of this whole thing. It's like, you guys are my friends. Sci-Fi Mombi is here. Holy shit. Well, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I thought this was going to be an epic failure, but people are stopping by. It's weird. But yeah. Anyway, you guys are my friends. I needed you guys tonight, and you guys didn't let me down. I appreciate that. It's been 5.5 hours. Like I said, I didn't think I was going to last 5 minutes, but I'm approaching Doomcock stream length here. But King Dolphin says we are supporting you. You are. You have been supporting me for the last few years. I can't say it enough. I said it multiple times on the stream, but you guys have been a lifeline to me. Getting emotional again, sorry. But this has been a rough year for all of us. But this year was really, really bad for me. And some of the only good in... Give me a second. Some of the only positive things I've had in my life over the last year, 2 years, has been with you guys and girls on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, as much as I hate Facebook. But you guys have been better friends to me than, you know, people in my real life. So, like I was saying earlier, this... I needed to talk to people today, and I don't know. I guess on one hand, it's good that Raymond couldn't do Just Cause today, because, you know, I couldn't have got this stuff out on there. I wouldn't have. You know, it's Raymond's show, but I needed to talk to my friends today, and you guys were here. But Carla Burton says, we love you, Fett. Thank you. I love you too, Carla. Pacific 414 says, always happy to support people who do great work. Well, I don't do great work, I don't think anyway, but I appreciate that. Um, Lenrod says Facebook is good for marketplace, and that's about it. Yeah, I can't put into words how much I despise Facebook. But like I said earlier, there are certain people, some of them here now and were here earlier, who just won't have a Twitter, and so I keep it. It's a necessary evil, and like I said, showing the pictures, it's just it's so much easier for me to just make a private album on Facebook, like when we're doing Just Cause, and I I'm secretly in the background making a picture to just pop it into that album. I know right where it is. I don't have to look at it. You can imagine the bullshit in the folders I have on my computer from all the stuff I make, and that's not even counting the porn. No, I don't have any porn on this computer, but uh, John Rendell says, "Great work. We have spoken. Thank you." I don't know. Like I said earlier, I'm my worst enemy. I'm my biggest critic, and I'm currently stepping on my guitar. But let's see. Comic Relief says, "Oh crap, a call. That's cool, brother. If you have to go, that's fine. I appreciate you stopping by. I mean, I have made memes of you wearing a dress, and you should hate me, but you stop by when I needed you. So, thank you, brother. My brother." Lenrod says, "On this computer, I didn't say anything about my phone, but I don't know. I don't even have much time for porn anymore. That's the thing, That's why I guess maybe that's why I'm so depressed. It's like between working and no, making graphics. I hate to even use that term. Whatever. Graphics for people, whether it's Tony Stark or Doomcock even. I just made something going to be unveiled pretty soon, I think. But it's keeping me busy. It's keeping me out of trouble to an extent. But I don't know. But look, today I had time to myself, and what did I do? I turned to social media. I turned to YouTube, and I do this for 5 hours and 40 minutes. And normally, my old guy bladder can't last for 2 hours. Like when I was talking about how I don't sleep. When my brain actually turns off and I can get to sleep, I sleep for 2 hours, and then I have to come downstairs and go to the bathroom. And so, I think I'm getting the what the hell is that? The overactive bladder or whatever it is in my old age. But here I am, 5 hours and 40 minutes in, haven't taken one pee break. There we go, DC. I can hang with you for 6 hours, I think. I'm probably soon gonna have to go to the bathroom. But let's see. John Rendell says, "Ha, the dress." Yes, that was unforgettable. When I make pictures like that, and now it's become like a running theme with the kitty table with Crusader in the dress. I mean, sometimes I feel bad when I make these pictures and I kind of emphasize people's worst moments and stuff, but he did it. He chose to wear the dress initially, so he did it to himself. I always say you got to watch what you do and say around me. So disclaimers out there. But let's see. Sci-Fi Mommy says, man, this keeps jumping. "I love your graphics and talent, Fett." Thank you. I don't know. I don't consider myself talented, but people keep telling me I am. But I don't know. That's the thing. It's like I feel like I can do a little bit of a lot of things, but not a lot of one thing. Do you know what I mean? Like the jerk of all trades type thing. Because it's like, I don't know. I don't feel I'm really good at anything. Not guitar, not graphics. I hate to even, like I said, I don't call myself an artist, but that's just, if my hands wouldn't be going numb, and I didn't have the brain damage, and I could still be playing guitar, I would have never got into making these graphics. I would have, you know, which sucks because then I would have never met you people. So it's one of those things where it's kind of like, it sucks that The Last Jedi happened, and it sucks that what they did to Star Trek happened. But if it wouldn't have happened, we wouldn't have Doomcock in our lives right now. So the same thing's here. If I wouldn't have had the brain damage, had to have the brain surgery, and my hands go numb, prevent me from playing guitar all the time, I would have never started making the graphics, and I wouldn't have, you know, if I would have been in the same situation I'm in tonight and I needed you guys, I wouldn't have had you friends to help me through tonight. So, one of those things. Carla Burton says, audiobooks have helped me a lot with not sleeping because my brain doesn't torture me with what a terrible mother I am. My brain tortures me on every level that a brain can torture an individual. And I can't even stress how bad my brain works against me. But and I would need audiobooks because that's another problem I have in my life. I can't, and Raymond, you're not going to like this, but I can't read books, you know. I can. I mean, I know how to read, but I can't enjoy them like other people do because of my brain not turning off. I don't know. I probably have like ADD, that shit. It's just, you know, I come from a time where we didn't, you know, it was what we were just retarded, and that's the end of it. We didn't get special treatment. We didn't get passed because, you know, whatever. But I know, I don't know if it's because of the Chiari, but I just read things to read them, to get them done. And I can't even get the satisfaction out of, you know, remembering most of this stuff because I just said, well, yeah, I read it. You didn't tell me I had to remember it. So, unfortunately, I don't get the enjoyment out of books that a lot of people do. So it would have to be an audiobook. But, let's see. Stellar Heather says, haha, so there's live proof that DC doesn't go in a bucket under his desk. Maybe that's what I can do. For my weak bladder, a bucket. But you'd hear that. So, I guess the only other alternative will be a diaper, and I don't want to do that. But, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Man, I can't believe I'm talking for almost 6 hours. John Rendell, yes, I know what you mean. Sandra Feliciano, you're not a terrible mother, Carla Burton. We all feel that way at times. I feel that way all the time. Well, not that I'm a mother. Well, I am a mother, but it's a mother effer. We all do the best we can, and the rest is up to God. That's another thing. Like, I didn't want to talk about politics. Sorry. I didn't want to talk about religion either, but that's another thing I'm struggling with in my life. I guess that's maybe why my life is in the toilet right now. I struggle with religion. I don't know how to even not get political on that too, but I do tend to lean to a side that politically lines up with. So I think you know where I'm going with this. One political party worships the devil, and one political party believes in God. And I'm kind of in the middle because I don't know. I just always, I have a hard time if I can't see it not believing it. I want to believe it. I'm not an atheist. I'm not. Because when I sit down and I think about it, I mean, someone made this guitar pick. Someone made this hat. Someone made these glasses. I mean, something made us. I just don't know where I stand on that whole thing. Is it a guy standing on a cloud in sandals in front of pearly gates? I don't know. It's hard for me to believe. I don't know. I don't know where I stand on that. I'm missing. Man, I can't believe the comments. I can't believe this. Where was I here? Sci-Fi Mommy says, creator, then I have carpal tunnel. I know how you feel. Yeah. I said earlier in the stream, back in 2012, I started dropping everything, and I didn't know what was going on with me. And, you know, I got sent all over the place, specialists and this and that and the other thing, and they were telling me nothing's wrong with me. But through the diagnosis process, they did tell me I had carpal tunnel, but I ended up, I had to have brain surgery because I was going paralyzed because of the Chiari. And so, I mean, I had to get that taken care of. As a matter of fact, I just was talking to a guy at work, and he thinks he has carpal tunnel now, too. This is the second time in 2 years he thinks he has carpal tunnel. Didn't have it the last time, probably doesn't have it this time. And I said to him, I said, you know, for 11 years now, I can't play my guitar. My hands go numb at work. I just do my job. I come to work because I have to pay my bills, and I can't afford to be on light duty. And he said, well, it's not my fault you chose to have your other surgery over to carpal tunnel surgery. I said, well, jackass, if I didn't have the brain surgery, I would be paralyzed from the neck down, you know? So it's kind of a no-brainer, no pun intended. But now, did I have to go 11 years and not have the hands taken care of? I don't know. But ultimately, the question is now, because I was misdiagnosed. My entire life, really, a lot of things could look back to being the Chiari. I suffered for the longest time. I couldn't be away from a bathroom because they narrowed it down to irritable bowel syndrome. Okay, but researching some of the Chiari and what goes along with it, it can cause things like that. So how do I know if I go through the surgeries for my hands that it's not the Chiari and it's not just going to be back in 5 minutes? Because when I had my brain surgery, for the first couple of months I was okay. Things seemed a little better, but gradually, I mean, I feel almost just as bad as I did as what got me to the doctor back then. I don't know. I don't want to go through brain surgery again, just to get back to here in really a short period of time, because it was only a couple of months until I started getting most of my symptoms, if not all my symptoms back, and new symptoms. There are new things now. Like, I never used to have back pain before, but I'm struggling with back pain now too. Now, you can have Chiari at the top of the spine and you can have it at the base of the spine, and it could be, I could have a cyst on my spine down there now. I don't know. I know this is going to sound stupid, but like I said earlier, all the men on both sides of my family are lucky if they made it to 60 years old, and they didn't even have Chiari. I'm going to be 51 years old next month. It's like, I don't know. Because having brain surgery again, I could risk being paralyzed or not surviving the surgery, especially with all, the complications that I got going on. So do I just suck it up? And that, I've been sucking it up. Sorry about the rat's nest tonight. I think I would have tried to look a little better if I was going to show my ugly mug finally on the boob tube here. But anyway, let's see. Where was I here? Sorry if I'm missing. Like I said, Captain Finney would be yelling the shit out of me right now because of ignoring the chat. Stellar Heather said, "Welcome to Overthinkers Anonymous." I cannot stop. Just if I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. I overthink things so much. You would think I was a super intelligent person. Like my brain, if you could get in my overthinking process, you would think it was like a highly developed, computer that was just above and beyond everybody and everything that has ever existed. But really, I'm a dumbass. That's what I don't understand. When it comes to intelligence, where it could have benefited me in life and I could have achieved something better in this life, no, my brain's no good for that. But when it comes to thinking 15 moves down the road that prevents me from having happiness in my life, yeah, I can do that. But yeah, I don't know. If my brain would just leave me alone for a day, that'd be super fucking awesome. But let's see, man. Door closes, another door opens. That's what I'm trying to do tonight, I guess. Because I just had a big door in my life close. John, I'm talking the door on the cover of Kiss Music from the Elder. I'm talking a big ass medieval door with spikes and big fucking knocker on it closed in my life. So I don't know. I got to do something here, but yeah. I hope. I hope this is the opening of a door, maybe, or something different. I don't know, but um, let's see. Um, sorry, it's another thing. I pretty much wear glasses most of the time anymore, and the pair that I was wearing in this unbelievable shitstorm that has filled my life over the last couple of months. A couple of months back, I set my glasses down, I picked them up, and they just broke right in half. So I got another pair of glasses in the meantime. These are not those. These are, I'll tell you how old these are. I think I had these. These were just for occasional wearing back when I had my MySpace page that I was talking about earlier. But I got the new glasses. Well, my last prescription was so old. Apparently, I must need. I don't know if I need bifocals or what now, because my new glasses that are upstairs that are cool and trendy, nice, new looking. They're blue. I can see real good far away. I'm talking 50 feet away. I can, you know, see like a mother. But up close, I can't see anything. And now these, the prescription's so old, I don't know why I'm even wearing them right now, but like I'm literally, looking at shit. So I'm having a hard time even reading this chat here. But let's see. Lenrod says, it sucks when the brain refuses to turn off. I practically live in my workshop as a result. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Because my brain is my worst enemy, it's causes me. I have spent the last 2 years especially avoiding everybody and everything in my life, just working at night, staying up early in the morning, which is, like I said, the benefit is why you guys get so many Doomcock pictures, because my brain won't shut off and I need to do something, so that's what I'm doing. But then I would go to bed during the day while everyone was up, and then I'd get up at night and go to work and wash, rinse, repeat. I was ignoring everybody, even people at work if I could. I'd just do my thing. And I, up until this week, I have had people in my life, personal life, but I still felt alone. Even with people living with me here in the house, I had felt alone. I've been alone for the last 2 years. Now I am actually literally alone in the house. And I don't feel much different, as weird as that is to say, because I've been alone the last couple of years anyway. We weren't talking, we weren't interacting, and it's a shame. But I woke up today, or this afternoon I should say, because till my brain finally did shut off. It was like noon till I actually rolled out of bed. But I my brain just got the best of me, and I started thinking about another long night by myself. And of all nights, there was no Just Cuz tonight, so I didn't know what I was going to do, which is what led me to doing this thing, whatever. But I'm so glad I did it, because it made tonight a lot easier for me. So thank you everyone who's showed up, or just even popped in for a second. I appreciate it. Carla Burton says, me too, Fett. I have tons of Terry Pratchett audiobooks I will send you. We were kicked out of our houses for the day. Who had time to read? I mean, I have time to read. I just, unfortunately, like I said, I don't know. My brain won't. I have Dave Mustaine, his first book he put out. I love Dave Mustaine. He's one of my all-time heroes. I have it for probably 10 years. I don't even know when he put it out. Maybe longer. I've read like the first paragraph in all these years. I want to know about his life, but I can't do it. It sucks. John Riddle says, "My brain, I like cheesecake too." That's my brain. That's cheesecake that's kind of like the carrot. That's one good thing about cheesecake. As depressed as I get, there's always cheesecake. It's another thing. I've always struggled with the weight issue. You know, fat, skinny, fat, skinny. Now, over the last 2 years, I dropped a lot of weight, although I can't seem to get rid of this thing. But it's not healthy weight loss, though, either. It's being stressed the fuck out. But um, let's see. John says, Fett will talk. Looking forward to it, John. Lenrod says, one party worships a god with a book of rules. The other worships a god that is an ever-changing emotion. Well, I have ever-changing emotions, but I don't want to line up with those people. Carlos says, Fett, a lot of people who are religious get depressed too. True. I know that. I'm not blaming. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not even saying I'm not religious. I've prayed. I pray a lot. I'll even pray to God. So that's the weird thing about me. It's like I don't even know where I stand on religion, but I guess if I'm feeling sorry for myself, suddenly there's a God, I guess. And I will do it when if my friends are hurting or something like that. Suddenly, then I'm hoping there's a God, and I will say prayers for them because most of the time I don't care what happens to me, even though I guess I wouldn't be doing this tonight if I wasn't wallowing in my own self-pity. But I definitely pray for my friends. But Snort says, brain and brain, what is a brain? I don't know. I mean, I didn't even think I had one until I saw the x-ray when I had, but I guess I do. So when people tell me now that I don't, you're stupid, you don't have a brain, actually I have proof that I do. King Dolphin, Fett, and a lot of people hate me because of my religion. That's sad too, isn't it? This horse shit of you have to like what I like or I don't like you stuff. That's, I don't know, this world. When we were kids, I liked Star Wars, you like Star Trek. Who cares? I watch Star Trek too, and I'm sure you watch Star Wars. Now you either have to go along or that's it. I don't get that whole thing. I don't get that. Especially hating people like if the person isn't part of your religion, you should feel sorry for that person. Not if you believe in a certain, even if you don't believe in religion, you should feel sorry for that person. Not hateful. I don't understand that. I don't know. That's another thing too. Like, I grew up in a house where we said things like I say hate all the time, and I wish I could stop it because I really don't mean it. I'll say, I hate that TV show. I hate that thing. I don't really hate. There's not many things that I ever really hated, but I grew up in a house where my mom always said, "I'm gonna kill you." You know what I mean? Of course she didn't mean it, but that was, now you got to watch something like that. You'll get in trouble, and that's just that's part of my being was, that's it. I'm mad at you now. Now I'm gonna kill you. No, not really. People take things too literally now. That's the problem. But Stellar Heather says carpal tunnel can come and go. Yeah, it does. That's going back. Like Stark of Iron and I have talked for a long time now about doing some kind of music thing where, which involved me bringing out my guitar and playing or things like that. But I don't know, you know. I could wake up today and my hands are fine, and in 5 minutes before, I don't know if I'm going to be. That's the thing. That's like, I can't even be good at YouTube. If it, like, I don't, whatever, I don't know. But Lenrod says, pretty sure I have carpal issues. Just going to deal with the pain. That's what I've been doing. You know, that's the sucky thing. I don't know. Carla Burton says, what is Chiari? Oh boy. Most doctors can't even explain it, and I'm sure I wouldn't do it justice, but talked about it earlier. I don't even know how you get it, because I've been told by doctors even. One doctor said one thing, another doctor says another. Literature says one thing, something else says something. I've seen that it's hereditary. You could be born with it. I've seen that it could come from an injury. I did fall when I was a kid and I had a concussion and stuff like that. What Chiari is the lower part of the brain, the cerebellum, okay? Mine herniated through the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord comes through. Some of my brain squeezed through there. And it created, over time, it created a fluid-filled sac on my spinal cord that was crushing my spine. I was going paralyzed. You can get it either at the top of the spine or at the base of the spine. Mine was at the top of the spine, so I would have been paralyzed from the neck down. I had to have brain surgery, technically brain surgery, in 2012 to prevent me from being paralyzed. Now, it's not a cure. There's no cure for this. You have it, you have it. You have to live with it. But what they did was, I know this is going to sound funny, but they burned off the part of the brain, because it's not, you know, your main brain. It's basically the portion of the brain that causes nausea and fear and all of that shit, which is probably why I'm so depressed. But they burned off the part of the brain that went through there. There's like a rubber patch in the back of my head, and they were able to drain the cyst, which prevented me from going paralyzed. But the Chiari I still have, I will always have. It's a rare thing, although I just come to find that my neighbor down the back, their kid had it and had the surgery when he was a baby. Now, I wasn't diagnosed until 2012, but they found his right away. But it sucks. It's a sucky thing. I don't know. It messes with you physically, emotionally. It's not a good thing. And a lot of people, I think, have it and just, there are different levels of it. You can have it, never have any physical symptoms. You could have it, it can kill you. There are different levels of it. I was close to the death one. I probably would have died if I would have went paralyzed, and ultimately, yeah, it would have probably killed me sooner. But it's not a good thing, that's for sure. It's actually, Chiari was named after Dr. Arnold Chiari, who discovered it. I hate the word. I hate that it's something I have. I think it's really ruined my life. It's ruined my relationships. It's ruined with family, friends, because I've always felt like something was different about me and something was wrong. And like I said earlier, when I was diagnosed with it, and it couldn't just be like a thing, you know, it couldn't be a thing. That's me. That's me right there. I can't have, you know, I don't want cancer or something, but everybody knows what cancer is. You know what I mean? Like if I said cancer, you'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Me, I have to have this stupid motherfucking thing that nobody knows about. There's no cure for, well, there's no cure for cancer either, but then again, that's another topic I could get on. I really think there is, but there's more money in treating it than anyway, but I'm trying not to get political. But I can't even have a normal goddamn disease or whatever the fuck this even is. Disability, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's got to be some mysterious thing that even doctors don't know about, because of course that's what I would have. I wouldn't have anything less. Anyway, sorry about that. Stellar Heather, I've had CT surgery on both hands. If numbness starts keeping you awake at night, which it has, that's when you should have surgery. Like I said though, I've been misdiagnosed with so many things in the last 11 years. My whole life, really, until they discovered what I have. That they said before they found the Chiari, they said I have carpal tunnel. I'm just not convinced this isn't related to the Chiari. So I could have the carpal tunnel surgery and still get it right back because it was the Chiari and not really this. Because I had so many things, that they told me it was, but it's related to this. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like I said, I've lived with it. It's been the numb hands and stuff has just been such a pain in the ass for the last especially 11 years. I just, when I go to work, I wear a wrist brace because it's my right wrist, and sometimes from my elbow all the way down to my wrist. So I just wear a wrist brace and just suck it up. It's like I'm walking. It'd be worse if I was paralyzed. So I just deal with the hands. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm worried about it anymore. It just sucks, like I said, that I can't play guitar like I used to. I used to be pretty good. I'm not good at many things in life, but I used to be a pretty decent guitar player, and it sucks that I'm not anymore. But sorry, I'm losing my voice again. But Snort says, fortunately, my brain can't. My brain scan came up negative. I wish mine would have. I almost wish I didn't have a brain. My brain has just been the source of all my problems in life, in every way possible. Like really, my brain has been such an inconvenience to me. I mean, aside of, like I said, coming up with the stupid shit you guys all like making the Doomcock pictures, it's really useless other than that. But Lenrod says, I'd rather have hand wrist pain versus losing any amount of my fine motor contour. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I look like the carpal tunnel surgery. I look at it like, at least I'm not blind yet. You know what I mean? At least I can still see to, like, now. I don't play the guitar as much, but I enjoy making the pictures and the things I do for, YouTube and our community and stuff. And if I couldn't see, which I'm losing my vision, I guess, apparently. I don't know if you guys saw that picture I did yesterday, but I, last week on Pop Culture Breakdown, the movie of the week was supposed to be Police Academy. And I've had a picture saved to my computer for the longest time. I was trying to come up with a way to make a Doomcock, because my goal is to put Doomcock on everything. At some point, I want to run out of things to put this helmet on. So when they were going to do the movie, I was like, okay, well, I'll just put Pop Culture Breakdown. But then they decided last minute that they were going to do Back to the Future, because Back to the Future week and that stuff. But I still had the picture. I saw it there again yesterday. I was trying to keep myself busy, which is why I made the couple of pictures I made yesterday. So I grabbed the Police Academy one, and that's when it popped in my mind. Well, I'll make it just various people from the community and stuff like that. Well, putting those tiny little, I don't know, it may not look that well. I don't know. I was having a hell of a time trying to see, making those faces so small and yeah, it was, so I don't know. It may not be on par with, I don't know, people say my stuff is great. This one may not be great, but my vision's going. So I did the best I could with the little things, but I know some people liked it. But anyway, I go on tangents. That's why I would love to be a regular on Pop Culture Breakdown, but if they ask me about The Mandalorian, probably 2 seconds in, I'll be talking about fucking, I don't know, tea in China. I don't know. But John Reynolds says, is it all the fingers or just the pinky ring and middle? It's kind of, yeah, yeah. No, it's not. It's like the two on the end, and sometimes it goes all the way from my elbow. And then there are days where it's like the whole hand, and sometimes it's my left hand. It's unpredictable. I don't know. Like everything else about me, that has to be weird. Let's see. Sci-Fi Mommy says they both have their own agendas on religion. Yeah, that's why I don't know. I've never See, my dad's parents died at a young age. He had a large family too. He had what was it, 8 brothers and a sister, including him, and they all grew up. I still live in the same little town my dad grew up in, and at the end of this town there was the schoolhouse and the church, and the preacher from the church actually ran the schoolhouse, which also doubled as an orphanage. So basically, my dad couldn't escape church and religion. He had to grow up with that. So as an adult, when I knew him, he didn't go to church. He said he had enough church for his life. He believed in God, all that stuff, but he just, because he grew up basically in a church, he was done. But I was made go to church, which I thought was weird. That, you had enough, but you're making, I don't know, whatever. That was a weird thing. So I don't know. I've always struggled with religion. Like I said, I don't know. I've always been like, if I don't see it, it's hard to believe. And it's another thing where my brain works against me. I want to believe in things I don't see. I really do. I wish I could. I'd probably be a lot happier. And I'm not getting any younger. And I'll probably soon be talking to, one or the other. Hopefully not the other. So I really need to get on that and really start making a decision if I'm going to accept the religion into my life. But I don't know. Legatus says, sorry about my voice. A Chiari malformation is a problem in which a part of the brain, the cerebellum, at the back of the skull bulges through a normal opening in the skull where it joins the spinal canal. Yep, exactly right. This puts pressure on parts of the brain and the spinal cord and can cause mild to severe symptoms. Exactly. Or no symptoms at all. I got pretty severe. Not the dead ones, but I got pretty severe. It was pretty bad. I mean, literally, like, I don't like going to the doctor. Not many people do. I cannot stand being in a hospital. I did not want to go when I went, but when I was picking up something as small as this and I was dropping it, I mean, I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger, but holy hell, I should be able to pick up a little thing like that and not drop it. So when they were telling me there's nothing wrong with you, I was like, oh, okay, I guess. But I knew there was something wrong with me. But I still drop things on occasion, but I'm still walking. Some days it's not easy, but like I just, and I don't help myself either because I just had last week off. So what I did was I sat around I got some things done around the house, but for the most part, I would sit down and relax in a chair, watch YouTube. I knew I was doing pop culture breakdown, so I didn't do anything all day Wednesday but sit around preparing, for that. So then when I went back to work this week, now, by Tuesday I was already limping, and because I'm quite young and agile. But anyway, I don't help myself out in any way ever. Sci-Fi Mommy said, "Nah, you're doing great on the chat." Nah, not really. Like I said, Captain Finney would yell at me right now. But I didn't expect anyone to be here. I didn't really think I was ever going to have to keep an eye on it. And I really didn't think I was going to talk. Like I said, I thought I was going to do mostly guitar playing or something. And then maybe people would catch it, on the replay, just so I was entertaining myself or keeping myself out of trouble. Anyway, but I'm just astonished that so many people showed up. Lenrod, just add a little eyeshadow, like early Slayer. That was not good. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Overkill did it too. Surprisingly, if you look up some old pictures of Overkill, at least like Pantera, at least what their first 2 albums, they kind of were glammy, and they had the big hair, and they did, and then they said, fuck that, and then they reinvented themselves. But I mean, Overkill and Slayer were always kind of the same sound, they're going for this, but the image, I don't know what they were thinking with that. That was weird, Yeah, Overkill, one of my favorite bands, but yeah, they were they had a look early on that didn't fit their sound. Uh, Lenrod also says it's one of those curses that comes with being a creative. The brain is overclocked. Yeah, and some software just won't work at that speed. Yeah, I always think of myself. There was an episode of Married with Children, okay, where Kelly had to graduate or something. I don't know. I can't remember the whole premise, but so she had Bud tutor her, and he he fed her the information to pass the test and graduate or whatever she had to do. But the price she paid was she couldn't do simple things anymore. Like her brain couldn't handle all this other knowledge, so she had to sacrifice the simple things. That's that's my brain. That's my brain. Like I that's why I don't know a lot about anything because it's too much. I can't. I have more brain, or I had, than anybody else because it was getting bigger and hernia. So I had more brain than anybody else, but I'm dumber than anybody. That's another thing. Again, I can't have a normal disease like everybody else. You would think I have a big brain that I would be smarter than everybody else. No, no, not at all. But um, some things I don't know what's going on here. But John Rendell says I'm in the same boat with the brain not shutting down. I don't know. Oh, I'm not going to mention, but I know currently I have somebody who keeps telling me I should look into all that CBD and all of that stuff. Like it would probably help me, but I don't know. That's a fear of mine. Again, the brain overthinking things. I would probably overindulge because it's my life. Things have sucked for my entire life. If I was to experience 1 second of relief of that, I would probably overindulge in things. That's why I don't do drugs. I've never done a drug aside of prescriptions in my entire life, and even those I haven't. I should be on prescriptions right now. I was diagnosed with an overactive thyroid. Maybe I'd be a little happier tonight if I would have never given up taking that. But that's another one of those things where early on, I'm talking 10 years ago, I was like, well, I can't afford this anymore, so I just stopped. Probably stupid anyway, but I should probably look back into that. Maybe I'd be better off, here. Jack Lumen is here. Sorry if I didn't see. I'm way in the private, well, which is the public chat, but it's private here on. I'm way behind here because I can't seem to stop talking. But so hail Jack Lumen. Thanks for stopping in, brother. Lenrod says coincidentally, my newest song is about my brain being my own worst enemy. I told you we're birds of a feather. You know, I'm probably a hell of a lot older than you, but I wish we would have met, you know, at least prior to my brain damage. And you, me, and John Rendell should have had a band someday. At some point, we should have had a band. Because I think you missed it earlier on, but I was discussing the roulette stuff that did. Okay, that band started out as a thrash metal band. I don't know how the fuck we ended up doing that stupid shit that we ended up doing, but I was just glad to be playing at that point. But you know, I always wanted to be in a heavier band and stuff like that. But so yeah, we should have had a band. That's Doomcock. Why didn't you hook us all up sooner? That's my only gripe. That's my only gripe about this whole thing, community thing. You know, so many people I wish I would have met, 20 years ago. But King Dolphin said, "Fett, this is the first part of healing. I hope. You know, that's what I'm hoping. I want to move on with my life, and I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I needed to reach out to my friends, and you guys are my friends. And You didn't let me down. Pacific 414 says, glad to be here. You are one of the people who I believe in the past has sent me links to be on live streams and all. I was talking earlier about how the depression has crippled me, for a lack of a better word. And I've just found it hard to do things. This is something that I want to rectify in the future. And there are so many people, like I said, Gil, Cardinal Sin, was always sending me links and always wanted me. One of the last DMs he sent me, he wanted to do a show just with me. And if I wanted to bring people on from our community who I did work for, and we talk about me. But up until tonight, I never really wanted to talk about me, but I didn't do it. Most of the time I couldn't do midnight to midnight because I was at work, but I could pop on when I came home, I guess. But by the time I came home, it was like a long night of work. And now I get to look at Gil's old DMs and realize how many opportunities I had to hang out with him, and now I can't. And none of us, unfortunately, are getting any younger, and I don't want that to. You guys are so important to me. I gotta start. There are so many people. I mean, Potato Revan is, he's another one. I keep telling me I'll pop on, and I don't know what Fett you're gonna get. Tonight, like I said, I thought I'd play a little guitar, nobody'd show up, and then when people did show up, I'm like, fuck, now what do I say? I'm gonna make an ass out, and I made an ass out of myself, but apparently I'm fine with it tonight. Tomorrow night, well, I'm gonna be at work, I guess, but if I was to live stream tomorrow night, maybe this wouldn't work out, because tonight, diarrhea of the mouth, tomorrow, constipation, the stuff. I don't know, but I got to hang out with more of you people more often. And by you people, it's not, any racist, anything like that. I just, I got to do more things. Baron Ormatag, it's like him and his wife are having health issues, and I'm always telling them, telling Baron, I got to pop on when I'm off, and I don't. I got to fix that. I love Baron. His dad too. His dad, old man. I haven't heard from him in a while. Does anybody know? I know the last I talked to Baron, they're all right. And again, for the 1000th time, at my age, I shouldn't have the pimpleage or whatever's going on here. I normally don't. But of course, the night I decide to show my face on camera. Yep. So now, if I die in my sleep tonight, the only image you get of Fett is this. So that's great. But Sci-Fi Mommy said, and I'm sure I'm way behind, but Sci-Fi Mommy said, I felt that way for the past few years. I work from home and not many friends till this past year. Same here. And like I said, people knock this social media thing. People, they're brainless and stuff like that. But again, I've met some of the coolest people I've ever known on Twitter and YouTube. Ultimately YouTube, because it's through Doomcock that we've all got together. I tell him all the time. I just told him last Wednesday. He was thanking me for making the pictures and stuff, and I told him right out, you don't have to thank me. I cannot. I just make some pictures to kill my time. It's just my way of thanking you. I could never thank you for, like, Friday nights. Last night. I literally, I could not wait for Frolics. It's just the highlight of my week. So I told him, I said, you don't have to thank me for anything I ever do, because I can't repay you enough. And he said, well, I can't not thank you because I want you to know I appreciate it. And I told him right out, I said, well, the day you tell me to knock it the hell off is the day I know you don't appreciate me anymore, and I'll stop doing it. But that's the thing, Anybody else, look at the success that Doomcock has achieved now. What, 329,000 subscribers? He doesn't need, not that I'm any kind of help, I don't really think, but I don't know. Like him and Gary's always telling me, yeah, it does when I tag them and stuff and all. But he doesn't need my help anymore, but he still lets me do this stuff. He doesn't have to. And that's super cool, you know? But anyway, let's see. John Reynolds says, that's why I have a beard. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to grow one because I don't know. Like I said, I lost a lot of weight. And I've dropped down, you know, thinner than I've been in a long time. But I don't know. This ain't going away. Guess I'll have to grow a big-ass beard or something. Jack Lumen's still going? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I got this. I was going to wrap it up, I guess, 2.5 hours ago. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm still going. Right up there with DC now, though. I'm at 6.5 hours. As Carlos said, Fett's just doing a live stream because there wasn't a pod hangout and he made one himself. Yep, basically. I needed the pod tonight. And I managed to bring the pod to me somehow. Let's see. Look up Emo Phillips at Golden Gate Bridge. It epitomizes man's version of religion. I'll keep that in mind. Jack Loomis said, I needed to go care for my father. Sim helped him make him a meal, clean up. Then I changed out and I burnt up. Maybe this isn't for me. He has Alzheimer's. Sorry to hear that. Stellar said, you're too hard on yourself. I don't know. I feel like I'm not hard enough, or I don't know. My life would be a little better right now, maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Jack Lumen said to King Dolphin, people giving you crap for being Jewish, that makes no sense to me. Not at all. Not at all. I'm not Jewish myself, but yeah, I don't know. People are people. So why can't it be? You and I don't know that song. But I don't know. Yeah, I hate this whole that's another thing, you know. It's just so depressing waking up every day. Like, why? Why do people have to be this way? Like, I get it. There's all kind of brainwashing going on in school and all that horse shit. But at the end of the day, you don't have to be this way. It's just like, knock it the fuck off. Stop being so lame like this. You know what I mean? People have differences of opinions. And now, that's the thing. I remember the whole fandom menace thing. That's the thing. We can have differences of opinion and we still get along. Well, that's not the case anymore, is it? I don't know. Give me a second here. My vision's all blurry. Jack Loomis said to Sci-Fi Mombi, King Dolphin said, not much at me personally, but when I can't feel comfortable talking to others about those maniacs and seeing the news, it makes me uncomfortable. You know, that's the thing. The news is only good for making you uncomfortable. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know what's going on with my eye right now, but let's see. A lot of stuff about religion. Kind of probably talked way too much about that tonight. Exactly, Sci-Fi Mommy. It would be nice if we could all coexist. Imagine that. You know? Imagine that. If we could just coexist. Like, I don't get it. You know? Stellar Heather, Fett. See a neurologist or a hand surgeon. They can send you for a nerve conduction test, and that'll tell them if you actually have carpal tunnel. Yeah, I should. That's another thing I'm slacking on. My family doctor retired, like, 2 or 3 years ago. I still haven't found a new family doctor. Just, you know, another way of making an excuse to not go to the doctor, I guess. Again, my own worst enemy. That's the funny thing. My brain typically doesn't turn off, but certain things it will turn off. like that, looking for a family doctor and getting my ass taken care of. It turned off for that. Can't turn off for me to sleep, but it can turn off for that. Um, um, Jack Loomis said, Messiah is coming again, and we don't have any good way to explain. Faith, patience, it will make sense in time. I hope. I hope something makes sense soon, because nothing seems to make any sense to me anymore. Let's see. Jack Lumen said to Carla Burton, indeed, you, I, everyone have trouble understanding what we have not lived, or at least someone very close to us has lived. John says, Fett asked doctor about ulnar neuritis. Again, I'd have to find a doctor first. Right. That's what John has. That don't sound good, John. I hope you're all right. Sandra said that sounds like an ulnar nerve entrapment. It's also known as tennis elbow, which is from repetitive stress. Well, yeah. Between playing the guitar almost all my life, the job that I'm currently at for going on 17 years now, a lot of, not this, but a lot of, so yeah, I'm sure you're probably right about that. Irritation of the funny bone. Yeah, it's funny how that's not funny, isn't it? I just hit my funny bone for the first time in a long time the other day, and man, that wasn't funny at all. I think I'm way behind here. Jack Lumen says his deal is sciatica, yet I know nerve damage of any kind is no joke. That's true. I'm feeling my age, even beyond the the Chiari. I joked around earlier. I said that one of the benefits of being depressed is, for my age at least, if I dyed my hair, you know what I mean? I really don't have wrinkles or anything. Pimples, but wrinkles. But physically, I'm starting to feel my age. I mean, the back, the legs, you name it. Like, probably now from sitting for 6.5 hours now, I'll probably sure as hell feel this. And then tomorrow night, when I'm at work, I'll be like, damn it, I sat for too long or whatever. But, let's see. Carla Burton said, I know last year you went super quiet around this time of the year for a while. Is it because it's your birthday? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of vanished from social media. Yeah, every year, like I said, the holidays are rough. I know they're rough for a lot of people, so I'm not whatever. But with my dad being buried on my birthday, which is the week before Christmas, with me having to spend that Christmas in the emergency room because of health issues. Anyway, I know I should let it go, and I've gradually lost so many family members over the last decade that the holidays are not fun for me. And what was awesome though? One Christmas that was awesome was 2 years ago. And I'm not proud of many things in my life, but I am proud of this. And to this day, I think I hold the record. I think I've been the only one who was ever on Doomcock's Christmas live stream. When he does the Christmas stream, 2 years ago, he had me on to show pictures and, hang out with you guys and wish everybody a Merry Christmas. And so that was a great Christmas. I really enjoyed that. That was fun. So I have a clip of that. Like, I don't know if you can find that on his channel anymore, but he did like I always ask when I clip stuff from his shows. He always gives me permission. I think I have. Well, I know I have on my channel. I just forget the name of it. But it's probably like Fett on Doomcock's Christmas stream or something like that. But I have the segment from when I was on there, which was cool. Me being all dorky in my avatar, but that was really cool. But yeah, Yeah, that's why I went quiet last year. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I hope 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 I don't go quiet again this year around the holidays because I love you guys and I whatever. But anyway, uh, see people talking about like medications. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm afraid that if I get a taste of, I mean, I've been in pain and stuff my whole life. When I said some doctors say you inherit QRE, some doctors say you develop it. I think I inherited it because I think I had it my entire life because I suffered with things my entire life. So I honestly believe, and with the history of alcoholism in my family, that if I got a taste of feeling good, I'm going to overindulge in that, and that wouldn't be good either. So, and that's where it comes down to self restraint, but that's where it also comes down to my brain not wanting to turn off, and my brain would say, well, yeah, but you'll feel good. You'll keep if you take one and you feel good, take two, and if two feels really good, then three's going to feel spectacular and stuff like that. I don't know. Plus, I don't know. I don't want to read. So it seems like there's some personal things here too that I don't want to read. But Jack Loomis says, "Sorry, Fett, just having a tough time." Yep. If you're having a tough time, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I am having a tough time. I mean, we all are. I'm not gonna. I don't. I don't need a pity party. I guess I did. That's why I did this tonight. But King Dolphin TV says, "I'll be your drummer." King Dolphin band, house band. That's what I said. We all at some point got to get together. Somehow we got to make it happen. Uh, Don Reynolds says that'd be fun. Uh, uh, Carla Burton said COVID hooked us up. Yeah, it really did. Really effed us up is more accurate. But um, Jack Lumen said, still mourning Gil's death. News was like a ton of bricks. It was. I found that out. I was just walking out of work and I turned my phone on because I don't get any reception in on the floor of the building anyway. So I was walking out and I turned my phone on and I got the notification that Stark of Iron was streaming, and I saw the title was tribute to Gil or something like that. And now Gil has done a lot. He's done a lot for all of us, but he really did a lot for Tony. Bought him a computer when his computer went down, and so I figured it was just, you know, singing the praises of Gil. So I couldn't even, I had it was on my phone and I could barely hear it, but I was kind of driving and scrolling through the chat and what people were saying, and I started seeing that it was something serious. So I gunned it home, and when I came in and tuned into the thing, and I saw Tony sent me a link, I was like, "What the fuck?" And then when I came on and I started reading the chats on my computer, and I started seeing that it was indicating that he had passed, I was like, I don't know. You know, I'm not going to say Gil and I were best friends, but he was one of the people I loved interacting with in the community. Uh, I have a clip on my channel too from one of the pop culture breakdown. Maybe the first time I was on pop culture breakdown. Halfway through the stream, Gil came on, and he was just, man, like every picture I was showing, he was like, man, I would buy that. I'd buy everything you're showing here. If you made posters and stuff, I'd buy that. And like, I, you know, I've had nothing but positive interactions with Gil. And like I said, the last DM he sent me, he had so many ideas for new shows and, adding to bringing shows back that he had in the past. And he wanted to do a show with me. And now we won't get to do that. And that sucks. But, anyway, uh, Uh, really having trouble with my vision now. Probably from staring at the screen for so long. I'd be staring at the screen anyway. But I have this. I have this light on up here. Got one of those ring light things, but so it's not so dark. But John Rose says, "Don't worry about the rash. I'm 8 years older, and I get that sometimes." Yeah, I don't know, but but you've been on camera many times. This is the big reveal, and now this will go down as the day Fett showed his face. He's a zit face. He's ugly and has zits. So the ugly would have been bad enough. I would have preferred to have no zits or rash or whatever going on. But yeah, StreamYards. I got to learn. Like I said, yeah. If anyone, I know some people said here in the chat, but yeah, let me know if you would like me to do more things on like a Saturday when Raymond can't do it or anything. DM me or something like that, and I'll upgrade this StreamYard and learn how to send links and stuff like that. Maybe have people on, especially if you like to talk, because you probably, I don't know if I could talk like this all the time. So like I said, you could school me on stuff, and believe me, I'm stupid. You could school me like on a lot of things. A lot of medical chat. I didn't mean to get everybody all freaked out about their health. Carla Burton says, "Hey, I want to grow a beard now too." If you identify as a male, it might happen. Because we can just, if you identify as a male with a beard, it'll probably happen. Sorry. Comic Release said still here. That was holy shit. That was almost an hour ago, or no, half hour ago. Dan said stop playing with it. That's what it's there for, right? Well, that's what it's there for. Man, when the chat isn't jumping, it's like it's blinking. Yeah, you probably have limited guests. Oh, she's talking to Jack Lumen. Carla said she might look awesome with a beard. You would look awesome with a beard. You look awesome without the beard. I'm sure. The beard. I don't know. I prefer you without the beard, just if that matters. Jack Lumen has a beard. Got to give it oil moisture. Beard dandruff is no joke. See, that's something I didn't think about. I don't know. This looks bad. I should probably grow a beard, but then you have to maintain it. Unless you want to be ZZ Top, and then, I don't know. I have enough things getting in my way when I'm trying to do my stuff here. And then, I don't know, then you got to maintain a beard. I could never stand it though either, because that's the thing. Now my brother at one point had a pretty beard, but not like a long one, but a big woolly beard. I haven't tried to grow a beard in a long time, but like I have hair everywhere. You know what I mean? Hair everywhere. But it doesn't seem to be like a badass beard on my face. Like anytime, like my buddy and I used to always have contests who could grow the most wicked goatee and stuff like that. And like it would it'd connect on one side, not the other. So even my beard's lame, I think I would have a lame beard if I even tried to grow a beard. But yeah, I do want to kind of hide this. But Fett, will you be available on Wednesday? Gotta work. That's the problem. That's my biggest problem. Like all the good live streams and stuff like that. On a Sunday, I have to start at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You know, when you do Just Cause on Sunday, well, you start at 5, right? I'm already at work for an hour. Your show on Wednesday starts at 6. I start at 6 the rest of the week. Monday through Thursday, I have to start at 6. Sometimes Wednesday is a heavy night. Sometimes they even ask me to go in early. Sometimes I go in at 4 or 5 on a Wednesday. So my job really, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know what to do because at one time I stuck with the job because I made a lot of money. I lived there, but I made a lot of money. Now at this stupid ass economy, I'm not making any money and I don't have to live there, but yet I'm getting out. I still have to be there at the same time. So I'm missing all this cool stuff. I'm just getting out at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, when most of you guys are already done streaming and stuff, you know? So it's interfering with this. Like I said, I would love to contribute more to Pop Culture Breakdown. But I got to be at work at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday, sometimes earlier. So I got to do something because I would like to do this more often, you know? I think I would like to do this more often. I thought about doing it for a long time. Let's see. Comics said, I hate to see my kids suffer, but I want them to learn from life and thrive despite evil, abusive people. That hits home more than you know, because I had to make a decision about my kids this week that I won't go into, but and they're grown up. They're not kids anymore. But I had to make a decision that is the hardest decision I ever made, and I just wasn't helping them, so I'm hoping their mom can. But anyway, Carla said, "Oh, Fed, I'm sorry you buried on your birthday. Boy, I bet I'm way behind. Maybe new friends you made can help change that." It was 1995, Carla. I can't let that one go. Like I said earlier, my dad was Superman. He never missed work. He had a big badass 1966 Jeep. Start over. 1966 Jeep Gladiator. Okay, it was a tank. We'd have, and you know, 30, 40 years ago, we used to have snow. I'm talking blizzards. And they wouldn't even plow the road because it was snow. It was so deep. They would be just like, fuck it. We'll plow the road tomorrow or the next day. Nobody's just going anywhere. My dad wouldn't even use four-wheel drive in that thing. But like the neighbors would be out there watching them, and I'd be shoveling and stuff. And they'd go to my dad, "Where do you think you're going?" He'd be going, like, "I'm going to work." They'd laugh at him. He took off through the snow. Not even four-wheel drive. Because this was, I mean, you're talking, this was back in the days when you actually had to get out and lock the hubs in on the rims, on the front wheels, you know? My dad didn't even bother with that shit. He wasn't digging to get to his hubs. He just drove that tank right through the snow without four-wheel drive. That thing weighed a ton. But he, you know, I don't know. I mean, you know, we all got to die. I get that. It's just, and the funny thing was I was mama's boy. I was close with my mom, and it's like I said earlier in this stream show, whatever this is. I said, you know, my dad had two jobs. I really didn't know him most of my life. I was a mama's boy, and like if you would have said to me when I was a little kid, I'm not saying it didn't hurt when my mom died. It did, but it devastated me when my dad died. I had uncles die before this. You know, there was other deaths in the family. But my dad was the one that hit me the hardest, especially like I was saying, you know, the last 2 years of his life, I really started connecting with him and getting to know him a lot better. And I think that's why it hit me as hard, because I wished I wouldn't have lost all that time from when I was a kid and he didn't have to work as much. And then I turned around most of my kid's life, you know, working, like I said, 4 years ago, I was working 16-hour days, 5 days a week, instead of, you know, I should have jacked the job up and spent more time with my kids. And I didn't learn. I should have learned. from my dad, but I didn't. But sorry, roller coaster. Jack Loomis said, "I'm still processing the death of my mother-in-law early last month. At least to be supportive of Simi." Yeah, it's rough. You know, I don't know. I can't even give you any encouragement, or you know, like because like I said, my dad's passing in '95 is still every December, especially. It's just it's like it happened yesterday. So I want to tell you it's going to get better. I hope it does in your case. You know, um, it hasn't for me. But um, Carla Burton said, "You really wise, Fett. You must be doing them CBD products that I was talking about earlier or something." Uh, 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 let's see. Um, Stuff jumping and stuff not pretending. Let's see. Sci-fi mommy, you're not alone on the acne, Fett. It's really sucks being an adult with that. Yeah, uh, yeah. I mean, this is the first I've had acne in 20 years. Maybe not that long, but got to be damn close. And of course, it would rear its ugly head on my ugly head today. But um, John apparently had some computer issues at some point. Um, yeah, I'm surprised mine's been acting up. I have to. Well, I mean, you can imagine the shit I have on my computer, but I basically have to like almost reboot it almost daily anymore. The more stuff I do, the more it's acting up. I mean, this computer's several years old now. I'm sure it's on its way out, especially now that I'm thinking about doing more things like this and being on it, you know, a lot more length of time. It's probably going to take a shit because uh, the laws of Fett. Uh, if bad shit can happen, it's going to happen to me. Um, Man, I was way behind. Sorry about that. Trying, you know, whatever. Probably, I don't know. I think most of you guys are still here, surprisingly. Uh, let's see. Carla Burton said, "Okay, I will not grow a beard just for Fett." Awesome. Of course. Now you got to think about this though. Everything I usually do is wrong. So if you take my advice and not grow a beard, maybe you should grow the beard because I say don't. But maybe if you grow that beard, you would get recognized for having the most beautiful beard on the planet or something, and maybe make $1 million for being the most beautiful beard. Basically, don't take my advice. So maybe grow the beard, or I'll say, well, grow the beard. So then not growing the beard would be the right thing to do. I don't know, something like that. Uh, John Rendell said, "I treat my beard like that Christmas song, let it grow, let it grow, let it grow." You know, I've never had a full beard, but I know there's been a lot of times, especially when, excuse me, when it's cold, I'll grow the stubble and stuff. And when it gets to a certain length, I can't even stand laying down, you know, with the pushing on the face and stuff like that. Does it get any easier when it gets longer, John? I don't know. I've never had a big beard. I don't even know if I could grow a big beard. But it's not as irritating, you know. Does it is it fluffier when it's? Because I know I can't stand when it's, you know, more than a little stubble. I hate it. I hate it. I hate the feel of it. I hate the food getting stuck in it. You know, I'm not the most attractive person on the planet anyway. I don't want to walk around with food on my face on top of it. So I don't know. I'd like to hide this, but I don't know. See, I always came from the, back in the 80s when I was into the metal bands and stuff, it was like, all my heroes didn't have beards. So and then now it's the cool thing. Everybody has a beard. But, when you look back at Megadeth and all those guys, back then, they didn't have beards. So they've had them in the meantime. I don't know. Maybe it's something I should. Maybe one of these days I'll pop back on and I'll have a big ass beard. I doubt it. I can't do anything right, so there's no way I can grow a beard right. Logata says, I always looked like Dan Haggerty, Grizzly Adams look. I don't know. Maybe I'd be handsome if I had a beard. I don't know. It's funny because, like I said, now I'm losing my hair. It's gray. It's falling out. I always said if my hair starts falling out, I'll just shave my head bald and grow a goatee. But I don't know. The thing of it is with the Chiari surgery, they went in the back of my head. So I have a big ass long scar down the back of my head. So if I shaved my head, anybody sitting behind me would have to stare at a creepy looking, scar. I don't know. Wes Cagle said, Fett, holy cow, you're still going strong. God bless you, sir. Excuse me. This is amazing for a first stream. I don't know if it's amazing. I needed to, there's even more people here now than there were earlier. I just needed to complain for a while. Sorry, no, not even complain, but I needed company tonight. So, this isn't, I wouldn't even call it a stream. This was selfish on my part. It wasn't to provide entertainment for you. This was for me. I needed my friends tonight. That's all it is. I don't even know if I could do this again. Well, I'm sure I'll be miserable again. I could probably do this again, but I don't know if I could ever be entertaining or anything like that. I needed my friends tonight. John Rendell, that's why I show the good half on the streams. I don't have a good half. That's why I haven't appeared on camera until tonight. But, excuse me, I gotta take a drink. I'm really feeling it. But, anyhow, John Rendell, the Blizzard of '78. I'll never forget that one. I was too young. I don't remember that one. The one, and not an age thing or anything, but the one that really, man, I remember was it '93? Was the real bad one? That one was bad because, and there was probably more blizzards in my past, but that's because I wasn't driving long at all in '93, and I still had my first car, which was an '86 Camaro. And the snow that year was deeper. I have pictures somewhere of my car. You could see the antenna sticking out of the snow. That's how deep the snow was. And that was, you know what I mean? That was rough having a Camaro. And then my second car was a Camaro too. I didn't learn my lesson. And then the second one, well, John, I showed you pictures on Just Cause that time. So I went from a Berlinetta, Camaro Berlinetta, which was a V6, to the V8 RS, which was front end heavy, and all the weight was in the front. Well, that car, I spun the tires with that one when the streets were wet. So when it snowed, I used to get sick in the stomach. I hated that. Whenever I went anywhere and I saw snowflake, I was like, oh my God, I got to go home. So that's what led me to get my first truck. And then I had a couple trucks in the meantime. And now I'm back to, I have an Equinox. It's kind of a glorified car. It's all-wheel drive. So, but fortunately, we don't seem to have snow like we used to. Another thing where I got to watch my mouth because I can't really get into stuff like that because it does offend people, and I don't think YouTube will be really fond of me speaking of it. But, this weather that we have, is not normal. And I don't care what you tell me. I don't like conspiracy theories, and I don't want to be that guy. But let me tell you, contrails occur with certain temperatures and certain weather conditions, and they evaporate back into the atmosphere. The checkerboards in our sky nowadays that linger there and just grow larger and larger and larger and engulf until the whole sky is a cloud and it rains every goddamn night or every other night. This is not normal. I don't care what you say to me. Anyway, like I said, the odds of me waking up later or tomorrow or whatever and my channel being, so if my channel's not here, Fett stuck his foot in his mouth. But anyway, I will argue that one to my grave. But this weather is not normal. And I saw a video, I think it was from 2009, where you know uh, Mr. Gates was talking about tinting the atmosphere. Didn't give a shit about the rest of us whether we wanted to see blue skies like we've always known. He wanted to tint the motherfucking sky to try to cool the earth down by a degree. By a degree. $10 million to tint the atmosphere. Fuck the rest of us that want a blue sky to lower the temperature by a degree. I think they found a way to not use a tint. But anyway, I better shut up. So this is what I said. When a depression doesn't prevent me from going on other people's live streams, my mouth does, because I'm a very opinionated on certain things, and that's one of them. But anyway, John Reynolds said in '93. Oh, he did. See, it was '93. Yep. See, yeah, I'm way behind, man. I'm no doomcock. Like, I'd be having to do 12 super chat square up shows a week because I missed everything, because I'm slack on everything. What the fuck? Doomcock was here. Are you serious? I missed Doomcock. Doomcock was here. How did I not realize Doomcock was here? Hey Fett, just wanted to say love you, man, and I wanted to at least drop a line into your first live stream. Congrats, brother. I can't believe I missed Doomcock. Well, thank you, Overlord DVD, for popping in. I appreciate that. I can't believe that. I don't even know what to say. I want to take a screenshot. I want to take a screenshot of it. I'm sure he's a busy guy. I'm sure he's not still here. So if anybody sees him on another stream or something, because like I said, I'm gonna miss Wednesday. Thank him for me. I mean, I'll wow. I guess that's what I get for getting so far behind on the Doomcock is still here. He says he tweeted out the live stream. Thank you. I don't even know what to say. I love you too, Doomcock. That's kind of why I'm here tonight. I was telling everybody that I'm going to get emotional again. I told you in the past, you've hooked me up with some of the best people I've ever. Sorry about my phone. Some of the best people I've ever known in my life, and I can't thank you enough, for what you do for all of us. I debated on doing this stream tonight, but it was a rough day, and I needed my friends tonight. And last night I had Friday Night Frolics. Was That's what got me through the night. Yet again, you saved my ass, and thank you. And typically, I would have been on King Dolphin TV tonight, but Raymond had an away mission tonight, so he's doing it tomorrow. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to work. But sorry, I'm losing my voice again. But and like I said, apologizing 1,000 times, but please excuse my old ass having pimples on the day I decided to reveal myself on YouTube. But it is what it is. Of course, that had to happen. But as I've always said, people hate Twitter. I'm not calling it X, it's Twitter. It will always be fucking Twitter. I'm sorry. And I wish they would bring the bird back. But technically, I joined Twitter years ago, but my ass getting kicked off of Facebook is what led me to Twitter. And if I wouldn't have come to Twitter, I'd have never interacted with Overlord DVD and ultimately met up with all of you. And that really would have sucked. So many sucky things have happened in my life. And at the time, I used to love Facebook. And when I got kicked off of Facebook, I thought it was one of the worst things that ever happened. But ultimately, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I don't know. It's people are disputing if that's really Doomcock. He said, "Yeah, the check mark is my official account. Good night and always." Well, let's see if my computer doesn't act up here. He said he retweeted the stream. Well, let's see. Of course, my computer is running very slow right now, but I don't know. Mike doesn't want to scroll or anything right now. I'm surprised it's cooperated as long as it has, but yeah, it's the real Doomcock. I mean, yeah, it's him. He tweeted it on his stream. It's legitimate. So, okay, Doomcock has to go. So, good night, Overlord DVD. Thank you for stopping in. Never thought you would be on my live stream. This is one for the mental record book. But Jack Loomis says, "What pimples?" Oh, they're here. Yeah, anybody watching on the phone, maybe you can't see them, but anyway, yeah, wow. For somebody who didn't think I was even for sure going to do this tonight, I'm at 7 hours and 10 minutes. So I think at this point, maybe I'm making good old Gil Cardinal Sin proud up there. Admiral Teague is here. Holy fuck. Hail Admiral Teague. I don't know what to say. I mean, King Dolphin's still here. You know? I thank you, everyone. Thank you. I needed my friends tonight, and my friends showed up. Thank you. I'm sorry. I probably missed a ton of the chat here. There was so much with Doomcock. It's like I kind of like want to. I want to just like read. I mean, I can't. I didn't even. I wasn't even worried about learning how to do anything with chat or anything like that, you know, backstage here, because I really didn't think anybody would show up. So I probably missed Glenn Schroeder is here. What's up, dude? Like, this is unreal. Again, I went from talking for 7 hours to like I don't even know what to say now. Sci-Fi Mommy says we got your back, Fett. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thank you. Lori Wilson. Lori Wilson is here. Sorry. uh, hey, Lori. Brandon the anime guy. You know, I've been incredibly depressed all day. And now for somebody who was just talking about how I don't know what my stand is on religion, I suddenly feel really blessed. I went from depressed to blessed. King Dolphin says, Fett, see you have so many friends here. That's why I came here tonight. Uh, I've missed so many things here in the chat. I apologize. You know, he got me all emotional. Lori Wilson says, we're all a big family here. We support when people are having a rough time. Yep. uh, and Glenn Schroeder says, seasonal depression sucks. We got you, brother. Yeah. I kind of hit on that earlier, but yeah. The holidays, sorry. The holidays were always rough, and this year in particular is this has been the worst year. I mean, I talked about having to have the brain surgery in 2012 earlier, and I would rather have that every day for the rest of my life, the brain surgery, than have to go through this year again. But, and as I said, as pathetic as it sounds, I have grown closer to you guys and girls here than almost anyone I've ever hung with in my life. So I did something incredibly selfish tonight. I needed support, and I was hoping maybe one person would show up. I never expected fucking Doomcock was here. I mean, that I never would have thought. But I can't thank everybody enough for showing up. Like I said, just putting this out there again. Typically, Raymond Feliciano, King Dolphin TV does Just Cause on a Saturday night, and he had something else he had to do tonight, and it does happen quite a bit now. So I'm thinking maybe, maybe when he can't. So I don't want to take anyone else's time slot or anything, but maybe I'll do this a little. When he can't do a Saturday, maybe I'll do it. If there's any interest in that, I was throwing it out earlier. Like, I think I know things, but I don't. So, if anyone would want to hang with me and talk movies or music or something like that, maybe I'll upgrade, this StreamYard thing so I can have more people on and learn how to do a link and stuff like that and have more people on. But again, I'm missing all this stuff in the chat. But Stellar Heather said, "We love you, Fett." Face red heart shape. Brandon the anime guy, holidays are hard, always have been. Yeah. And it's like every time I think they can't get any harder, they do. But Admiral Teague said it's normal to be depressed and fall. It will get better. I don't know. I hope. Some things have happened that I don't know. Anyway, Carl Burton says, Fett, you have to suck lozenges after. Well, I suck, but you have to suck lozenges after this because talking 7 hours is going to be rough. It's going to be rough anyway. I mean, my voice comes and goes, like I was saying with the Chiari. Like right now, my throat is so squished. You know, it doesn't matter. Last week, speaking of Doomcock, I told him I would pop in on Pop Culture Breakdown. The night before, Tuesday night, I got the throat got crushed. I had a sore throat and everything. All through that whole thing, I was like, I was like now, I'm kind of yelling, just to get this out because everything's so crushed in there. But I don't know. It would have happened anyway. I can't believe, like, if you can get me to talk for 7 seconds on a normal day, that's incredible. I've been talking for 7 hours and 18 minutes right now. I don't know how this happened. It's probably a freak thing. I could probably never do this again. But like I said, I originally just thought I'd play a little guitar and maybe one person would show up or whatever. But this is, I don't know. Brandon the Anime Guy says we're here for you. That's why I'm here, because I hoped you. I mean, I knew you would be. I knew you would be. Teague says it's not the least bit selfish. I don't like asking for favors. That's one of my biggest things. I don't like asking for help. I wish that was something I could let go because I need help. And I probably wouldn't be where I'm at right now if I would ask for help sooner. But Lori Wilson, I know all about depression. It sucks so much. You feel like you're the only sad person on the planet sometimes. Yeah. I try to tell myself, everyone else has problems, some worse than you. And I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to put my needs above everybody else's. But tonight was an exception. I couldn't be alone tonight. I guess technically I am, but anyway. Sci-Fi Mommy said, I think you found a great time slot. The thing is like I said, it would only be like when Raymond can't do King Dolphin because, well, I hope I'm not stepping over Tony right now too. I don't know if Tony's live streaming right now. Anybody. I don't mean to be stepping on anybody right now. I didn't think I'd be going for this long. But if I was going to do a Saturday, normally, like I said, I pop in on King Dolphin TV, Raymond, at 5 o'clock on Saturdays. But Raymond couldn't do it tonight, and like I said, I kind of needed to do something tonight. But I guess whenever something came up, like I said, I could do the fill that slot in. This is jumping. Never thought one of my chats would be jumping and I couldn't read it. But Sandra said it was a good idea. John Rendell, seek and you shall find, ask and you shall receive, knock and it shall be open unto you. I'm knocking. I knocked and you guys heard it. That's what I was afraid of, that I knocked and nobody would hear it. But Brandon said I have a tough time with an hour, let alone 3 or 4, but 7. Yeah, I don't know. If you would have told me when I woke up today you're going to be on YouTube for 7 hours, I would have asked you what you were smoking. I guess I needed to get 7 hours worth of shit out. I don't know. I still feel like I haven't even scratched the surface, though, to be honest. Wes Kegel, Fett, just a suggestion. Have you thought about simulcasting over on Rumble? I know people do it. I never really thought about it. I do have a Rumble channel. Uh, I mean, I like Rumble. I did it in the beginning uh, for stupid reasons, just because like uh, stupid things. Like I like watching when I'm watching YouTube or Rumble. I like watching. I don't like it full screen, but I like the normal setting, like how YouTube is just this portion of the screen. Well, Rumble initially was really tiny and I couldn't stand it, so it was either that or full screen. So I didn't like that. And plus, I didn't like they originally didn't have the dark. It could have the dark theme mode, whatever. Because like right now, this white light has been killing me for 7 hours now. But they do have that now, and actually their smaller window is actually bigger than YouTube, so I do like that. Uh, I only really created the Rumble, like I talked earlier about getting kicked off of. I've been kicked off several social media platforms. Facebook twice, Pinterest for a while. I'm back on there again, but it's kind of a useless thing anyway. Just another place for me to put the Doomcock pictures. But like that was like most of the stuff. Like I would constantly get people would upload to their boards or whatever they call it on there, or pins, and because Pinterest determined like maybe this Marvel movie poster, violated their terms on violence and stuff like that. I was getting shit, and so and I pretty much deleted everything over there now, except like the Doomcocks and the stuff I make. If that's all, it's on my Pinterest. But I was kicked off of there for a while. Uh, like I said, I was talking earlier about Imgur. All I had were the Doomcock pictures on there, and they locked my account, and I wasn't kissing their ass, so that's gone. So I made the Rumble because several months back, might have been a year ago now, I had, well, at one point I had 3 channels. I have the Fett channel. Um, like when I was initially talking to Doomcock, he would say about how like the long live streams hurt the algorithm and stuff like that, which is I think one of the reasons he initially had the Harvey channel. So I created a second channel called Cloud City Central, where I thought if I would live stream, which I'm probably killing my algorithm now, but I would put the live streams on that channel or whatever, do the stupid stuff on, put it on that channel. Well, several months back, a year ago, whatever it was now, I'm a slacker when it comes to checking my email, especially my Gmail. I'm using it more now, but I never really used to use that at all. Well, here, okay, so it was July, because I think it was on the 4th of July where I think where they nuked that channel, and I appealed it, nothing. I got nothing. 3 times I appealed it, nothing. I still don't have the channel. Now, they said that I violated their, what was it? Something, my content violated their terms on spam or something like that. I had no content on the channel. It was just sitting there in the event that I wanted to use it. So whatever, I could create it again, I guess. But then in the meantime, I created a third channel. Well, it's one of 2 now that I have. And I only created this one because, like I was talking earlier, the biggest mistake I made when I started the Fett for Hire thing that I'm doing now, is it's just my channel. If you look at my channel, it will say it was created in 2012, because it's just my personal channel. I should have created a separate channel and done it that way, but I didn't. So since 2012, I couldn't even tell you how many playlists I had, especially like metal music, probably over 100. And then on top of all the Fed for Hire stuff that's public that you guys see, I couldn't find anything on there when I wanted to watch, especially music. So I created a third channel, which since I lost the other one now I only have 2, but I created a third channel where I was putting all the music on. Not even my stuff. I was it was full of playlists of videos other people uploaded to YouTube, and I was saving them in the playlists. Well, a couple of months back, I got another thing that I violated with whatever their content, with my content. It was a channel of playlists. So that one I did appeal, and they did get back to me on that, and they admitted they made a mistake, and they reinstated that one. So I do have that one back, but that's nothing serious. It's like I said, it's just to watch and music videos, listen to music on. But forget why I'm even talking about this stuff. Oh, Rumble. But yeah, so that's why I figured in the event that the day I wake up and, you know, because I have so much stuff, content, my stupid shit that I've actually made and put on the Fett channel, that if they nuke that, at least Rumble, it's still there. So that's why I created the Rumble. Mumble. So I don't know. Maybe eventually, maybe I'll do more at the Rumble. I should. Holy crap! I missed a lot more in the chat. I'm sorry about this. Please don't anyone tell Captain Finity about how poor I've been on keeping up with the chat. But yeah, maybe I'll look into that and do more on Rumble. Because, you know, oddly enough, on there now, I think I have like 50 followers on there or something like that. But they've been building pretty regular. And on YouTube, like I said, you know, I'll get 3 subscribers a week, and then by the end of the week, they're all gone. And then I'm in a negative. Or I'll get a notification that I got a new subscriber, and my count will still be the same. Because apparently, I just conveniently lost one at the same time I gained one, so I just stay where I'm at. So I'm never gonna rise above my count here, but because I lost one today, I lost a subscriber, but whatever. But Wes Kago says, Fett, I'm following you over on Rumble. That's why I asked if you thought about simulcasting over there. Something I might have to think about if I'm going to stream. I mean, why not? Because I have the channel. Why not use it? Brandon the Anime Guy says most platforms are crap. Twitter X is it's Twitter. I'm not calling it X. Is about as good as it gets for typing. Like I said earlier, I love Twitter. You know, yeah, there's some garbage human beings on there, but I ignore them. I met most of you guys, or well, it was through Doomcock, but we interact on Twitter. But John Reynolds says 7 hours. That's how long it takes to bake a loaf of Wonder Bread. Wonder Bread. Wow. Jumped on me again here. Brandon says I do like Twitter too. Yeah, Twitter is the easiest. Yeah, there are only certain things when I came over from Facebook. There were certain things like I wish you could have like a photo albums on Twitter. You know, because it would be nice. You know, because especially now, like I try to do every Thursday now, where I do the Doomcock Throwback Thursday. You know, it'd be nice if I just had an album there where I could find some of the old stuff and just pop it on real quick. But Brandon says YouTube is the easiest, but Google has issues. Yes. I was talking about Google and some of their issues earlier and stuff, and Disney. But Brandon says, I have been off Facebook since 2014. I have never been happier. I hate Facebook. Like I touched on it earlier. I can't even put into words how much I hate Facebook. But again, it's become a necessary evil for me. There are some people right here in this chat that just they don't want to go on Twitter. So I would lose contact with them. Like I've been blubbering all night about how I'm not close with my family. And so, I mean, if I was close with my family, I would probably like Facebook more. But in addition to certain people here that I wouldn't be able to have contact with, like I said, when you know my thing on King Dolphin, I kind of known on his show for making a meme really quick or something like that, and I just find it easier to pop it in a private album on Facebook and bring it up there. Even though I constantly go on King Dolphin and saying how much I hate Facebook, and then I'm showing my pictures and there's the Facebook logo. I hate Facebook, I hate Instagram, but I'm back on Instagram again too, as much as I despise Zuckerberg. But you know, I'm told that I don't believe I help in any way, but I'm told that I've been a help in by making the Doomcock pictures and getting them out there and stuff like that. So the more places I can put them, the better. And after, you know, doing away with Imgur, I'm back on Instagram, but I don't. So if like you message me on Instagram or Facebook, and Facebook too, if anybody has a Facebook page, on top of your personal account. Fucking nightmare. I don't know who's making these improvements that's going on all over social media, but Facebook is like the worst. I mean, if for those that don't have a page, okay, you can get notifications for either they're separate from your profile and your page. And it doesn't tell you which is which in most cases, especially on a phone. And you click on it, you want to, John Rendell commented on your picture. So I click on it, and if it was on my page and I'm logged in as my profile, it takes sometimes 20 seconds to switch you over to your page to view your thing. And then, you know what I mean? I know 20 seconds isn't much, but if you're out doing something, or you're you know what I mean? 20 seconds seems like an eternity. So half the time I say fuck it, and I don't see what you guys say, and I feel bad about that. But that's Facebook's fault. I don't understand why that's an improvement. Somebody really needs to rethink this horse shit, because it's just ridiculous. And sometimes when I'm on my PC, not only will it make me switch over to my page, but it'll open another page and take me into Facebook Office or whatever. I forget what it's even called, because I care that little that I don't even know what it's called. But then, I'm trying to see a comment that somebody commented on a picture, and it takes me into a whole nother thing, and then it's almost like a message, and then it's only I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that, but I despise Facebook. I can't. I used to love it. I absolutely hate it. It's one of those things where I get it. We keep giving Disney money. They're going to keep giving us shit. I keep giving Facebook clicks. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I wish something else. I've tried. I thought Gab was going to be the wave of the future there for a while. It's not. You can have albums and stuff on there, but I don't know. Like I said, I have my political beliefs too, and I don't know. Some people on Gab are out there, but Lori Wilson said, Facebook always makes me feel bad. I have no idea why, so I rarely go there. Same here. That's what I'm saying. If we're friends on Facebook, but you follow me on Twitter and you wanna talk to me, Twitter. Yeah, I mean, Twitter. Even like my email, like I'm terrible at checking my email. I mean, Twitter, it's like basically I wake up and I check YouTube and Twitter. So, John said it's the whole meta thing. Sucks rope. Meta. I mean, I can't take that seriously. Meta. I hate that. I don't know. I can't stand that Twitter is now X, but I don't know. I don't want to be part of anything Meta, but I guess I have to be. But I don't know why. Facebook depresses me too. You know why? Like I said, it's like a family thing, and I'm not close with my family, so I don't keep in touch there. I keep in touch with you guys. That's why I like Twitter. That's why that's my go-to thing. And years ago, I thought Twitter was lame. I didn't understand why people even cared about Twitter. I didn't see it. When I first joined Twitter, I don't even remember exactly. Well, I do, but I'm not going to say. I wanted to keep an eye on mean tweets. Anyway, so that's why I joined Twitter. And I didn't get the appeal because, I used to get like all my news and all that stuff on Facebook, and I didn't know anything about Twitter, and like my whole thing was just blank all the time. I didn't know you had to follow people and to get anything. So I just thought it was stupid. But then when I got booted off of Facebook, I was like, well, I need something. So that's when I started Twitter. And I don't know. And it's funny too, because for all the years that I really didn't use Twitter, of course now, anybody who's been here, for the 7 hours hearing me talk about my shit luck, of course, now that I love Twitter, we're constantly hearing, well, Twitter's done. Elon's running Twitter into the ground. It's going bankrupt, of course, because I'm there. So of course it's going to go bankrupt. We have someone in the chat, WFS, your doctor. Twitter is okay, but X just seems like a dumb name. Yes. I mean, and welcome, WFS, your doctor. I don't know if I've seen you before. Well, I've never streamed before, but on anything else. Welcome here. But yes, X is a dumb name. It is stupid. I understand why they'd want to distance themselves from Twitter, because Twitter is known as a cesspool. So I could understand, but I don't know. It's you know, Coca-Cola is a brand. You know, you could change the name to something else, but you know, why? It's already known as Coca-Cola. Unless you're going to change absolutely everything about it, make it complete. Well, then again, I guess Elon's already working on changing things that we all like about. And that's another thing I'm getting sick of too. Like Twitter's not exempt from the stupid changes that are. I don't know. Like last week or whatever it was. You know, a lot of times on the right hand side, the three little buttons there. Raymond, if you're still here, I know you hate those three dots, but the three little dots or whatever on Twitter, you know, you would hit those, and one of the things was bookmark. Because sometimes I'll bookmark something to maybe make a meme or whatever. And so I think it was last week, I'm hitting that, and nothing's coming up, and suddenly there's the thing next to it now is for bookmarks. It's like, whatever. It's improvement, I guess. Hail, Fat Steven JFG. Welcome, brother. Man, Thomas Paul. They says they are usually wrong. Twitter X is doing okay. I hope so because, you know, aside of YouTube, it's my go-to thing. I really hope so. But yeah, there are a lot of people here tonight that I don't know if I've ever even interacted with before. Thank you for stopping by. I mean, I know of Fat Steven JFG, but I don't think we've ever interacted. And he says Twitter and Rumble are flourishing. That's the thing. Rumble does seem to be getting steam, and I don't know. Maybe that's the wave of the future. I know I'm sick and tired of, like I was talking earlier about YouTube. They don't make me feel creative. That's for sure. Not in the least. You know, taking away subscribers, constantly. Twice now I had two channels, you know, taken down, one reinstated, but I don't know. Like I was talking earlier, that's why I've been trying to do the shorts lately, but I can't even get the formula down on that. I make a short that I think is gold. It gets 9 views. I make a dumbass one like the Paul Stanley one I made like 2 weeks ago. That's had like 800 and some views. I can't get the formula. But like I was saying, I did a video several months back where called Why I Love Return of the Jedi. From writing and doing all the stuff, I had 16 hours into making that video. I lost subscribers like the day I uploaded it. I lost 5 subscribers or something. It's like I don't feel like spending half of my day, more than half of my day, making a video, and more than that when you know the thought that goes into it and everything like that, only to get punished for doing it. Sorry, I'm sinking down. His chair's getting uncomfortable. It's not the one I normally sit in, but Rumble, and you have more freedom of speech over there, you know. Again, I don't want to get political because they'll shut me up if I do anyway, but this channel, the Fett channel, was not created to be the Fett channel. It's just the channel I created back in 2012 to watch stupid shit. You know, if I couldn't figure out how to fix the handle on my tailgate on my truck, I watched the YouTube. That's what I created it for. Should have made a different channel for this. So from 2012 to 2019, when I really didn't care about this channel, it wasn't something to be something, I watched things that Google doesn't like. And they know that I watched, let's just say, rallies and things of that nature that I think I think they already don't like me. So I should have made a different channel. But Lori Wilson is saying goodnight to Sandra and Raymond. So not sure if it's Lori leaving or Sandra and Raymond. And if I missed you, I'm sorry. But good night to Sandra and Raymond if that's who's going to bed. I know it's pretty late for you guys. I'm surprised you even popped in because I know you had a big day today. So, but I appreciate. Oh, Raymond is still here. So Raymond is going to bed. So good night, Raymond and Sandra, and thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate it. Fat Steven says it's hard to be yourself when that keeps moving, when that invisible goalpost constantly moves. Exactly. You know, stop moving the goddamn thing, you know. Uh, but yeah, wow, 7 hours and 42 minutes. Like I said, I hope I'm making good old Gil Cardinal Sin proud up there. This was a long one. But there's still, man, there's more people here now than there were an hour ago. Uh, you know, it's like I'm losing my voice, but I don't even want to go. But Legally Blonde is back. Um, nice to see you again. Sci-Fi Mombi's still here. Stellar Heather's still here. Holy crap. Um, yes, King Dolphin will be having Just Cause tomorrow. 5, Raymond, I guess. 5 p.m. Eastern. Unless I can weasel my way out of work, which I don't see happening, and I probably won't be there. But yeah, check that out. Just Cause will be Sunday night, tomorrow night. Uh, yep, he says 5 p.m. Yeah, it will be 5 p.m. tomorrow. And that's a great anybody that's here tonight that hasn't been a part of or even know about King Dolphin TV. Great group of people. It's um, I mean the people from Friday Night Frolics in the chat and everything. They all tend to stop by. Rob Altis is here. I'm just seeing that now. He says I always enjoy your memes, Fett. Thank you. Thank you for popping in, man. Uh, but yeah, King Dolphin TV. He does a show on Wednesdays. I see the shadow of a cat up there. But excuse me. He does interview videos every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, and he does a show called Just Cause every Saturday, where I pop in, and a lot of us from the Doomcock community pop in. We kind of hang out. So, you know, people that you talk to in the chat on Doomcock stream. So if you want to come and hang out, even just hang out in the chat there, you know, and talk in the chat, but you can come on. Raymond will shoot you a link, and you can come on and hang out with us. Okay. Just checking to see if anyone's leaving because I say have a good night. Brandon, if you're Brandon the anime guy, if you're leaving, you have a great night. Thank you, brother, for stopping in, man. I appreciate that. Yep, Shadow Kitty. Yeah, they're lurking around here. They're wrecking my house too, so I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. But Brandon says it has been a while since I've been able to hang with most anyone. Me too. That's why I need it tonight. Anyway, I won't get back into that. But well, I don't know. I hate to do it, but it seems like some people have to. I mean, people have lives, so I I don't want to keep anybody, and I appreciate everybody stopping in. I guess I'm gonna maybe I'll try to stick out the 15 minutes here, make it an even 8 hours. But Rob writes Gen X pop culture. Hail, man! Thank you for stopping in, man. Had fun hanging out with you guys 2 weeks ago on Pop Culture Breakdown. I was just talking about that earlier. I got to do something so I can do that more often. That's something that has to change. And I love you guys. I don't watch as much movies and TVs as I used to, which is something I would have to change to contribute more. But yeah, I would love to hang with you guys more. WFS, your doctor says I love Doomcock. It just seems like he hates Star Trek more than Star Wars. I think he meant even though they are both so screwed up. You know, it's. I think he's just slightly more passionate about Star Trek. Is what that comes down to. Where I love Star Trek, but I'm obviously lean more towards Star Wars. So I take that one more personally. But I mean, Star Trek is Doomcock's thing. I can't blame him for. Yeah, he fucking hates what they did to Star Trek, you know, and he doesn't hold back, and I wouldn't expect him to. But I mean, he hates what they did to Star Wars too. I mean, most of his videos are about, you know, Star Wars related topics. So, but I think he is more passionate about what they're doing in Star Trek. But John Rendell says new song for Iron Maiden, 15 minutes to Doomcock. That could be a meme. I know somebody who could do that. Rob Bright said 8 hours. That's awesome. Yes, I enjoyed hanging out with you too. That's cool. Because you know what? Oddly enough, I can't. Like I was saying, I can't. I didn't think I would talk for 7 seconds, let alone 7, almost 8 hours. But I've been on Pop Culture Breakdown a few times since the show started, and every time I was like, I don't know what I was gonna say. Like, when you guys, who cares about my 2 cents? 2 weeks ago when I was on, like all day, I was nervous and I thought about it. But when I got on the stream, I don't know, that just all went away. I don't know what happened. But like, I just knew what I was going to say. I don't know, maybe I'm turning over a new leaf, coming out of my shell, all that shit. I don't know. But Sci-Fi Mommy says, Orville. I saw season 1 and 2. I still have yet to see season 3. I feel bad about that. But I really did love season 1 and 2. So I get why everybody's so crazy about bringing that back. It is better than, but like again, I didn't see season 3, but I know 1 and 2 were better than anything else we've gotten, really. Especially, as much as I hate Disney, I did enjoy season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian. Not so much season 3, but so I get the whole Orville thing. I do have to watch season 3. Missing a lot of stuff here again, anyway. Carlos said Star Trek made him hate his channel. True. Like I said earlier, it's terrible that they killed Star Trek and that they're killing Star Wars and all of that. But on the other hand, that's why we got Doomcock. And that's why I'm getting to hang out with you right now. So if they had to ruin it, it could have got ruined and nothing else good came of it. But we got this, and right now, tonight, this is more important to me than Star Wars. I could have watched Star Wars. It just I needed you guys tonight. So sorry, you take a drink a second here. But so another necessary evil. I don't know, because honestly, I guess it's because I'm old now, but I don't know if they could. I like Rogue One. It's pretty good, but I don't know if they could make anything that would make me feel like the original trilogy did, just because I'm not a little kid anymore. So I guess if I had to choose, if I would have known, or I could go back to the future and I knew what was going to happen, and they said, well, red pill, you save Star Wars and all this shit doesn't happen, or blue pill, it's going to happen, but you're going to hook up with this guy named Doomcock and all these cool people. I'd probably say have at it, wreck Star Wars, wreck Star Trek, because you're not going to make, it's not going to be, I don't know. It's the thing of it is I think it's just, we're all getting older and we expect to get the same feeling from, sometimes I think, maybe it's us, maybe we're the problem. We're just not, when I was a kid, my mom said, man, your music is so dumb. There's no intelligence in it. The words are garbage and this, and that, and the other thing. And I tend to think that about music now, for the most part. Maybe we just don't get it anymore. Maybe woke is the wave of the future and we're just hanging on to something. So I hardly don't even care anymore. I hate to say that. I tried to get the hashtag done with Disney, rolling and stuff, but I almost don't even care anymore. And that's the sad part. I never thought, like I was talking to Gary Ambrosia about that not that long ago. Like he was saying, he turned off Raiders of the Lost Ark. He never would have. I don't collect Star Wars action figures anymore. And like I was saying earlier, you're talking about a guy who, I have Last Jedi action figures because I collected them for so long, and I have such an extensive collection that I initially thought, well, The Last Jedi sucked, but they're going to realize it sucked. They're going to fix Star Wars, and then I'm going to have a hole in my collection. So I continued collecting the Last Jedi figures. Now, for the last 2-3 years, I don't collect at all anymore. So now my collection almost ends with the Last Jedi figures, and now that I wouldn't mind having like a Boba Fett, like now I don't have all the Boba Fetts because I don't have the Tamora Morrison Boba Fett. That's another thing that pisses me off, because as a fan of the prequels, I always wanted Tamora Morrison to play Boba Fett, and I had such high expectations for the Book of Boba Fett. I don't hate the Book of Boba Fett. I hate The Last Jedi. The Book of Boba Fett was just a tremendous disappointment for me, and it could have been so much better. And I understand even Tamora Morrison, he wants to redo it or at least have a season 2 to make it up to the fans. I understand he was even telling me I shouldn't be taking my helmet off and all of that. But I don't know. I just can't believe I'm at a stage where I don't care anymore. Like, and I said earlier on this stream that Disney will never kill my love for the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy. But I guess in a way they have, because I don't watch it hardly ever anymore, because I don't watch TV. So, I mean, if I watch TV and it was on, I certainly wouldn't turn it off, but I don't even watch TV anymore. If I watch anything, it's YouTube. I check my Twitter and I watch YouTube. I prefer to watch you guys. A lot of times I'm lurking in your chats or, watching a replay and stuff like that. And you guys are my entertainment now. And it's better. I'm sorry, I'm really blowing off again. Please do not anyone tell Captain Infinity how much I'm ignoring my chat. I just didn't expect to even have chat, really. But like I was saying earlier, that's the worst thing about Disney Star Wars to me, is that if it just all sucked, all of it was shit, I wouldn't care. But if it wasn't for every couple of years, we get 2 good seasons in The Mandalorian. I think Rogue One was pretty damn good. Like I keep getting this, well, or at least I used to get this little ray of hope, and okay, maybe they can make something good. Like, I wouldn't care if it just all sucked. I would just be done with it. But I think I am done with it now. But Rob Altus says 100%. I like watching YouTube or old TV shows. I watch old TV shows on YouTube. Like The Munsters. One of my favorite shows of all time. Again, I was talking earlier about how there's been very few things, the depression that I suffered with my entire life, very few things took my mind off of the depression. The Munsters was one of those shows. And the sad part was it was usually on when I was in school, so I only got to see it when I was either sick or pretended to be sick, and it was a rare occasion when my mom would let me stay home. But The Munsters was one of those shows. I've always, and the Addams Family was usually on right after it. And I liked the Addams Family, and I watched it because The Munsters wasn't on. But I've always been more of a Munsters fan. It's just, I don't know. It's like I said, it took my mind off of the depression. Like when I did the tribute video for, well, I guess it was a tribute video. It's just me talking stupid, but about, excuse me, when Chrissy, I can't even think of her name right now, brain fart yet again. But when I did the tribute video about Three's Company, that was another show that just took my mind off of stuff. Rob Altus says, I love the Munsters. I mean, just everything about it, the theme song, the sped up video at least in every episode for one scene, just the ridiculousness. I don't know. It was cheesy. And I've never been a huge Universal Monsters fan. I always wanted to be. I want to get them. That's something that's a bucket list. I want to get like a collection and sit down and watch them all. But, I was more into the 80s horrors when I was younger, Michael Myers, Jason, all of that stuff. But so it wasn't even like an attachment to the Munsters because it was Frankenstein or anything. I don't know. I just always connected more with the Munsters. Illegally Blunt said Hogan's Heroes was the bomb. Another show I love. Have that entire thing on DVD. one of the things that I loved about uh, Rob Rice says Yvonne DiCarlo was hot. I have a thing for brunettes, and she was one of them. She's one of the causes. Her, Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. Yeah, that's why I currently love Jennifer Connelly, the whole brunettes. Anyway, but one of the things I loved in Hogan's Heroes, one of the first times I ever saw what I guess they call breaking the fourth wall, was I remember being a kid. Of course, I wasn't even born when that show was on originally, but watching the reruns, I remember an episode where, typically one of them would escape or two of them would escape, but this one episode, like they all escaped, and they were all being marched back into the Stalag 13, and they were whistling the theme song to the show. That was the first time where I ever looked at a show and I was like, you can't do that. What are you doing? And it was incredible to me that they were marching into the camp whistling the theme song to the show. That's just always stuck with me. But yeah, I love that. I love everything about that show. But Legally Blonde said MASH was good too. I like MASH. Just got that not that long ago. I think Walmart had this set really cheap. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. One thing I remember about that show was that was apparently important enough that it's not like nowadays. We didn't have TVs in the classroom, especially here in this cold region that I live in. We didn't have TVs in the classroom. But I remember that show was important enough that for the season finale, they wheeled the TV into the one class and we watched it in class. They played it in class. So apparently that was an important show. Lord of the Eagle Reaches is here. Welcome, brother. Thank you for showing up. He says Munsters and Hogan's Heroes, both great shows. Yep, 100% agree. That's what I was just talking. John Reynolds said MASH was good before it got preachy. Yeah, I think Alan Alda had something to do with that, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I liked MASH. I was more into I don't know. I guess I'm thinking of this comes to mind because of like the military theme, but like the A-Team, the A-Team was my jam, back in the 80s. Yeah, I couldn't beat the A-Team. I mean, the fact that Dirk Benedict was Face. That just because if anyone remembers in the pilot, there was a different dude playing Face, and it just wasn't the same. I can't even watch that. Like I can't watch it because, well, first of all, I love Dirk Benedict because he was Starbuck. I mean, I loved Battlestar Galactica because, if you're my age, when we were kids, we didn't have DVDs, VCRs, even nothing. That was nothing. We didn't have that. So if Star Wars came back in the movie theater, you were lucky. Now I was fortunate enough. My family had HBO, but even that was, it's not like nowadays. A movie's out and 3 months later you got it on Blu-ray, DVD, streaming, all of that shit. I mean, back then you didn't know when you were seeing it again. I literally used to cry, like, and they didn't even play like Empire Strikes Back. I didn't even forget about Return of the Jedi because that was new. I mean, I would get to see Star Wars before it was even named A New Hope on HBO once every couple of years if I was lucky. And my mom used to get a TV guide. You remember the TV guide? And when she would get the new one, I would go through that and I would look through and I would find if Star Wars was on. I used to have this little calendar that I kept in our one room in the house, hidden in this one corner, and I would mark on that calendar when Star Wars was on. I'd hold that book up and I would mark every day that Star Wars was on. And I would cross it off every time I watched it. And when I got to that last one, I would cry like a baby. I would cry like a baby because I didn't know when I was going to see Star Wars again. And on my TV upstairs, there were times when I couldn't even, my mom was watching her soaps or something downstairs. I would literally sit up in my room with scrambled HBO because I didn't have it on my TV in my room. I would put a tape cassette in a boombox and record the audio from Star Wars so that when it was done, I could either listen to it back or play the audio tape along with my toys while I was playing with my toys. That's how pitiful I was and how much I loved Star Wars. But, I don't even, why am I even ranting about Star Wars? But Rob Altus says, I really enjoyed shows like Emergency, jumped again, Chips, BJ and the Bear, Knight Rider, Rockford Files, 240 Robert. I don't even know that one. Starsky and Hutch. There was always something to watch. Those were the days. Yes, almost every show back then. Although I don't know what 240 Robert is. I don't know that one. But everything else you mentioned there, oh yeah, I watched all of that. You know, Emergency was one of those shows I still have up in my room. From when I was a kid, I have an Emergency, a plastic fire helmet. I have a Chips, like plastic megaphone. I don't know if I still had the Chips action figures. They were dolls, big. But I had those. Emergency was one of those shows where I remember I loved it as a kid. I even had a Hot Wheels that looked like their truck. It wasn't like an official thing, but it looked just like it. So I pretended it was the Emergency thing. Now, when that came back on TV years ago, I mean, I'm talking 15, 20 years ago, I was so excited to watch it, and I watched it, and I found it really boring. I don't know. I guess I was just infatuated with the fire trucks as a little kid. Now, I did just watch that show just a couple of years ago. It was back on TV or stream. I don't know if we had Netflix at the time or what, but I started watching it again. I loved it all over again. So that was weird. Loved it as a kid. Was bored with it 20 years ago, but just a year or two ago, I loved it. I loved it again. Carla Burton says Dukes of Hazzard. Daisy Duke. Catherine Bach was another one of them there brunettes that, yeah. Hey, I'm a Chevy guy. I talked about on King Dolphin, I talked about my love for cars, muscle cars, things like that. I love General Motors. I love Chevy. My dream car is either a 69 Camaro or 70 Chevelle. But let me tell you, if I could have a General Lee, I don't know if I could climb through the doors at my age. I probably need functional doors, but yeah, I wouldn't pass up a General Lee. 69 Dodge Charger is like, you see those memes all the time where it has all the 80s cars, and believe me, it's tough to pass up the A-Team van. That's a GMC. That's a General Motors too. But man, Ecto 1's cool. The DeLorean's cool. Man, that General Lee. And this shit too of not having a Confederate flag on the roof. It's another reason why I don't even collect die-cast cars like I haven't gotten die-cast cars in forever, but I started seeing those online and in the store and stuff like that, with them putting either not even having the flag on the roof or putting the sticker over it on the. I mean, come on now. I have a bunch of Dukes of Hazzard collectible. I'll have to make, I don't know. Can I make a video on that stuff? I don't know. I have a bunch of Dukes of Hazzard stuff right up in my room. I would like to make a video, but they have all Confederate flags on the roof in a box and stuff like that. You know what? You guys, people need to get over this stupid shit. Whatever happened to, how does it go? If you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat it or whatever like that. You know what I mean? Bad stuff happened. We need to learn from that. Not everything is associated, whatever. I don't know. But Rob Wright says Kit from Knight Rider was cool. Yes. You would think that would be my ultimate car, but my thing with the Trans Am is I've owned a couple Camaros in my life. I'm a Camaro guy. I mean, ultimately, I'm a Camaro guy. The Trans Am to me would be like, if I owned a Trans Am, I'd be like, it's not a Camaro. It basically is a Camaro with a different front end and back end on it, but I don't know. I do love Kit. One of the first things, back in the day, you used to be able to send away to things like television shows, and I used to send away to things, and I don't know, I never got anything back in most cases, but I sent something into Knight Rider. I probably still have it here. One day if I come across it, I'll have to put it on YouTube or Twitter or something. But I sent a letter to Knight Rider, and they sent me back a schematic of the Knight Rider car. It was awesome. As a kid, I thought I got secret stuff. They sent me it was awesome. That was awesome that they came, sent me something. John Rendell says, Aaron Gray. Yep. Aaron Gray, Pamela Hensley, we just discussed. I don't know if you were there, John. We were just discussing this a couple of weeks ago on King Dolphin. Yeah, Aaron Gray, Pamela Hensley. Science fiction. That's the thing. People call you a geek. You're a nerd. Science fiction had the hottest chicks. in movies and television. Period. Period. So I'll be a geek all day long. If we can, hey, whatever. I don't even know where I'm going with this, but Legally Blonde says I used to love watching old Roseanne shows, but it got ruined with the drama. I was never, I never when Roseanne was new. I don't know. I didn't get it. I did like in the '90s. I think it was. I was watching it. It was okay. It was all right, I guess. Um, Trans Ams were Firebirds with better decals. Yeah, but like I said, it still wasn't a Camaro, and I don't know. I gotta have me a Camaro. Oh, I'm sorry if I missed you. Alien Love said we'll be beaming out in a moment. Fett for hire, at all. It has been good to see and hear you, and look forward to your next appearance. Glad. Thank you for popping in. If you guys want me to do this more often, like I said, I will. Sorry if I missed you. Good night if I didn't. Take care. Um, WFS, your doctor said, I absolutely love the '90s show Highlander. I don't think I've seen that either. Uh, I don't think I did. But Carla Burton said, I recorded the TARDIS sound about 10 times in a row so I could lie in bed and pretend I was traveling somewhere else. See? So, okay, it's not just me. That's cool. I love that. That's the sort of thing I used to do. Now, I really, I didn't watch Doctor Who much when I was a kid. I'm going to say something now. I got to be honest. Tom Baker kind of creeped me out as a little kid. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I don't know. I would watch the show when it was on. I would watch it. I would watch it, but I appreciate him more now as an adult because a certain family member of mine would watch uh, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the original Gene Wilder, and would say how, oh, I can't, I watched the movie, but I can't stand it. He's too creepy. He's too creepy. And I used to say, well, that's how good an actor he is. He's supposed to kind of creep you out in that movie. So you think he is Willy Wonka and stuff like that. And I kind of realize that now about Tom Baker. Matter of fact, I don't have any Doctor Who on DVD, but I should get the Fourth Doctor because he was the Doctor when I was a kid, and I should go back and rewatch that stuff because I'm sure I would appreciate it more now. But let's see. Holy crap! Still okay. Lori Wilson says I'm gonna head out. I moved again. I'm gonna head out. I have a Lego set from Big Bang Theory to finish. Hang in there, Fett. You are not alone. By the way, I love your art. Thank you. I don't consider it art, but I'll keep doing it. Like I said, as long as, especially the Doomcock stuff, as long as he says it's okay, I'll continue to do it because I don't seem to run out of ideas for some reason. Probably my brain not turning off again. But yes, you have a good night, Lori Wilson. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate that. Hope to see you again if I do this again. Carla Burton says he always bulged his eyes. Yeah, that was probably part of it. I don't know. But speaking of Gene Wilder, like I love the dude in Young Frankenstein now, and he bulged his eyes out severely, and I don't know, that didn't creep me out. But yeah, good night, Lori. You have a good night. Thank you again for stopping in. Let's see. That's Legos is another thing where I never got Legos. I had them as a kid. What I mean by got was like I never was fascinated by them. I get it. I appreciate all the design and everything that goes into doing them and stuff. But as a collector, I like to keep things in a box. And the fun part of doing Legos would be putting them together. And I would have to open the box. But I'll tell you what, if everybody's there's still 14 people here. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a quick pee break and I'll be right back. I hate to do it. I'm no doomcock when it comes to that, but it has been 8 hours. So I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Again, another thing for the record books, though, because as I discussed earlier, it's like I can't even get 2 hours of sleep anymore without my weak old man bladder making me have to get up and, you know, go take care of things. But to have gone 8 hours, another thing I would have never expected tonight. But yeah, we should have had Pudgy here for the elevator music. I should have done something. Thomas Paul, welcome. Uh, don't know if I don't recognize the name, but welcome. It's nice to have you here. He says, I have 6 brothers. I got a Lego. It took a lot of negotiation to build a decent brick. You know, I the only thing I used to build with Legos, like I don't even think they were real Legos I had when I was a kid. It was just like a big box that I think my uncle gave me of, generic. I almost said Joopy. We used to have a store here, and it's probably like a local thing, but it was called the Jupiter, and it was kind of like what the dollar store is nowadays, and so it sold cheap items. So everybody around here to this day tends to call things that are cheap Joopy because of the store, the Jupiter. Legally Blonde, if you're still here, you know what I'm talking about. But I almost called it Joopy. But I had these cheap Legos, and really all I used to do is like I'd build garages and park my stuff like that. Now when my daughter was small, I would get her like the little, sets, the little boxes, the ones that weren't like $1,000, and like Star Wars things. But she would try to play with them and they would fall apart. So I don't know. I just never really got into Legos as much. Uh, but Rob Rice says, speaking of late 70s, early 80s comedies, we can't forget about WKRP in Cincinnati. Another one I love. That was a great one too. Um, Dr. Johnny Fever. Yeah, that's one thing where I don't do it often, but when people get on the kick of suggesting Doomcock sing theme songs on Frolics, I have a tendency to throw that out there. I love when he sings that and Love Boat. Love that. Comic Relief Crusader is back again. What's up, man? Um, Again, I'm sorry. I missed so many chats here tonight. Sci-Fi Mommy says love Mel Brooks. Yeah, me too. I'm not, I don't know everything about everything, but uh, yeah. But Young Frankenstein, definitely one of my favorite movies. Because I look at movies, when I say favorite movies, I don't put Star Wars in that, because if you said name your top 5 movies, every one of them would be a Star Wars movie, you probably. So I take them out of the picture. So when I talk movies, and I even like to go categories too, because there are so many movies I love. Like if you're talking, I love Braveheart and The Patriot, the Mel Gibson movies. Like I can't even tell you how much I love those movies. Rancor Steve would probably be proud to hear me say that because they're manly movies. But yeah, I love those. And equally, like I can't, I like right now I can't even pick one. Maybe tomorrow I'd say Braveheart. The next day I might say The Patriot. I love them equally. I love them both. But uh, so I tend to break them up because like I'm not the big I'm not the biggest fan in any category, and sometimes you might even laugh at my favorites. Like I'm a horror fan, um, but I'm not the biggest horror fan. I've seen a lot of horror movies, but there are many more that I haven't seen. One of the things I loved from this last year's Halloween, uh, Gil Cardinal Sin was what the hell was it called? Oh, it's like right on the tip of my tongue. It was something like YouTube where you could, but you could play movies, and there was a chat, and man, it's right there. But he sent me a link, and he was playing for Halloween every day leading up to Halloween for like 10 days or something. He was playing horror movies, and then one night, yes, Miss Cardinal Sin, definitely, I miss Gil. But he sent me a link. God damn it! I keep thinking of the name of this service, but anyway, it was like YouTube, but he was playing horror movies. You could talk to him in the chat. We could talk amongst ourselves. And then one night he sent me a link. He was playing the Reanimator movie, and I had always heard about that movie, but I never saw it as a kid. And so I watched it last Halloween with Gil on this streaming service. I'll think of it after the stream, but and so I will always, even though like I heard about this movie and how cool it was, how gory it was, all this stuff, I will always associate that movie with Gil now, because he's the one that showed it to me. Um, but yes, CS Cardinal Sin. That was unexpected, and that was rough. Uh, he was a good guy. Like I said, everybody since his past, even before his passing, everybody always commented on his generosity. And I mean, like I said, people say it all the time that certain people, the world was a better place with them in it. It was with him. He helped so many people. You know, he was. No, I'm sure he's in a better place now, but he was better here with us. It was better for us to have him here. But good night, doctor. Somebody's leaving. Okay, WFS, your doctor. Well, my friends, I'm going to have to call it a night, early day tomorrow. All right, thank you, brother. Thank you for stopping in. If I do this again, I hope to see you again. If not, hopefully in the Doomcock chats. Well, it'll probably be Frolics, because that's the only one I really get to pop in on. But yes, thank you for hanging. Uh, Rob Wright had an issue with autocorrect, but I probably missed the soldier. Wait, we were soldiers. We were soldiers. Well, I don't think I know that one either. Um, Rob Altus says he was a good dude. Yes, he was. Um, Autocorrect does suck. It really does. Uh, it does and it doesn't. Because, I do tend to misspell things. But the one the one app that I use uh, to do some of the pictures that I do, uh, sometimes I have a premium subscription to it, and sometimes I can't afford to have it. I haven't had it for a while. But what never fails is when I use their font, when I'm putting font on a picture, even if it's a dumbass meme, I'll have the premium subscription long enough that includes the spell check on that app. I'll have it long enough that I'll forget when I don't have it, and I'll type things in, and I just automatically, I don't double check when I'm typing, and I think that the spell check would fix it, but then I don't have the premium subscription anymore, so like a dumbass, I put something online, and then I have to delete it and redo it. Need another drink. Losing the voice again. I can't believe I've been talking for 8 hours and 20 minutes. I won't be able to talk at all tomorrow, I'll bet you. But yes, hail Admiral Teague. Admiral Teague is back. We were soldiers. That sounds familiar. I'm not sure if I saw it. He said it was a great movie. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I probably saw it. Um, Carla Burton says, I say we should spend Christmas time to New Year watching movies together. Cosme, that's it. That's what it was. Cosme, like Cardinal Sin did. That's what it was. I watched the Reanimator movie thanks to Cardinal Sin on Cosme. That's what it was. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should do something like that. That would be cool because, I'm already not looking forward to the holidays. That might give me something to look forward to. Um, Rob Wright says Mel Gibson and Sam Elliott. When people ask me who my favorite actors are, I tend to lean toward, I'll do, because, of being such a big Star Wars fan, I tend to think, Harrison Ford, which I am. I'm a huge Harrison Ford fan. But I tend to overlook that some of my favorite movies on this planet are Mel Gibson movies, like I just mentioned, and Kurt Russell. Like, one of my favorite movies of all time, cheesy as it is Big Trouble in Little China. And I hope it's alright if I talk about this. I haven't mentioned anything about this or anything, but I think it would be alright. If anyone, well, I don't even have it as my profile picture on Facebook anymore. I have the Gill thing up, but if anyone ever is friends with me on Facebook and saw the ring that I used to have as my profile picture on Facebook, the story behind that, again, I hope Gary doesn't mind me talking about this. When I first talked to Gary Ambrosia, you know, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this too, but he comes off as such a hard ass on Twitter, right? That guy is one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Um, you wouldn't think that by seeing his Twitter, his tweets and stuff. But he's one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. And I can't even remember the first time I talked to him, but he said, "Okay, I already know." He's like, "You've done so much for everyone. I'm sending you stuff. I already know you like Star Wars. What else do you like?" And I was like, "No, you don't have to send me anything." But I, I had to, I couldn't help but say, I love Big Trouble in Little China. It's kind of like one of those things, it's a comfort, the comfort food movie for me. Uh, and this was way, I can't even remember when it was. And again, I hope Gary doesn't mind me saying this, but last year for Christmas, excuse me, he calls me up and he says, "You're getting a package in the mail. Let me know when you got it and call me and I'll explain to you what it is." So last year for Christmas, I opened the box. It's that ring. That was my picture. I should have brought it. I didn't know I was going to be talking about it. One of these days I'll have to bring it down and show it. But he remembered from the first time that I talked to him how much I loved Big Trouble in Little China. Well, he knew the guy who made the costume for in Big Trouble in Little China. Anyone familiar with that movie? There's a big hairy monster in that movie. Uh, it captures Kim Cattrall. It's the monster that captures her and takes her to Lopan, and he pops up at the very end of the movie from the back of the truck. You think the movie's all fine, it's a happy ending, and a hairy monster pops up. Well, that monster wore a ring in that movie, and Gary knew the guy who made that costume, and that dude gave Gary the ring that the monster wore in that movie. And what Gary did was he made a copy of that ring, and he said, "It's the only copy I'll ever make. I have the original. You have the only copy I'll ever make." Another, we talk about Gil's generosity, but another guy, and I know Gary wants to be the hard ass, so I shouldn't be talking about this, and I can't mention some things he sent me, but he has sent me such cool stuff. And when my life really got flushed this year, I don't typically put my personal business on social media. I don't like when people do that, and I don't think you should do that. But 4 months ago, things happened, and I didn't think I was going to be on YouTube or Twitter for a while, and I'm not as much as I was, but I did put out a tweet, not really specifics or anything, but as soon as that tweet went out, I had a call from Gary, and he he helped me through a tough situation. Like, I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with it, but the people that have gravitated to what I call kind of, community, the Doomcock circle is what I refer to it. We're all kind of orbiting around Doomcock. It's just, like I said earlier, yeah, Carla says you can reverse your camera next time. So I don't know. Yeah, this is the first I've used this here. I'm not on a phone. It's actually a webcam. Because, anyway, my computer, I don't know, a few years back, my computer died. A family member went against my wishes and went and bought this cheap ass computer. It didn't even come. Every computer I've ever had a built-in camera. This thing didn't have a mic, nothing. So I had to buy bits and pieces. I got like a Frankenstein shit show going on here, but I don't know, maybe. But anyway, back to Gary and this whole, I don't know, like I said earlier, there have been some people that really didn't belong in a community, and for the most part, they've kind of weeded themselves out. But the whole of this group of people is just some of the best people I've ever known. I guess one thing I have to work on too is the position of this camera, because I guess I'm kind of looking over here at this whole thing as opposed to looking, straight at the. I'd have to be looking over here, and then I can't see my. Anyway, wasn't even sure I was gonna go on camera tonight or use the avatar, but something I got to work on. Like I said, maybe I'll eventually work on something more interesting back here, but. Wow, still 14 people here. That's incredible. Sci-Fi Mommy said, I loved him in Overboard. One of the first, it wasn't the first, but one of the first Doomcock pictures that I ever made that I remember him acknowledging on Twitter was, I put the helmet on Kurt Russell and I changed it from Overboard to Overlord. Was one of the first things I remember him acknowledging my presence was the movie Overboard. So always gonna connect Overboard with Doomcock now. So that is hilarious to me. But yes, mentioning that. Oh, I missed something here. Rob Wright said, Big Trouble in Little China is great. I also love the cheesy 80s movie, The Best Times with Kurt Russell and Robin Williams. Don't remember that one. Robin Williams, though, going back to how I used to cry when Star Wars, when I didn't know if I was ever going to see it again. Popeye was another one of those movies. Matter of fact, Star Wars and Popeye were the only that I got so emotional over. I don't know why. I was never like a super huge Robin Williams fan. So I didn't love Popeye just because it was Robin Williams. I don't know, something about that movie was special to me as a kid. To this day, I love the Robin Williams Popeye. It's right up there. I know it's a kid's movie. Well, I mean, there's cursing and all in it, but I love them as Popeye. Can't think of her name right now. Olive Oil from The Shining. Nobody else could have played her better. Nobody. That was great. Carla needs to watch Overboard? If you haven't seen that, yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time. I think I have it here somewhere, but that's a good movie. You have to be in the mood for it, but it's a good movie. Rob Wright says, no worries, you'll get the hang of it. This is a fun stream. I'm just glad to be able to jump back on. Speaking of jumping back on, like I said, I think I may do this more often. And like I said, if there's any interest, I will upgrade the StreamYard thing and have people pop on. Why not? You guys are constantly putting movies in here that I don't know if I ever even saw before, so we could talk about that sort of thing. Shelley Duvall, right? Shelley Duvall, yeah. See, I don't know. I knew her name. I just, now that I needed to say it on, in front of the YouTube audience here, I couldn't remember it. But yeah, Shelley Duvall. Nobody could play. The Shining, another one. I love The Shining. There are certain movies that are just right up there with like Star Wars for me. Like they're sacred and you shouldn't reboot them. The Shining is one of them. And I can't stand Stephen King. I don't want to like The Shining because I cannot stand Stephen King. But I love that movie. I love Jack Nicholson. And I mean, Batman, okay? He was great as the Joker. And I loved him as the Joker. That's the reason why I loved the Michael Keaton Batman. Everybody was gaga over Michael Keaton. I like Michael Keaton as Batman, but I love Jack Nicholson as the Joker, and I thought there would never be a greater Joker. However, I must say, Heath Ledger's Joker. I didn't go to see it initially in the movies. I heard all the hype, how everybody said he reinvented the character. He's great. He's phenomenal. He had already done Brokeback Mountain. You know, I loved him in The Patriot, but he did Brokeback Mountain. Okay, so I didn't want to like him as the Joker. Just saying, whatever. So I wanted to go into it not liking him, and I wanted to tell everybody, "Ah, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Jack Nicholson's the best. Heath Ledger sucked." He didn't. He didn't. I love the Heath Ledger Joker. I can't say it enough. Like, I don't give a rat's ass that Batman's even in that movie. To me, that's not the Dark Knight. That's the Joker movie. I I don't care that Batman's in that movie. I want to see every scene with the Joker. That's how much I love Heath Ledger as the Joker. It's right up there with Star Wars to me. How much I love The Dark Knight because of Heath Ledger's Joker. And you know, I've seen the Joaquin Phoenix one. Didn't like it. I don't like it. I know a lot of people do, and if you do, that's great. But you know, I don't know. It's, to me, that felt like a movie where if it would have just been a movie about a guy losing his mind and stuff like that, it would be okay. But it just seems like that's what it was, and they just decided at the last minute to make it the Joker. I don't know. And back onto the whole, like, everybody's, you know, how many times do we need to reboot everything and re-explain how Batman became Batman, how the Joker became Joker and shit like that? We get it already, but just because you got a new actor playing him, you don't have to like redo it. You know, they didn't do that when Val Kilmer replaced Michael Keaton or when George Clooney. No, I don't consider George Clooney Batman anyway, but technically, I guess officially he was Batman. But Rob Wright said Heath Ledger did a good Joker as well. The Dark Knight was the best of the Bale movies. It was wonderfully written and acted. I second that. Although I do love The Dark Knight Rises too. You know, I'm not a diehard Batman fan. I like Batman. My favorite superhero, if you held the gun to my head, I would pick Superman. Just because of my emotional attachment to. Again, I'm not a comic book guy, so it's not that. It's my emotional attachment to Christopher Reeve as Superman. I just, I'm one of those people who there will never be another Superman in my book. He's the greatest to me. I did warm up to Henry as Superman. You know, it took me a long time, and I warmed. And look at now. He's not. Is he not? He's not even Superman anymore. So whatever. But and the thing of it is when I was a kid, we used to travel a lot, and as I got older and we couldn't afford to travel, and even as an adult, you know, I can't afford to go many places, so I would just go to Niagara Falls every year. That is like my place in this world, and that was in Superman 2. So you know, and I can remember as a kid going, like, I don't even think you can go down there anymore, but where Lois Lane jumped into the rapids, but down by the whirlpool and all, there were plaques and everything that showed you where Christopher Reeve stood, and I just remember standing there as a little kid, and I was like, fucking Superman stood right here. I'm standing where Christopher Reeve was standing. So Christopher Reeve was just like, and I didn't even care. I tried watching other movies with him in and stuff like that, and it wasn't like I was just like a diehard Christopher Reeve fan. It was just he was Superman, and it was almost like I didn't want to see him in anything else because I didn't want it to ruin him being my Superman. Yeah, Rob Altus says it's because they won't allow Superman to be Superman now. Yeah, well, it's probably for the best that Henry Cavill doesn't play him anymore because, you know, I don't think he would go along with the nonsense they would want to do with Superman anyway. So it's probably for the best. But Mike loves cats. Sorry, I don't sorry if I missed you before. He says C. Reeve was perfection. Agreed. You can't do better. You know, I even love, a lot of people kind of shit on Superman 3. I love Richard Pryor. I can't tell you how much I enjoy watching Superman 3. I don't get the hatred for that movie. I think, like, I get it. It's more comical and stuff like that. Where, especially, I mean, there was elements of comedy in Superman too. Superman, the original movie, was more serious. I get it. It's kind of goofy. But the scene where Superman fights Clark Kent, like, as a little kid, I was amazed by that. And I just watched that not that long ago, and it still holds up to me. I still believe it. It's still, and you're talking, this wasn't yesterday. This was done back in the early 1980s. And I believe that Christopher Reeve is fighting himself. And the scene where, like, Superman's bad right before the fight, and he's sitting in the bar and he's just looking at the mirror, and he melts the mirror because he can't fucking stand looking at himself. I feel the same way. I would do the same thing if I like. And he's flicking the peanuts and smashing the bottles and shit like that. I love that. You know, I love Superman 3. Whatever. Carla Burton says Richard Pryor was awesome. He was. So many people like Richard Pryor, George fucking Carlin. People would lose their minds now. People can't tolerate, stuff like that anymore. There's no place in this world for Richard Pryors, and I don't understand it. That's why things suck now. They can't write stuff, but you're not allowed to be funny anymore because things that are funny are bad. You can't say things that are funny because you'll offend people. I'm sick of that. Nobody cares a damn about offending me. I get offended every day. But whatever. Sci-Fi Mommy said Carlin was right. Fucking right he was. He was right about, you go back and watch. I don't know who's been posting it, but on Twitter for weeks now, almost once a week, I'll see something about George Carlin. And he was on that shit back then. All this shit that's going on now. He knew this stuff back then. George Carlin was the man. Rob Wright says, we live in an overly offended society. Yeah. Yeah. People are too fragile now. I hate to go back to memes and stuff like that. But, like the memes say, when we were kids, we drank from the garden hose, or, a kid drinking a beer, this was before the world became pussies, stuff like that. I don't know. And I'm guilty of it myself. I was too overprotective of my kids. I was, and I regret that now. That's why all kids are like the way they are now. And as much as I love social media and being able to do this stuff, one of the biggest problems, is now everybody thinks that because they get away with so much on a daily basis on their phones and on the keyboard here, that they aren't going to get smacked in real life. And most of the time they don't. But that's what everybody needs, is a good smack. And I mean everybody. Because we're all guilty of something nowadays where we need a good smack. You need a smack for something, and I need a smack. I need smacked right now. I need smacked for being such a bitch tonight, for fucking whining and crying we're going on 9 hours now. We all need a smack. And I think maybe we'd all wake up. Wake everybody up. Not get woke, but wake everybody up from this nightmare. But Carla Burton says, we live in a very different world with our kids than we grew up in. No shit. If you would have told me this was... on a daily basis, I don't understand why I was born. I was definitely born in the wrong time period, that's for sure. And I hate the fact that I brought kids into this world. Because if it's this bad now, and something doesn't happen to turn this around soon, I can't imagine what it's going to be like in 20 years. I really don't. I feel bad that I brought children into this world. John Rendell says sugar smacks. No, they need to be... No sugar. It needs to be a vinegar snap or something. It can't be enjoyable. It can't be a tasty smack. It needs to be... people need a shit smacking is what they need. Carla Burton says, no way it's going to get better. I don't see how it can. I I want to be optimistic, but I don't see how we're turning around from this. I don't see how we're turning around from it. To to without getting political, the people above us now know that they can get away with absolutely anything. Absolutely anything. When it comes to health issues, voting, they're never going to let this go. They're never going to give up being able to control absolutely everything we do. So I don't understand how it's ever going to turn around. I hope it does. But I've hoped for a lot of things that never happen. So I don't know. I would like to say I think you're wrong, Carla. It's going to turn around, but I think you're right. I think you're right. But again, sorry, I've missed a shit ton of things here, but um, uh, COVID, etc., woke people up with a slap. Did it though? I still see people wearing masks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to get into that whole thing too. You know, if you like wearing a mask, that's fine. But what I didn't understand with that whole thing, and I still don't understand, and I will never understand, is this mentality of like, to be a part of society, you need to wear a mask or stay home. Why? If you're the one who's so scared and you're afraid of the outside world, you stay the fuck home. Why do I have to stay home? You stay in your bubble, you seal your house up, you have your stuff brought into you, you do whatever you got to do. Right? It doesn't make any sense to me why these people can be out in the world with all the germs and all the filth and all of that stuff. If you're the one scared of all this stuff, you stay the fuck home. I don't see why I have to stay home. I'll probably get my... This was nice hanging with you people, and I'm glad I was able to do it for going on 9 hours, because I probably won't be able to hang with you again, because if my channel is not killed in the morning, I will be incredibly surprised. But Carla Burton says, I could not go enter your country for 3 years because I wasn't vaccinated. You know what? That's the thing. That's the funny thing about that. Back to the rules for thee and not me, okay? Again, I don't know how to not get political about these things. Certain people say, and I guess this could get twisted around, but you have people who are pro-life and say, my body, my choice, right? Well, when it comes to getting a vaccine, why is it suddenly not my body and my choice? That's what I don't get. If we're going to have rules, I don't know. I don't get that. And if you, you know, I'm not vaccinated myself. I probably just lost 110 subscribers for saying this, but I'm not vaccinated myself. I have health issues, okay? I have a history of, well, not me so much, because I don't know if I ever even got a goddamn flu shot. But my mother used to get them, and she would get sometimes the worst flu she ever had in her life. I already have health issues. I have reaction. I'm allergic to penicillin, so I don't know what else I might be allergic to. I don't know what the fuck's in half this shit they want to inject in me. They change it. How many different variants have there been? I barely leave my house. And up until the last 4 months, I went to work and that was it. So why is it not my body, my choice? Is what, because I'm male? Well, that's sexist, isn't it? I thought we didn't want to be sexist. So I don't understand all of these talking points that people throw out all the time. It's like you're talking in circles, because you're just saying that things should be your way, and that's it. But the problem is not everybody goes along with absolutely everything. So eventually you're going to meet somebody who's not your way. Then what? Then they're canceled. They're no good. They're garbage. They're ists and all kinds of dumbass shit. But I don't know. Anyway, my opinion, again, if you know, you're pro whatever, I don't even want to say the V word, but whatever. Rob Wright says he's allergic to penicillin. I'll never forget the day I found out. To the best of my knowledge, I wasn't when I was a kid. Because when I was 12 years old, I was in a bicycle, not a motorcycle, a bicycle accident. I had never broken a bone before. I never had trouble with my teeth. I never had stitches. I did it all in one day. I went face first over the handlebars. I broke my front tooth. I broke my jaw. And I needed stitches in my chin. I drank tomato soup through a straw for like 3 months. That's why to this day, I don't care if I ever have tomato soup again, because I had to live on it for 3 months, you know? But I kind of remember taking penicillin almost every day to prevent, infections and things like that. I swear it was penicillin. So when I was a kid, I took it. However, now this was, because it was before I worked at the job I'm at, so this was 20 something, 25 years ago. I got sick because with the Chiari, it turns out, but my entire life I suffer from sinus infections. I'll probably get one now from talking all night. But especially when the weather changes, I'm prone to sinus infections. So like 20, 25 years ago, I got my traditional sinus infection. I went to the doctor. The doctor prescribed penicillin to me. I went to bed. I worked at night like I still do. I get up that afternoon and I woke up and I was wearing shorts. And I remember I looked down at my legs and they were beet red. And I had a rash, my whole legs from my waist down. I was a rash. I was like a walking rash. And I felt my legs and I didn't notice it until I touched them with my hands, but they were scalding hot. I didn't know what was going on. So I ended up rushing to my family doctor and that's, oh, well, you took penicillin today. All right. Suddenly you're allergic to penicillin. So that happened. So I don't even know. There may be something in one of these jabs that maybe one time I wasn't even allergic to and I might be now. Why? You know what I mean? Again, if you have a government job or you're around a lot of people every day, the public, I don't know, maybe it's worth it, but I'm not. I'm not anti-vaccine. I have no problem with you getting it. Get it. I have heard a lot of horror stories about people developing clogged arteries and things like that. I happen to know a guy I work with that has had all the boosters and all of that stuff. And he has been going to the doctor off and on now for the last couple of years because he has tightness in his chest and things like that. I'm not trying to scare anybody or anything, but I have heard more people having issues after having the vaccine that they never had before the vaccine. I'm just saying, I stay in my house. We're communicating right now. Anti-derivative Jill is here. Hey Jill, what's up? Man, I can't believe all the people that stopped in tonight. This is incredible. She said, yep, the one year I got a flu shot, I got the H1N1, and so did my 9-month-old. See, that's what I'm talking about. You think you're doing the right thing. Now, if you would have not got that, you would have probably not even got sick. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, my body, my choice. Should apply to everyone. Maybe I would feel more obliged to get a flu shot even if I went out in public more, but I don't. Like I said, here we are. We interact. I interact with you guys. You guys are my guys and my girls. I interact with you in chats and here tonight. You're not going to catch anything off of me, and I'm not going to catch anything off of you. So anyway, I didn't mean to turn this into I don't even know why I'm going on so long about that, but it's just one of those things where I don't get that whole, one thing is good for, one person. I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with it, but Illegally Blonde said, I went to anaphylaxis shock once. It was terrifying, I bet. That's another thing, too. I mean, I've been talking off and on about my Chiari malformation that I have. I was never a fan of roller coasters. I've only been on a roller coaster a handful of times, many, many years ago. But after I was diagnosed with this, I was told a roller coaster can kill me. I can't go on a roller coaster. I can't even go, with all the pain that I have in my shoulders and my neck, plural, my neck, I can't even go to a chiropractor because that can kill me. I mean, I have to watch certain things, So I'm not sure that that ties into a vaccine or anything, but I already have enough health issues, is what I'm saying, you know? And I went through that whole thing. I work in an environment where uh, people come into our place from New York, you know? And if you remember, when that whole thing happened there, New York was a major hotspot, and we had people in our place touching door handles and everything. I went through that whole thing. I didn't even get the bug. Now I did get it like 2 years ago. I ended up, you would think I made it through. I had a friend, a coworker who was like one of my best friends at the time. Literally, the night when he was before he got diagnosed with it, he came in an enclosed environment with me, just me and him, telling me right in my face, telling me that, man, I'm really sick. I think I'm going to have to go. I didn't get it. I didn't get it at all at that point. Now I did get it, like I said, a couple of years ago. I thought that I didn't even think it was a thing anymore, but apparently it was. Another coworker ended up, he wasn't feeling good, and he ended up missing the last couple of days of work to 1 week. And I went back in on Sunday, and over the weekend I started feeling sick, and I went in, and I told the boss, I said, I think I don't feel good. I think I might have what the other guy had, and he said he had what. And that's when I got the test, and yeah, I had it. No, I can't complain. Obviously people died from it. To me, it was like a bad cold. I wouldn't even say the flu. It's just I didn't feel good. It was like right now I have a sore throat from talking for almost 9 hours. I kind of felt like this when I had it, but Carla Burton says we could discuss if viruses exist. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, you don't even know what you're allowed to talk about anymore. You know, I don't know. Sci-Fi Mommy says I don't eat American cake. I mean bread anymore. Uh, that's what I got to start doing. Watching what I'm eating. Uh, yeah, it's really something I got to work on. Carla Burton says Fett is the man. Not really, but thank you. Uh, Legally Blonde was telling Sci-Fi Mommy she got bit by a giant wasp while sleeping. I got stung earlier this year. I keep my lawnmower in my basement, and I live in this house forever, and never we've had well, they weren't wasps, they were hornets. We'd have occasional one, I'd have on my back porch roof or something, but nothing major. They would never get big. This summer, the first time I cut the grass, I took the mower out through the basement door, went back in to get, I have another, like, under my porch, a little room where I keep my gas can. I went back through the doorway to get the gas can, went back through it a third time, filled the tank, fourth time back in, put the gas can back in, fifth time I went back out, cut the yard, front yard, side of the yard, everything, was just about done, and I was like 10 feet away from my doorway when I got stung on the shoulder. Walked back through the basement door. I don't know why, but I walked back through the basement door, take a second, walked back through it again, took the mower back through it again. When I was closing the door, I noticed a hornet's nest big hornet's nest right above my doorway. There were 50 hornets flying around there. So I walked through that doorway 10 times. Didn't get stung. Walked right through. Don't know how I didn't even see that up there. But it was when I was 10 feet away from it I got stung. But so that was a fiasco in itself. I was like, so my grass got a little tall for a couple of weeks because I was like, I didn't even know what to do. I didn't have the money to call somebody to do it. I'm like, you're a man, you can take care of it. Didn't know what I was going to do, so I would, where I work, I tend to wear, I have like a neck gaiter and a hood, and I had a hoodie on and stuff like that. So I would come home every other morning, grab my baseball bat, go down there, smash the thing, run back up, and then the next night I would go down with like a can of spray and spray it. And finally, after about 2 weeks, they would just keep rebuilding the thing. They kept coming back. Finally, after about 2 weeks, the last time they rebuilt it, I was able to open a door and it was wide open in the back. I nuked them. I nuked them with the can of spray. So anyway, that was a little. This summer has been the summer of shit for me. It really is. Thomas Paul says, real men borrow a flamethrower. I wish I would have known somebody that. Matter of fact, I should have just got like a can of hairspray or something and torched them. But I was afraid to set my house on fire. That would have been worse. Legally Blonde says she went into cardiac arrest. I had no idea what was going on. I carry a pen now. My mom was deathly allergic to everything, you know. Luckily, I didn't inherit that because twice in my life, cutting the grass, both times, in the yard, I went over a yellow jacket nest. The one time, it was, I couldn't even tell you how many times. I was stung like all over. I was stung all over. I felt pretty bad, and I went to the doctor, and he gave me stuff, but, you know, made it through it. So fortunately, I wasn't my mom because I was stung all over my body. But yeah, if anybody doesn't know, Illegally Blonde and we grew up together, went to school together. Didn't really grow up together, but we went to school together. So she's a friend of the Fett. Yeah, West Kegel. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got one. Yeah, the thing shot like 20 feet. I mean, I was pretty close, but it could shoot like 20 feet. But like I opened the door real quick, got right. I mean, I nuked them. I put it right in there. I freaking sprayed those bitches. They just all just started pouring out. It was all over for them. Thomas Paul, childhood friend, sounds like a rom-com manga. But yeah, wow. We are 10 seconds away from a 9-hour live stream. Never would have thunk it. And there are still 10 people here. I can't believe it. Carla Burton says learning the Z chord. Yes. For anybody that missed it on King Dolphin TV, Illegally Blonde plays the guitar. And she had many moons ago asked me to give her a guitar lesson. I was kind of known for being quite good at the guitar, so I volunteered to give her the guitar lesson. I went to her house. I then proceeded to teach her the Z chord. She couldn't play it, so I drew a diagram out, and I'm like, well, practice this. It was like impossible. You needed like 6 fingers on one hand to be able to play the Z chord. And I remember she got so frustrated saying, I can't do it. I can't do this chord. When she found out that I was like jerking her chain, holy freak, man, she was mad at me. But yeah, so yes, the Z chord. I invented it. It wasn't a thing, but it is now. Can't play it, but anyway. Illegally Blonde says, and he was a little bit of a jerk. Was. Yeah. Well. Now, again, it was only in fun. Yes, evil genius. Even as a kid, okay, I said I'm not evil and I'm not a genius. Okay, I guess I won't say evil, but maybe bad. I'm kind of a bad dummy is more like it. But Sci-Fi Mommy says that's what friends are for. I always told everybody. I always said, for example, my one niece. Okay, when I was a kid, she was a kid. Again, we were fairly close in age, but she was technically my niece. She lived next door to us. And when she would come to my house, you used to have to go through my room to go get into the bathroom. And I used to always do stuff like I used to tell her, you have to pay me to go through my room to go to the bathroom. I would say, well, you can go to the bathroom if you can walk on the ceiling. Otherwise, you can't go through my room to go to the bathroom. All this stupid crap like that. I just talked to her not that long ago. We were talking about this stuff. I used to put a cup, because she would come over our house to use the phone, you know. So I put a cup by the phone with a quarter on it, tell her she had to put a quarter in there to use the phone, stuff like that. We were just talking about that. And I said, that's the thing though. It's when I don't do stuff like that, I only do stuff like that to people I like. So Raymond Feliciano, when I go on King Dolphin Television and I make the memes and the stuff about Raymond, if I didn't like him, I wouldn't do that. And if he didn't have a sense of humor, I wouldn't do it either. If I did it and he didn't like it, I wouldn't continue to do it. But he's a good sport and he lets me do it. A doomcock. I mean, he allows me to do that dumb shit. You know, uh, you know. Last night I made him blue balls instead of blue thunder. I don't know. If it was me, I'd be like, "Why are you doing that?" He likes it, so I'll do it. But Legally Blonde says Fett was shy and quiet in school. I mean, I still am. That's why I can't believe I'm talking this long. Maybe it's a lifetime of keeping it all in. Made this happen tonight. But it was the quiet and shy. It was the depression. It was the depression, not feeling worthy, not like I have nothing to contribute. Kind of like now with I do the memes and the stuff that I do does my talking for me usually. When I was in school, I played the guitar and was in a band, and I didn't have to talk. I played the guitar. That's how I did my talking. But Rob Wright says, "Oh, what a feeling when you're dancing on the ceiling." I used to sing that to her when I would tell her to walk on the ceiling. Yeah, I used to sing that to her. Um, Wes Cagle says, "Poking fun at and busting balls is what friends do. At least when there is true friendship and love there." That's what I'm saying. If if I meme you or something and you're offended, if I make a picture with you on it and you're offended, don't hesitate to tell me not to do it again. Uh, but I only do it because I like you, And probably, hey, I have made Raymond Feliciano. Okay, if anyone saw show notes, ever saw the original show notes? Well, both of them actually, the first two show notes. You know, I've made him the Rocky Horror Picture Show, like a transvestite. Because it's funny to me, and Raymond thought it was funny. So, but and he's a good sport, and he let me do it. But because I consider Raymond a good friend. I can remember. I don't even. Well, was it 2 years or 3 years? 2 years, because Raymond's had his channel for 2 years now. When we first got in touch about doing the book covers for his books. Like I said, I did the cover for his second and third book, and I actually, when he releases the first book, I did covers for that now that he will do. But 2 years ago, he called me, and he said, "I want to do this YouTube channel," and he told me he originally he wanted me to be with him on Wednesdays too, but I just can't do it because of work. And I think he even does Saturdays to accommodate me. I think that's why the show ended up on a Saturday, so I could be a part of it. And I remember him telling me, I want you to be on the show. And I was like, I can't be on YouTube. Why would I be on YouTube? I can't talk. Apparently I can. But I can't talk. What am I going to contribute? And I wasn't even on his first stream. I just kind of, I was listening, and I was checking it out, and I think I was on the second one, and I think I skipped the third one. I went on the fourth one. I was testing the waters just to see, first of all, if I fit in and if I could actually even do it. Because it's one thing to go on Doomcock's channel, a couple times a year, but, to do it every week, I didn't know if I would be able to do it. Then, as people started coming into the thing, like Pudgy Hedgehog, if anybody knows Pudgy Hedgehog, okay? The whole voice and stuff like that. Now, my original dream was to be able to do something with Doomcock forever. I was like, Doomcock's badass. I want to be badass too. I want to stream with him. So I'm doing this King Dolphin thing that I didn't even want to do in the first place. And suddenly there's like talking hedgehogs on there, and they're talking about food all the time. And in the beginning, I'm like, this is a mistake. I don't know what I'm doing here. But over not even the last 2 years, it wasn't even a year. It started feeling more like home to me. I don't know what it is. It's just there's something about the pod on King Dolphin TV. Like when I do it week after week after week, when it's on a Saturday, they'll one Saturday I may be like, I don't feel like doing this today, but then I do it, and when it was done, I was glad I did it. Now tonight Raymond couldn't do it, and I missed the hell out of it because I've grown to love the people that go on there. Carla, Lenrod. I don't know if Lenrod's John Rendell. I mean, holy hell. Like I said, John Rendell is like my brother from another mother. I mean, I'm not joking. We should have had a band, man. That should have happened. And talking Kiwis, yes. I miss you, Carla. I wish you could be on. Wendy, it hasn't been the same lately. That sucked. So many people have so much going on and stuff. It's a shame. I hope the pod can get back together again soon. Wait, what I miss? John said, Fett, I had a great time that jumped. Every time I go to read, it's like it knows. I had a great time that first stream. That's where I got jumped again. That's where I got the Fez for Hire moniker. Then you made me that sweet avatar. Awesome. I actually made you a better one. I don't know. I remember if I didn't send it to you, but it's based. It has your name on it and stuff. I'll have to resend it to you. It says John Rendell instead of Star Wars and shit. Because again, going back, if for anyone who didn't know me early on, my logo was it said Star Wars Fett for Hire, and that's how much Disney disassociated me with Star Wars that I eliminated that. So now it says Evil Genius Fett for Hire on my thing, rather than Star Wars, because I just didn't care anymore. But again, doing the merchandise, I thought, well, if I have Star Wars on, it's going to be a problem. But I'm getting, like I said, I'm getting a problem. I may be unveiling a new logo, so I'm not sure. I really hate to give up the strikes in my other thing. I'm kind of attached to them, but yeah, John, if I didn't send it, I'll send it again. I thought I sent it to you, but maybe I didn't. But yeah, it says John Rendell and stuff on it. Not sure what I'm missing here. The Fez for Hire, yeah. Anyone that doesn't know why John Rendell goes by Fez for Hire, I think he might be responsible, as much as we say that Tim the Enchanter, I forget what his name is now, but when he was Tim the Enchanter, kind of is the one that's always going to the kiddies table. I think John Rendell kind of invented it with the Fez for Hire joke, because on the one King Dolphin stream, he said something to the effect of, if Harvey Cthulhu would become a bounty hunter, would he be Fez for Hire? So that was so corny. I think it invented the kiddie table, or the idea planted the seeds for the kiddie table, and that's why we continue to call John Fez for Hire, or Fez for short. So that is why I'm Fett for Hire and he's Fez for Hire. Shit, I forgot to scroll here and I missed a bunch of things. Dalek's back. He says, wow, 9 hours. I've been to bed and slept through the night and you're still going. Yeah, I can't believe I still have a voice. For, my first, live stream, if I would have pulled off 9 minutes, it would have been miraculous. That I never thought I even had anything to talk about for 9 minutes. But John said, yeah, fun times. Yeah, it's one of these days I gotta go back and watch some of the old King Dolphin stuff. Like I said, it hasn't been the same recently. We gotta get the pod back together again. Too many people are missing. How many likes are there? I don't know. Holy shit. My YouTube says 36. I haven't refreshed it at any point, but that's pretty amazing. Doomcock helped, as always. He always does. I cannot believe Doomcock was here. And I can't believe that I missed him for the most part. That's the thing. That's what I get for not... Should have listened to Captain Infinity and kept an eye on the chat, but... Um, yeah. Uh, let's see. Dan says waiting for the typo. Fet for hire. Feet for hire. Feet for hire. I'm surprised. Yeah. Yeah. I was just wondering if I could do something with that, but I don't know. Yeah. No, I don't think I've ever typed feet for hire. That would probably take you, if you type that on the internet, that would probably take you somewhere you don't want to go. Kind of like now. That's why I don't understand Twitter being called X now. You know, if you search for that, definitely it takes you to porn sites and stuff. You know, I think it could have come up with something better than X. But Legally Blonde says 9 hours of counting. I forgot to eat dinner. Yeah, I haven't eaten all night. Not even hungry, to be honest with you. Just I'm so depressed today. All I ate all day, I ate like a hot pocket or something. Yeah. Uh, messenger service, feet for hire, when it absolutely positively has to get there sometime this week. Feet for hire. That sounds like that there's probably got to be like an OnlyFans feet for hire or something like that. I can remember on I think it was Tiger Stripes mentioning that how that's like a thing and that women can make a lot of money on feet. I've never been a feet guy. I'm a butt guy, which is weird. I get that, you know, because everybody has a butt, but I don't know, something about the legs and the butt. I don't know. Just find that attractive. But then again, I'm one of those people who think men and women are different too. You know, where I really don't think you are what you are. I really don't think you can just decide one day that you're not, because you're either built a certain way or you're not built a certain way. You know what I mean? Carla Burton says, "I'm a brains girl." Well, see, we'd have never connected in another life because I'm dumb as a rock. Andy Masterson is here. What's up, brother Andy? Holy crap, man! It's like I would have never imagined. Like I said, I needed my friends tonight, and my friends showed up. I can't thank you guys. I can't thank you guys enough. Sorry. But John Reynolds says I like boobs. I don't dislike boobs. Don't get me wrong. Big boobs, small boobs, big circles, little circles. They're all good. I'm nothing against boobs. Not at all. I don't know. There's something about and I say I'm a butt man, but it's just the whole thing. It's like the whole. Anyway, there are a lot of ladies here. I don't mean to get into that, but anyway, no, just go nice legs going whatever. It's I don't know, oof. But I'm one of those guys who thinks like again I don't want to get political, but I guess we all do start out the same, but at a certain point, your genes decide whether you got an X chromosome or Y chromosome, all of that shit. That kind of you become something else. Okay, like a man's shoulders are wide set. A woman's shoulders are more narrow. I didn't make this. This is not me. I didn't determine this. It's just a fact. Like you look at a picture of a man. A man's shoulders are wide enough that you could fit a head on either side of their shoulder. Okay? You could literally fit another head on each shoulder. A woman has more narrow shoulders. You can only fit like a half a head on either side of her shoulder. I didn't, we were talking about, well, the chat was talking about religion earlier. And, if God made us the way we are, I mean, God made people that way. I didn't. I'm just pointing out a fact. And I'm sorry if people can't face facts anymore, but I don't know what to say about that. Your problem's not with me. It's not with people on the internet. It's with the creator of us. But of Carla Burton says 9 hour replay. Yeah, Andy, I don't know how I did it, but we're at 9 hours, 17 minutes, and 40 seconds right now currently. I was feeling pretty bad today. Thought about doing this. I thought I would pop. My guitar has been buzzing away back there for 9 hours now. I thought I would just play a little guitar, and if I was lucky, one person would show up. But fucking Doomcock was here, dude. I don't know why I deserve that, but yeah, I just turned into a thing, and it was what I needed tonight. It really was. And again, I'm missing so many things in the chat, but I see what Doomcock means when he says, "Oh man, it jumped on me again," because I'm missing everything. I wish I could screenshot all this and just go back and read it all, but Rob Wright says, "Oh, jumped. Look, jumped." Rob Wright says, "Oh great, now I have Baby Got Back stuck in my head." I'm good at things like that, you know. People tell me all the time. I'll post a picture, one of my pictures on Twitter or something, and no, great, now I have this stuck in my head. Or what the hell? There was just a massive explosion outside. I don't know what that was at 2 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit! It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Did not realize that. But now I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, yeah, I do. But that happens to me too. Wasn't all that long. Every time I turn around, Brother John Rendell, has to mention, and now just thinking about it, so he did it again subliminally. Kisses sure know something. And there's a cat going up the steps. I'm going to have that stuck in my head all week now, just because if John, got it stuck in my head now, and I mentioned it now, so now I'll be, thanks, John. But you heard that explosion? I don't know what that was at 2 o'clock in the morning. I have no idea. It was a massive explosion. And I live outside, I'm 10 miles outside of town, really. And I'm a mile in either direction from the nearest small town. So I have no idea what just exploded out my back window. Wes Cagle says fireworks going for the Hindu holiday. I think. I don't know. It could be Hamas. I have no fucking idea. They're probably in here in this country, but John says, Fett, I was actually typing that when the boom happened. See, you did it. It was trying to prevent you from typing. That's what it was. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Hope my neighbors are okay. It actually sounded, because there's only one row of houses behind me, it actually sounded further away than the houses, but I don't know what that was. Like I posted a picture a few days ago. I live down in the valley, and this is a dead end town, but one of the nice things was, especially this time of the year, the leaves changing on the trees and everything like that. All of a sudden, I guess a logging company or something moved in. I used to be able to go right on my back porch and have a nice view of the mountains, but yeah, now half the trees are gone. Like I said, mankind knows how to ruin everything. But John Rendell, no one can stop the earworm from hell. That's true. At least when it's Sure Knows Something or a song like that, at least I know the lyrics. What drives me nuts is when it's an earworm that I don't know. I only know a couple of words of the songs. That's what really drives me nuts. Illegally Blonde says, "Check. You're talking about checking on my neighbors." Like I said, I could tell it was further than the row of houses. So whatever, I would have to go up the mountains back there to find out. It's probably some kind of booze party. It is Saturday night. Some people have lives and they're not sitting on YouTube for 9 hours. Some people are probably partying and blowing up stuff. But Rob Wright says, Uncle Buck drove by. Honestly, I hope it's nothing serious. I don't know. But it's amazing that you heard that on here. It was that loud. John says, that's my favorite bass part too. That is, Gene Simmons is a tremendously underrated bass player. There are a lot of albums he didn't play on. I get that, but he come up with some classic stuff. Like I've said in the past, people like Nikki Sixx just make me sick. I mean, he barely even, after 40 years, he can still barely play the bass. Didn't play on most of their albums. Only is where he is because Tommy Lee, I think, is secretly in love with them. That's why he's in Motley Crue. He did write a lot of their songs, I guess all of them probably. He did write some catchy songs, but he can't play an instrument to save his life. And yet he's rich, and I that's one thing. If you like Motley Crue, that's one of my pet peeves in life is I loved them when I was a kid. You know, Too Fast for Love, Shout at the Devil. But like I've always said, people knock bands like Bon Jovi and Poison and call them posers. You remember back in the day they were posers. They weren't real metal, they were posers. No. Bon Jovi and Poison, though they're not exactly my cup of tea, have just always been what they've been. A poser to me is Motley Crue. Motley Crue, when they started out, the scary devil type stuff was in, so we got Shot at the Devil. When the Glamorly took over and everybody was wearing pink spandex, what did Motley Crue do? Came out with a Home Sweet Home ballad, started wearing pink spandex and top hats and whatever. Then Guns N' Roses got popular. So then we got Girls, Girls, Girls. And suddenly they're singing about nudie bars and wearing leather jackets and driving Harleys. So I don't even know what the real Motley Crue is. It kills me because I try not to even listen to them anymore. But I am incredible. I did like Theater Pain. It's not my favorite Motley Crue album, but I don't even listen to it anymore. And again, trying not to get political, but Tommy Lee turned out to be one of the biggest assholes on the face of the planet. So I find it hard to listen to them anymore, even though a lot of their music is a large part of my childhood, and I would like to enjoy listening to it. But when people like Tommy Lee are out there telling me that I should be dead, or because of his beliefs, or whatever, well, you can just fuck right off then. I don't need to listen to your shit anymore. And it is shit. A lot of their music shit. It's catchy, but honestly, they are not a good band. And it kills me to have to say this, but the only real musician in that band is Tommy Lee, because he's a good drummer and he's good at playing the piano. But I mean, Mick Mars is like Ace Frehley. I love Kiss, but Mick Mars has played some iconic stuff. I'm not taking that away from him. But is he one of the greatest guitarists of all time? Absolutely not. Vince Neil cannot sing. He couldn't sing back in the day, and he really can't. Now he doesn't even sing English language. He just makes stuff up. It's ridiculous that they charge what they charge, and he can't even sing the words. And like I said, Nikki Sixx doesn't. He's been playing to bass tracks his entire career. He doesn't even play the bass. He's there because he spikes his hair up real big and people think he's cool. That's ridiculous. I would rather watch, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a band. The Ramones, okay? I like the Ramones, but they weren't the most beautiful guys on the planet. Neither am I. I could have probably played in the Ramones. But I would rather watch the Ramones actually play their instruments than watch a show. I mean, you go see Motley, so what? You can watch a video and see them with their big hair and listen to a pre-recorded track on a video. I don't get the point of going to see bands like Motley Crue. Legally Blonde says, Mick Mars' new song rocks. It's, I think you're the one who sent me the link. Like, I knew it was coming out. I wasn't in a rush to check it, but I think it was Legally Blonde sent me the link, and I did watch it. And it's decent, but I don't know. I would have never imagined Mick Mars playing that song. It just sounds like all the modern crap right now that it's not going to have legs. Like, it's never going to be a Motley Crue song. It's never going to go down like, strike an emotion in me like Shout at the Devil would. It's just not on par with that. I'm glad he didn't do something like bluesy or something like that. But Wes Cagle says, Vince Neil trying to sing nowadays is hysterical. It is. It really is. There are videos on YouTube, if you haven't seen them, where people kind of translate what it sounds like he's saying. It's funny. It is. He's a joke. What was it, a year ago or something? He fell off the stage and they'd cancel tour dates and all because his dumbass fell off the stage. I mean, I'm doing dumb shit too now in my old age, so I can't knock him for doing dumb shit. But I'm also not charging people. You know what I mean? What's a front row seat nowadays? I don't even have a clue. Hundreds of dollars, if not $1,000, if you're including backstage passes and shit. I'm not charging people for my dumb shit. That's the difference between him and I. And I've struggled with weight too, but holy shit, Vince. I mean, you're the front man of a band who can't sing, who never could sing. I mean, he has an original voice, I'll give him that, but it's bad when at his youngest on the song Livewire on the Too Fast for Love debut album, he could not hit the scream in Livewire. But a professional wrestler, Chris Jericho, covers that song on his first cover album and nails the scream. A professional wrestler could sing Vince Neil's song and Vince Neil couldn't sing the song in the day. So there's absolutely no way that Vince Neil could sing it now. Rob Wright said he got to head to bed. Church tomorrow morning. Good to see everyone. Fett, this was a fun stream. I hope it made you feel better. It did. You are not alone. Love you and prayers for all. Good night, Rob Wright. Again, thank you for stopping by, and I hope to spend more time with you in the future. I want to try to make that happen, whether it's here or with the Doomcock people there. But thank you for stopping in. John Reynolds says Vince Neil is singing to what KFC is doing to chicken. Yeah. It sounds like Vince Neil singing sounds like he's doing a chicken, is what it sounds like. But, Illegally Blonde is leaving. If I missed you, sorry. I will talk to you. Yes, we need to talk. Thank you for popping in multiple times tonight. Again, one of my friends I needed tonight. And Paul, Thomas Paul, sorry if I missed you. Don't expect you to watch a 9.5 hour long live stream, but sorry I missed you. Good night to you. I just heard another explosion a lot further away, so something's going on out there at 2:08 in the morning Eastern time. But Wes Cagle had said, I'm a big Motley Crue fan. Too Fast for Love was their best album. I was very disappointed when I heard Nikki Sixx didn't know how to play bass on their first 3 albums. And my understanding is it was who produced Dr. Feelgood? I can't even remember now. But he's the one who put his foot down and said, you need to learn how to play the bass on this thing. We're not doing this shit anymore. It's not even like Nikki Sixx was like, okay, after all this time, I need to learn how to play the bass. I need to be respectful to the fans and learn how to do what I'm getting paid to do. No, it was because the producer told him he had to do it. So he don't care about fans. He doesn't. I mean, he started out, well, he didn't start out with, I guess his first band was London, but he ended up hooking up with, I was talking about Wasp earlier, one of my favorite bands of all time. He hooked up with Blackie Lawless, and he was, for a short time, I believe he was in the band Sister. Before Wasp was Circus Circus, and before that, Blackie had a band called Sister. Their logo was the pentagram. And Nikki Sixx ripped off the pentagram and used it for Motley Crue, so even that wasn't original. Not that even Blackie invented the pentagram, but as far as the band goes, But Lost Wanderer, sorry man, I didn't even know you were here. Lost Wanderer said, yeah, I've been playing BG3 with my son since 5 p.m. Eastern, so 9 hours ago, LOL. I was just starting this 9.5 hours ago, and I'm still talking. I'm sure I won't be able to talk tomorrow, so anybody that hates the sound of my voice like me won't have to listen to it tomorrow. John Rendell said you couldn't even hear the bass on the first pressings of the first Motley Crue album. I wonder why. Because it was probably a studio musician that they really didn't want to give credit for. Unless Lars Ulrich was in there or something. Turned the bass down like he's been known to do. But yeah, I haven't seen Andy in a while. Sorry if he left and I missed him. Sorry about that, Andy. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate it. Or did I? I can't even remember anymore. I'm actually starting to get tired now, so I have a bad memory typically, but even more so when I'm tired. But still 11 people here. I feel bad. I see what Doomcock means. You know, you have to get sleep and you have to do things, but I feel bad. And that's 11 people. I couldn't imagine, you know, with 111 people watching, I'd feel like a jerk. Wes Cagle said, I never had a problem with weight. Could eat whatever I wanted when I was young. Now I eat much less since I'm on disability and I do nothing. It's a matter of taking in less calories than you burn. I've struggled. It's, you know, going back to the depression, it's eating. I don't know. Sometimes eating I don't know, made me feel better, especially if it was cheesecake. John, you know what I'm saying. Wes Cagle says, Lars would never have dared turn the base down on Cliff Burton. No. Although, from what I understand, actually, he did. Because I think it was the No Life to Leather. I actually watched a thing. I forget who was actually talking about it. But on their actual debut, the No Life to Leather cassettes that they were passing around back in the day, I heard that Lars actually attached a note to it and said when they handed it out to like not record companies, but like radio stations and stuff like that, when you play this, make sure to turn the bass down. So technically he didn't turn the bass down on Cliff Burton, but he was telling radio stations and stuff to play it with the bass turned down. If they can even, I guess they could do that, I don't know. But so technically you're right, he wouldn't do that to Cliff, but he kind of did. But sorry if the oldest gamer says that volume is low. Sorry about that if I've been low. It's my voice. My voice is kind of going. It has been 9.5 hours, so sorry if I've been fading off here. But Wes Cagle says, yes, cheesecake is the bomb. It's made me look like a bomb on occasion. I don't know when to stop. But hail oldest gamer, yes, hail. I keep wanting to say I don't think I've ever seen here before, but I've never been here before either. But I'm not familiar with the name, and so sorry. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. He says, "LOL, 9 hours. Okay." Surprises me too. I never would have thought. Rob Altus, I'm gonna have to call it a night. It's only 11:15 and jumped LA, but I've had a long day. Nice hanging out with you, Fett. I'll be back. Good night, everyone. Good night, Rob Altus. Thank you for popping in. And yeah, I'm going to have to do this more often, obviously. Wes Cagle says, which is your favorite Metallica album? Mine is Ride to Lightning. I would have to say that as well, too. Of course, okay. I'd look like a hypocrite if I didn't put this out there, because I've said it so many times on King Dolphin TV. I loved Metallica back in the day. But after Master of Puppets, I just lost interest. I thought for the last 30 years, Metallica's been garbage. I'm sorry. Even their new album, I listened to it once. I don't get it. It just sounds like the same shit to me. They're not cutting edge like they used to be. Like I love the first 3 albums, and Ride to Lightning would probably be my favorite. I mean, to this day, when I hear For Whom the Bell Tolls, it psychs me up. It's a great album. Master of Puppets, same thing. I totally understand why the National Historic Registry or something as one of the most important albums of all time. It really is. I don't dispute the fact that they're the biggest fucking band that ever existed, but they lost their magic, in my opinion. I mean, there was a time when, like, I consider myself a Megadeth guy now. If we're gonna say Megadeth, Metallica, I don't even have to think about it. I'm a Megadeth guy. But early on, I was a both guy. I spoke of this before on King Dolphin TV. I got threatened to get beaten up. I can't tell you how many times, because I used to have a Metallica Creeping Death patch on my jacket, and I had even longer hair when I was a kid. And I don't know how people even used to see it. But how dare you wear Metallica's garbage? How dare you wear something that says Creeping Death? You're a scumbag. Metallica's scumbags. Then when I graduated, or shortly after I graduated, the Black Album came out. That's all you heard. Every car that drove by in town was Listen, Blast, and Enter Sandman. You know, people that I'm sure told me, threatened to kick my ass for listening to Metallica, were suddenly Metallica fans. Like I said, the same thing happened with Queensryche. I used to wear a Queensryche shirt. I love Rage for Order, The Warning. You know, I thought when Operation Mindcrime came out, I went through a stage in 1988 where I thought it was the greatest album ever made. To this day, I think it's possibly the greatest concept album ever made. But I used to wear a Queensryche shirt to school, and people would come up to me and say, "Ah, Queensryche, how do you say that? You know, that they're gay, you're gay, this and that and the other thing." Silent Lucidity comes out, which in my opinion is a Pink Floyd ripoff. I hate the song Silent Lucidity. I can't even listen to that song. If you like it, that's cool, but it's not my cup of tea. It's my least, well, I, again, I kind of faded off with Queensryche, so they may have songs I just would despise even more now, but I just can't stand Silent Lucidity. But that's the thing. Everybody started wearing Queensryche shirts. I'm talking people who were 10, 20 years older than me. I was seeing, wearing Queensryche shirts. Suddenly they weren't gay anymore. Funny how that works. That's one thing that I was always, I spoke about, again, not to keep referencing King Dolphin, but I've already discussed these things on there. When it came to a lot of things, I was always ahead of my time on it. It was like The Simpsons. I'm not a huge Simpsons fan anymore, but when they started out on the Tracy Ullman show. Probably most people nowadays don't even know what the fucking Tracy Ullman show was. But I think before and after they came back from every commercial break, they would play a little clip of The Simpsons. And I had a Bart Simpson shirt before The Simpsons show was even a thing. And people used to say, "What is that? That's garbage. Look at it. That person can't even draw. Look at that. It's stupid." That's become one of the most popular cartoons that has ever existed. Ren and Stimpy was, the same thing. I loved Ren and Stimpy when that first came out. I had a shirt. I got a shirt from somewhere, and look at that's stupid. They don't know how to draw. Now Ren and Stimpy didn't exactly become the biggest cartoon in history, but it went on to become fairly popular. The Squidbillies. I was into the Squidbillies before everybody else. Poorly drawn cartoon, but I'm not saying that's a gigantic cartoon either. But I don't know. I tend to know things. Carla Burton says I remember the Tracy Ullman show because I love comedy and seeing a woman being funny was cool. Yeah, Tracy Ullman was funny. I loved the Tracy Ullman show. Watched it mostly for The Simpsons, but you're talking at that point in time too. When I was younger, I used to watch the Benny Hill show just to see the half-naked women. So Tracy Ullman wasn't in her underwear every 5 minutes. So I would probably even like the show even more if she was. But early Simpson is classic. Shorts. Yep. My kids love Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead. That's cool that they know them. My only problem with Beavis and Butthead was I love Beavis and Butthead. But to this day, my problem with them is I'm a metalhead, but I love Winger. I love the band Winger. And Beavis and Butthead gave them a lot of shit. And I think I know they ruined Winger's career for the most part. Winger should have been much bigger than they were. And the fact that they trashed him all the time on Beavis and Butthead and had the nerdy kid wearing the Winger shirt was lame to me, because now today I still would rather listen to Winger over Metallica or AC/DC, to be honest with you, because Winger actually just put out a new album not that long ago, and the songs are pretty good. They're pretty good, and I get it. Kip had the pretty boy image back in the day and stuff like that, but they had some killer songs. That first album I love that album, and the song "Time to Surrender" off the first Winger album is a great song, and it's a pretty heavy song for Winger. It's pretty heavy. Red Beach. I was talking earlier about being an Ibanez guy. I almost bought a Red Beach guitar. Now I've hardly played this tonight, but I have my Ibanez gem here for anyone that missed it earlier. I'm an Ibanez guy. I almost bought a Red Beach guitar. So the fact that he played Ibanez, kind of helped me pay attention more to Winger. I think one of the greatest ballads, if we're going to talk power ballads, ever written was "Miles Away" from Winger. their keyboard player, Paul Taylor, wrote that. Paul Taylor? I think that's his name. And there's a video on YouTube right now. I tend to watch it a lot. I don't gravitate to a lot of live videos often. I might watch a live video once and never watch it again. But from back in the 90s, I think they were in Japan. They blended one of my other favorite ballads of all time off the first Winger album, Without the Night. They blended Without the Night and Miles Away together seamlessly. It was great. Kip sounded phenomenal. Holy hell, Gary Ambrosius here. What's up, Gary? I was just talking about you earlier. I can't believe the people that have showed up tonight. This is amazing to me. But thanks for popping in, Gary. I appreciate that. This thing happened because I was Gary, you're actually aware of some of the issues that have gone on in my life over the last few months, and things have kind of gotten even worse this week. But I needed my friends tonight, and my friends showed up, so thank you. And John Rindle says Kip had a great voice. Didn't have a great voice, John. He still has a great voice. They're still playing, and like I said, they just put out a new album, and he's still singing phenomenally. And of course, Reb Beach is still just as great as he ever was. And in fact, I don't even know how Reb Beach even does what he does. He plays in Winger, he plays in Whitesnake, and I don't believe he's in Dokken anymore, but he was even in Dokken. Three of the biggest, I hate the term hair metal, but he was in three of the biggest hair metal bands from the day. And I believe he's still touring like full time with Winger and Whitesnake. I don't know how he does it. But Wes Cagle said Mindcrime was a great album as well. It was. Now, the original Mindcrime, not Operation Mindcrime 2. That one, I had high hopes for that, but no. But Operation Mindcrime, yeah, one of the greatest concept albums of all time, in my opinion. I understand, there's other genres and all things out, but in the world of metal, and especially progressive metal, I don't think it can beat Operation Mindcrime. But yeah, Gare, I don't know. I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow. I don't know how I pulled this off, but I'm right up there with the Overlord now. I'm at 9 hours and 44 minutes that I'm not gonna be able to talk tomorrow. And I originally broke out my guitar. Like I said, I thought I'd play guitar for a little while, and maybe one or two people might show up if I was lucky. And even Doomcock was here earlier. So my guitar is buzzing away back here for 9 hours, but I barely played. But I needed to get some stuff out tonight, and I needed to talk to my friends. And you let me do both of those things. And I wasn't going to do this, but I'm so glad I did. Damn it, thing jumping on me again. I never would have thought I would have had anybody in my chat, let alone have to keep saying it's jumping on me like Doomcock does when he's reading it, but it keeps jumping on me. And again, I apologize if I'm getting quiet again and I'm fading out, but my voice is going. But Oldest Gamer says Doom is why I'm here. Yeah, he tweeted it out. I don't even know how he knew about it. Because honestly, as glad as I am that people showed up, I didn't put anything out there. I didn't want to tweet it. I didn't want to, because in the back of my mind too, I was like, well, what if people do fucking show up? I'm probably not going to talk about anything and make an ass out of myself. And then if I tweet it out and they come in and I look like a dick, and whatever. But yeah, Carla Burton says almost 10. Yeah, 14 minutes. 14 minutes will be 10 hours. But yeah. Trying to see if I'm missing anything here. Yeah, there were. At one time, there were at least I caught 22 people, stuff like that. Yeah, hey, for being my first dumbass live stream, unplanned, nothing. More explosions outside. There are more explosions at 2:30 in the morning now again, but they seem to be getting further away. So, Oldest Gamer asks, "Are you on Twitter, Fett?" Yes, I am. This actually was most of these cool people here tonight. If it wasn't for Twitter, well, it's thanks to Doomcock, but if it wasn't for Twitter, I wouldn't be able to connect to them. Anyway, yes, I am at _Fett for hire on Twitter. So yeah, if you want to, you're a fan of, you said you came here because of Doomcock. If you're not familiar, I kind of make these dumbass pictures that everybody seems to like, and you know, I do put them here on YouTube for people who don't have Twitter, but I tend to put them on Twitter first. So yeah, if you want to find me on there, it's at underscore Fett for hire. Same thing if you have an Instagram. I hate that platform, but I'm back on there to try to spread more of the word of Doomcock. So I'm at underscore Fett for hire on there too. Wes Cagle said, if we're talking guitar duos, it has to be Dave Murray and Adrian Smith or Glenn Tipton and KK Downing. Okay, that's one I'm torn on because I love Maiden and Priest, but if he said the whole desert island thing and you could only take one band to listen to, I would have to be Maiden. And as a duo, I would agree with that. I would say that it's Smith and Murray. But if we're talking single, and no disrespect to KK, but Glenn Tipton is just, of the four, I love Glenn Tipton's style. I love his playing. I'm a bigger fan of Iron Maiden, but boy, that would be tough to have to live without hearing, well, Glenn Tipton again. But unfortunately, Glenn Tipton, what is it, Parkinson's or something he has now, so we're not getting to hear as much as of him anymore, sadly now anyway. But like I said, yeah, duo, Murray and Adrian, but of the four, if I could only pick one, I mean, I love Glenn Tipton. John Rindle, yes, both great. I also liked Wolf Hoffman and Jorg Fischer from Accept. Yes, Accept. I'm not super schooled on Accept, but I mean, balls to the wall. I mean, who doesn't know balls to the wall? And I do love the solo that Wolf played, which is one of my biggest pet peeves for all eternity. The video for Balls to the Wall, how they cut half of probably more than half of the solo out. I've just, I don't see, I understand the line where Udo talks about plugging a bomb up the world's ass and all that stuff. Okay, you cut that out, I understand it, but we really had to cut 2 minutes more out of the solo anyway. But Sci-Fi Mommy says, I cut cable, I watch Hulu, YouTube, and other platforms. I still have cable. I wrestle with the decision all the time. I don't even want, my TV's not even on. Yesterday was the first I had a TV, last night, just because I was feeling miserable last night. It was too quiet in the house, so I put the TV on in the other room while I was doing stuff in here. I debate on getting rid of it, but, it's all part of the package with my internet and my phone. And I guess technically I don't even need my landline anymore, but I obviously need the internet. But Oldest Gamer asks, Fett, I'm curious now, what is your opinion of Led Zeppelin? I get it. I get Led Zeppelin. I've always been, I'm a Kiss guy, I get why people like Led Zeppelin. I don't dislike Led Zeppelin. I've never been a huge fan of Led Zeppelin. I don't know why. Just one of those things, John Reynolds said, not the same band anymore. It was always This Is Accept. It was just Wolf Hoffman from the original band. Udo and Peter Baltazar and Udo. Lots of good stuff there. Check out the Holy album. You know what was an Udo song I loved back in the day? Way back in the day, right after he left Accept. What the hell? I can't even think of it now. They Want War. That was a good one. And that's like going back to Iron Maiden. I have every Maiden album but the two with Blaze Bayley on, just because to me Maiden is Bruce Dickinson. I do have the first two with Paul Di'Anno on that, and I know people consider those to be the classics and stuff, but I don't know. Maiden without Dickinson just, I don't know, doesn't cut it for me. But I did love when Paul Di'Anno came out, and I think it was the late 80s with Paul Di'Anno's Battle Zone, and he did the song I Don't Want to Know. I love that song. Oldest Gamer, that is why, wait, I swear this thing knows. I get it. I get why Doomcock's always bitching every time I go to read this. John Reynolds said, yes, They Want War was awesome too. Maybe that's the song I think that was out Udo. Maybe that's what I was talking about. What did I say? Probably something stupid. Uh, I did see Udo. I saw a live video maybe a week ago. And yes, he still has pipes at his age. And how sad is that? You know, that many people in the world of heavy metal don't anymore. And you would think with holy hell, Tiger Stripes is here. Hey, Tiger Stripes, thanks for popping in. This is incredible. Tiger Stripes says, Gads, have you really been on for over 9 hours? I don't know if I should encourage this. I have. Actually, almost 10 hours. Yeah, 9 hours, 53 minutes, and 7 seconds currently. Don't know how I'm still even talking. Don't I? I don't talk. This is the most talking I've done in my entire life. I think. Like if you took my whole life and put it together, I don't know if it would add up to 10 hours. So I don't know how I did this. Like I said, I was feeling bad today. I needed my friends. I didn't put any links out or anything. I don't even know what I'm doing with StreamYards. I did some tests earlier to do some audio. Because I got my guitar here. I was going to play my guitar. My amp's back there buzzing away for 10 hours now. Barely played any guitar, and I just ended up shooting my mouth off, and I just haven't been able to stop. And again, I apologize if I'm fading out and getting quiet, but I am losing my voice now. But Tiger Stripe said you should have a few more people on to help with the. I was talking about that earlier. Another one of the reasons why I did this tonight was because, King Dolphin TV, just cause it's usually Saturday. Well, it's becoming increasingly more frequent that Raymond has to do the show on Sundays, and I really needed to hang with my friends tonight, and you guys are my friends, and I'm gonna have to work tomorrow, so I couldn't even just suffer through tonight and then, say I'll come hang with you tomorrow because I probably won't be able to. So I was thinking about, the Duck of Death up here. I only got the free, somewhere over there. I only got the free StreamYard thing, but I was asking people earlier, and people seem to be kind of up for it. I was thinking maybe when King Dolphin can't stream on Saturday, maybe I'll upgrade my shit here and have some people on. Like we could talk a lot of stuff, like music. I was saying earlier, I thought I saw a lot of movies in my lifetime until I started talking to a lot of you people. And like I said, I was on Pop Culture Breakdown a few times this year. And every time, with the exception of last week, I didn't see the movie they were talking about. So I really couldn't contribute. Now, last week was cool because it was Spaceballs. I love Spaceballs. So I didn't even, I wish I'd have talked more. I had more things I wanted to say, but, a little intimidating on there with, holy hell, who was there that night? That was Doomcock, Gary, Rob Wright, Nick from Echo Base Network was there, Andy. I mean, I can't compete with what, Andy, holy hell. You get him talking about a movie, I couldn't, whatever. But, okay, Carla Burton, okay, I love you, but I gotta look after the boys. Totally understandable. Thank you for being here, Carla. Thank you for being my friend. I love you. I mean, have a great night. We'll do this again, I guess. Hope I didn't miss anybody else. Oldest Gamer said RP. Is that Robert Plant? Was that Robert Plant? Just did a concert last week at 75 doing Stairway. Not 30 years ago voice, but whose is? Yeah, that's the thing that bums me out. Kiss, as much as I love Megadeth and bands like that. I mean, the band that got me into music is Kiss, and it just kills me that Paul Stanley's voice is gone, kind of like mine is right now. But Paul Stanley sang his ass off and gave it 110% for 50 years, so he's entitled to lose his voice. And unlike people like Nikki Sixx, who wouldn't even play his instrument except the other instrument for 40 years, Paul Stanley has earned the right to lose his voice, And if people have accused him of singing to backing tracks and stuff like that. If he lost his, okay, maybe they should pack it in, if that's the case. But if he's singing the backing track, and I'm not trying to justify him over anybody else, but if, in his case, he has to, I guess, sing the backing tracks. But if you're just a lazy prick like Nikki Sixx and just don't want to, you just want to have the glory of being a rock star and not learn your instrument, you know, whatever. John, a little over 2 weeks ago. Oh wait, a little over 2 weeks until the final Kiss show. Is it? I don't know. See, I'm hearing too that conflicting stories there. That Ace and Peter are saying they weren't allowed to be a part of the final couple shows, and then now Gene Simmons is saying they were asked and they wanted more money. I love Ace and Peter. Obviously, they're the original members, but I can totally understand why Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons should get more money too, because Kiss would have died off years ago. I was saying earlier in this stream, Kiss would have never survived the '80s with Ace and Peter, just because the music had changed so drastically. With Ace's more hard rock style of guitar playing, Peter's more jazz oriented drums, becoming heavy metal Kiss through the '80s. This is what kept them alive. They would have never made it through the '80s with those guys. But Wes Kegel asks, John Rendell, is it really Gene is going to give up all that touring money? I just saw a picture, I think it was today, of Gene Simmons flying to one of their shows, and he wasn't looking bad, but he wasn't looking good either. He really looked like an old man. He was all on the plane seat with with a blanket, and like, I don't know. I don't know. I think this might be their last shows. But off topic, but is it like Phil Collins no longer being able to play the drums? I don't know, because can he do anything anymore? Last I heard, he was in pretty rough shape too. I don't know much about Phil Collins, or no, was it Phil Collins or Phil Collin? Yeah, Phil Collins. No, Phil Collin from Def Leppard, yeah. The reason I got my first guitar was because of the Black Ibanez Destroyer that Phil Collin used to play back in the day. I even had a Kahler tremolo installed on that guitar to be more like Phil Collins' Destroyer. But I don't know, because Phil Collins, I guess he still played the drums, but was more known for his singing for 40 years now. So I don't know. I mean, he could always sing rather than play the drums. But Tiger Stripe says, I think all the band members should divvy the money up equally. I'm worded that way. That's a tough call, because I always look at the band Twisted Sister. All right, Twisted Sister, a lot of people don't know this. They think We're Not Going to Take It and I Want to Rock was, the birth of Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister existed in the 70s. They were more of a punk band. And they were like a name in New York, but that's it for a decade before Dee Snider got in the band. They weren't going anywhere. And Dee Snider joined the band and started writing all the songs, and Dee Snider got them famous. And I totally understand why Dee Snider deserves more money than the rest of the band, even though it wasn't even his band, because he could have done that on his own. All the hits were written by Dee Snider. So, and then the bass player ended up, that's why Twisted Sister broke up, because he got a bee in his bonnet about Dee Snider getting more money. And, I guess Dee was driving a Ferrari and he was driving a Porsche. I don't know. So, but I mean, Dee Snider took them where they are. So I totally understand that. Now, I guess if it was my band, I had it for 10 years and some guy came in, but on my end, I'm a little different. I would appreciate that I'm no longer just stuck in New York and we're a household name and we're on MTV every day, back when MTV used to play music. So I would be grateful, and I would think he deserved it. I don't know, maybe after 20 years I would think I deserved more. I don't know, maybe it would have been different. But Wes Kegel says, I have no respect for Gene Simmons any longer with his stance on the vax. True. There are so many, sorry about that. There are so many people. It's bad enough that people have died over, sorry, all this virus stuff and all of that. But one of the things that I hate just as much is that so many of my childhood heroes have said so many bad things, like, well, if you're not gonna wear a mask and you deserve to die and stuff like that. It's like, I gave you. There were times when I scraped change together to buy a Kiss cassette, and I gave you my last dime. And after all these years, you're gonna say, oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger and fuck your freedom. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, no, fuck you. You know, that's why I don't think politics should be this whole political thing. And I hate the fact that I never paid attention to politics up until a few years ago. I just wanted to be oblivious, but now I can't escape it, and I'm just so sick and tired of politics ruining everything for everybody. It's divided everybody. I said one of the worst things about ever joining Twitter was the fact that I idolized Mark Hamill. I Another one of my favorite cheesy movies of all time is Corvette Summer, just because Luke Skywalker was in it. I joined Twitter and I found out he's a fucking scumbag, and I hate it. I hate that I have to feel that way. I really do. Like I said, I think I talked about it earlier. I respect what he does for children's hospitals and things like that, but it doesn't change the fact that he hates my guts. He hates my guts. Like, he doesn't even know me, but he hates me. He says he thinks he's being indirect, like he's talking to this big audience, and people will just think, well, he's not talking to me. No, you're fucking talking to me. There's no way around the fact that you're talking to me. So, but the oldest gamer says I didn't take the jab. Again, like I was talking earlier, I'm not against the jab. I haven't had it myself. I'm not anti-jab. If you want to get the jab, get the jab. I'm just saying, like I said, if it's my body, my choice for other things, it should be my body, my choice for my things. But anyway, I see Gary said, Fett, have you ever seen Never Too Young to Die, 1986? I don't think I did. I heard the song from Lizzie Borden. I love the song. But no, I don't think I saw the movie. I'm guessing you want me to check that out. I will try to do that. Oldest gamer. And again, nobody tell Captain Finity that I've been ignoring the chat all night. Like I said, I didn't expect to have a chat to keep an eye on. So sorry about that. But Oldest gamer says, I agree, Fett. Childhood stuff like Arnold, go to hell. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a gigantic Arnold Schwarzenegger fan. In that whole debate, because there's always Stallone and Schwarzenegger. I never had to think about it. It's Stallone. I love Stallone. I mean, not only do I think he's the greatest action hero of all time, he's also written and directed and everything, a lot of his stuff. And so that's never been a thing for me. Now, I will say, when it comes to Schwarzenegger, the Conan movies, I love the Conan movies. Obviously, Stallone it wouldn't have been the same. So I do love Schwarzenegger for that. But I would just wish these people would keep their mouths shut. It's like, that's why I respect Doomcock. That's why I respect him so much, because he has the same opinion. Well, they may differ, but he has opinions like the rest of us, and he keeps them to himself, so as to not alienate people. I don't understand why people who even have a larger voice than Doomcock, well, I think I do understand. They have to do it. But agenda and such. But I always looked at it this way. My dream was to be a guitar player. And I always knew that if I ever became famous and was a famous guitar player, I'm a Chevy guy. Some people don't like Chevy, they like Ford. So I often thought, well, if I ever got famous, I won't wear Chevy shirts and stuff like that, just so that, the Ford fans out there don't hate me because I wear a Chevy shirt. It's just common sense, I don't know. You think you'd, I don't know, I guess they're rich enough that it doesn't matter anymore. Hail Resolute Germ here? Yes, hail Resolute Germ. Hey, welcome to this. I hate to call it a stream. Like, I don't like to call my pictures artwork. This is as amateur as you can possibly get. So it's definitely not a show and it's not a stream, but thank you for popping in. Tiger Stripe says Twitter is a hellmouth, but if you admire someone artistically, never look into who they are, just enjoy their art. Exactly. Well, that's like I said earlier. I mean, I still love Luke Skywalker. I'm never not going to love Luke Skywalker. Nothing he can do or say can change that. It's just, I'd like to admire him as a human being too, but he's kind of a dickbag. But Oldest Gamer says politics is everywhere. I'm a junkie, but guess what? I don't want in the NFL, MLB, etc. I have walked away. I'm not a sports fan. I used to watch when I was really young. I watched football. When I was, and this is how long ago I was a tennis fan. I used to love Andre Agassi, so that tells you how long. That was the '80s, right? And that was, I don't know. I just never been a sports fan. I wouldn't call myself one. I used to be heavily into professional wrestling. Not that that's sports entertainment, but I was a huge fan of professional wrestling for a long time. But I haven't watched that in probably over a decade. I just don't care anymore. I used to go to wrestling events. Like, I don't even go to concerts and stuff as much as I love metal and all like that. I would just prefer, because 9 times out of 10, you're going to sit a quarter of a mile back. You're going to be watching them on a screen anyway. And you can't even hear them over the people yelling at you and their phones up trying to video. You know what I mean? I'd rather save the money and just watch it on YouTube from the people who were an asshole and just blocked everybody's view filming it. But I used to go to wrestling events. I love professional wrestling, but that's another one of those things that just fell by the wayside now because, and it's not even, well, I guess politics have even made their way into that, but holy hell, I missed a lot of chats again too. I apologize. But yeah, that's another thing that, I don't know. Everything I used to love is just not important to me anymore. And yeah, John Randall, 10. Yeah, we've made 10 hours. Don't know how, but yes, it's been 10 hours. But Tiger Stripe said, nope, nobody has a gun to their head to virtue signal, and it's not a requirement. You and I think the Hollywood pretenders have maybe not literally a gun held to their head, but I think they have to do a lot of things. Sorry again if I'm fading out. But the only Chevy I hate is Chase. I don't know. Has he said something dumb? I don't know. He probably has. It surprises me more when I find out somebody kept their mouth shut over the last 4 or 5 years than not. But I don't mind Chevy. I mean, I don't know if personally, but I mean, I love his movies. I definitely like a lot of his stuff. But Tiger Stripe said, "Fett, what you don't call your artwork? Can't tell you what to do." Jumped again, but no, I've always said I don't consider it art. I don't know. Just, you ever see the movie Happy Gilmore? The guy wanted to be a hockey player, and he refused to admit that he was actually better at hockey, or I mean golf, than hockey, and it took him till the end of the movie. I don't know. Maybe one day, I I wanted to be a guitar player. I didn't want to make pictures or something. Maybe someday I'll finally accept the fact that I'm not a guitar player, and I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever call it art, but I've missed a lot of stuff here. Tiger Stripe said, it's true that a lot of these actors making statements are given their talking points from the studios. It's still a massive mistake to offend half of your audience. Exactly. And you look like a dumbass. Not you, Tiger Stripes, but, them. I've always pointed out Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm a big fan of Halloween, but I was never, I never got why people call Jamie Lee Curtis the Scream Queen, because, like, I get it. She was in a lot of horror movies and stuff. Some of them not so great, most of them. But, you know, Halloween H2O, right? It starts off with her screaming in bed. She can't even scream. She's not even good at screaming, but she's the Scream Queen. And she'll be the first one that comes out when there's a, again, well, I've tackled so many subjects tonight that if my channel's not dead in the morning, I might as well throw this one in too. But every time there's like a school shooting or something, she's one of the first ones out there about gun control and stuff. She has a gun. She's toting a gun in almost every one of her movies, And she just looks like a jackass by saying this stuff. But it's one of those things where they all have to be all in on absolutely everything. So I don't know how true it is. I heard that her gender was in question from birth. I don't know if this is true. I know it's a rumor that's been around forever, and that her parents decided to make her female. I don't know the family. I don't know the thing. But so if that's the case, I think she has to be on a certain side of things. And like I said, I think they have to be all in, or they're all out, and they're getting canceled. So, when there's gun violence, she has to. Well, I don't know. That's my opinion. I'm probably wrong. I'm usually wrong about everything. But Sci-Fi Mommy says your channel's gonna grow. Well, that'd be a fucking surprise if it did, because all they seem to do are lose subscribers. But and that was when I kept my mouth shut. Tonight I've talked about. No, I don't think people are going to sit through a 10-hour long live stream. So maybe I won't offend, but I'm sure I'm going to offend multiple people, because filter was kind of off tonight. But Resolute Germ says, personally, I prefer to offend all of the audience. That way no one is left out. True. You know what I mean? People need to have more of a sense of humor nowadays. Not that I know of. I just think he's a shit actor. Oh, Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase has a rep for being a serious asshole. Yes, I have heard that. But that is like one of those cases, like it was said earlier. You need to overlook. You need to look at the art. Well, in Chevy Chase's case, I've managed. I can do that. Like with now, there are certain people I can't. Like I was talking earlier. Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. I can't even. I don't know. It's deeper than just that, though, too. But he's one of those assholes who's gone out there and said things to me, and it hurts me more when it's like people like that. Like I loved Motley Crue early on, and somebody brought up Gene Simmons. He has said dumb things, and I have unfollowed him a couple times on Twitter because of it. But I end up going back because he's Gene Simmons, and he's like my childhood hero. It is unfortunate that in some cases I'm able to overlook things, in some cases I can't. Now, like, I don't think I could ever respect Mark Hamill again. But again, like I said, I won't not watch Star Wars because of it. That will never happen. I love Star Wars. But I don't know. But as far as being a shit actor, I wouldn't say, sorry about that throat. I wouldn't say he's the greatest actor of all time, but he's done some classic stuff. I mean, he's been in some classic stuff, and he definitely has a style. I don't think he's a shit actor. He's definitely not the greatest actor of all time, but getting tired. I'm starting to. I know what I want to say, but having trouble with it. Wes Cagle said, I haven't watched wrestling since the late 80s. Roddy Piper is the best. I love Roddy Piper. If I was going to go with my top four, him and Macho Man would be involved. But I'm a Bret Hart guy. I love Bret Hart and the Ultimate Warrior. Two complete opposites, and I think that's why I love them both pretty much equally. I mean, if you made me choose, I'd probably go with Bret, but I love the Ultimate Warrior too, just because that was a time in my life where I loved the Ultimate Warrior from the beginning. Not so much when it was the Dingo Warrior, but from when he became the Ultimate Warrior. But I remember watching a pay-per-view. It was what was it? WrestleMania 4? Was that the one where he beat Hogan? And sorry. But that whole scenario was like a thing that was never really done before. You know, good guy versus good guy, belt versus belt. I mean, they do that all the time now, but back then it was something new. And he was going up against Hulkamania, which I never got Hulkamania. I know people do. I don't know. I never got it. It's just never. I respect what Hulk Hogan did. I think he made professional wrestling, you know, for good or bad, kind of what it was when I loved it, the heyday of WrestleMania, in my opinion. And nobody could cut a promo like Hulk Hogan, but he just wasn't. I wasn't a Hogan guy, so I went into that dreaming that the Ultimate Warrior would beat Hulk Hogan, knowing that he wouldn't. And when he did, literally, I've hardly ever jumped up out of a chair for anything in my life and cheered. But literally, watching that live when Ultimate Warrior won the belt clean off of Hulk Hogan, I jumped out of my chair and I screamed for joy. I really did. But Resolute Germ says, Brett, what are you, Canadian? No, I'm not. But I talked earlier on the stream of my love affair with Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. So, excuse me. I did dream of living in Canada for a while, but no, I don't know. I just something about Brett. I don't know. I was just always a big fan of Brett. Oldest gamer asked the original Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, Jim Hellwig, the actual, you know, not the Renegade or the actual Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, but Resolute Germ said I was always more of a Macho Man fan. I always liked Macho Man, but I appreciate him more now than I'm older. Matter of fact, if I watch a wrestling video on YouTube nowadays, it's usually a Macho Man, whether it's wrestling or a promo, because you know people always, like I was saying, people think Hulk Hogan was the holy grail of promo cutters, but oh man, some of the stuff that came out of Macho Man's mouth back in the day, it definitely wouldn't go on TV now. Not at all. But he was the man, in my opinion. Now, if you're, I will say that Bret and the Warrior would be my favorite wrestlers. But if you're saying on the mic, Macho Man, hands down. I mean, just the voice alone, because my voice is getting gravelly like his now, just because 10 hours and 19 minutes. But everyone knows the voice of the Macho Man. Even people who never watched wrestling know when, oh yeah, you know, when you do, everybody knows who that is. So, and the shit that he came out with was just, it was phenomenal. It was just, you know, cream of the crop. You know what I mean? It's to this day, it's just great. But Tiger Stripe, Gary Ambrosia, FFR, look who's here. Did I miss somebody? So I did see Gary. I don't know if Gary's here anymore. That's, you know, this is incredible to me that all of you, any of you, showed up. Let alone that, holy hell! I mean, Doomcock was here, Gary Ambrosia was here, Rob Wright was here, Andy Masterson was here. It's like fucking pop culture breakdown, only with the less, you know, interesting and, you know, I should be wearing a helmet, but a host. I guess I'm a host, but oh, Gary is still here. Resolute Germ says even Hulk Hogan would admit Macho Man was better on the mic. There's no disputing that. Well, I mean, I know people would. The Hulkamaniacs would dispute that, and Hulk Hogan said some classic shit. I'm not taking that away from him. Hulk Hogan was a light years better than Brett and the Warrior on the mic. I mean, the Warrior was out there. He was out there. His promos were out there, but it fit the character. You know, the people that say he was a dumbass and couldn't. No, it fit. You know, the rocket fuel, brother. Get that rocket fuel. Hulk Hogan. You know what I mean? It definitely fit. And the thing of it was the Warrior was like a real life superhero. I always look like, I consider Bret Hart my favorite technical wrestler. I consider the Ultimate Warrior my favorite professional wrestler, if that makes any sense. Where a professional wrestler, like your Ric Flairs, like, no offense, Gary, I know you're a Ric Flair guy, but Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, guys like that, they're professional wrestlers, in my opinion. They really didn't have many wrestling moves. They were mostly good on the mic, and they had a good gimmick. Where kind of the same thing with the Ultimate Warrior. His gimmick was he was a real life superhero. Now Bret Hart was a technical professional wrestler. I mean, he could tie you into a pretzel. I mean, if it was a real legitimate wrestling match, Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, even the Warrior wouldn't have a chance. Now, I won't say Macho Man, but the others wouldn't have a chance with Bret Hart. Now, Macho Man he was a pretty good wrestler and definitely an athlete because he was a baseball player before he joined professional wrestling. So he's definitely an athlete. So I believe he could hold his own against Bret. But anybody that knows the history of the Hart family, Stu Hart in the dungeon up there in Calgary, Bret Hart was born and bred a wrestler. He's a machine, And the fact that he couldn't cut a promo as well as Hulk Hogan doesn't change the fact that he was a legitimate wrestling machine, where Hulk Hogan wasn't. I mean, you take away Hulk Hogan's finger and that dumbass leg drop, and what does he have? This. Sorry. That ain't beating Bret any day. Owen Hart, too. I always overlook Owen. And I feel bad about that because I love Owen, and it was a tragedy, him dying. But, in a matter of fact, rarely have I ever watched, especially a wrestling DVD. I don't think I've ever watched, but rarely have I ever even watched a movie where it brought a tear to my eye. But I literally cried. I have the Bret Hart Wrestling with Shadows DVD, and it came with The Life and Death of Owen Hart, I think it's called. And the fact that he didn't even want to be a wrestler, but he was working on that. He struggled with it, left wrestling, came back, he finally struggled with it and was just putting in his time to build the dream house for his wife and his kids, and he died before they were building their dream home when he died, when he fell to his death. And that fact that he didn't even want to do the gimmick from the ceiling, and that he just made do it because he was chosen, because Sting did it in WCW, so he had to do it. He didn't even want to do that. So that, one of the biggest tragedies in wrestling. It was horrible. It actually, I cried. I'll be honest. I cried when I watched that once. I don't know if I could ever even watch it again. But Gary said, I like Flair's shtick. I'm a big fan of Iron Sheik. I was kind of, in the Iron Sheik's heyday, I didn't really pay much attention because to me he was the old guys going out, when people like Hulk Hogan were coming in. And again, I was never a big Hulk Hogan fan, but I just kind of overlooked the Sheik. I appreciated the shit that he gave to people right up to his death, basically on a daily basis. However, he trashed the Ultimate Warrior quite severely, and that bugged me. Because there was so much hatred towards the Warrior. And not that I knew the Warrior personally or anything like that, but I often wonder how much of that was just pure jealousy. I'm not saying on the Sheiks, I'm saying on some of the people it was jealousy because of the tremendously fast rise of the Ultimate Warrior. How he became like the face, and he screwed himself out of it ultimately, but there was a lot of jealousy. So like when they put out that, I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people when the WWF put out that the Self-Destruction of the Ultimate Warrior DVD, because I bought it when it came out, and I thought it was finally something about the Ultimate Warrior. I thought it was going to be great, and there's all these wrestlers shit talking, wrestlers I even liked in some cases, but that I lost a lot of respect for because I don't know. I think it was motivated by jealousy. But Gary said, Sheik told me he got busted at the border for drugs with Macho Man. See, now it's stuff like that that's going to make me like him. Just things like that. Now, he did sound like a cool guy. So, I got to wonder how much of the shit talking that he did on a daily basis was actually him, or was it just a gimmick? Was it that he can? Because I would respect him even if it was shit talking Bret Hart. But it was just a shoot, and he was in character. That's cool that he would be so into the Iron Sheik gimmick that he would do it all the time. But if it's on a personal level, Again, not that I personally knew Bret Hart or the Ultimate Warrior, but you're shit talking my guys, and I don't know, you know. But Wes Cagle said Hulk Hogan is just a jabroni. Man, I remember when every wrestler on the planet was saying that. Who started? Was that The Rock? That was funny for like 5 seconds, and then I hated that everybody started saying jabroni. The Sheik was pretty bad with that too. I think everybody was a jabroni. There were certain things that like that, and certain things date wrestling. The jabroni, what was it? Ass hat was like a thing there for a while. That became like it was like everybody had to say ass hat. But John Rendell asks, what caused that fall? Bad rigging or bad rope? Uh, my understanding is, I don't know. I've heard. Of course, everybody wants to blame everybody, but he was in a harness, like Sting used to wear, and there was like a lanyard or whatever they call them. You know, it was like a quick release, and I've heard he opened it too soon. Tiger Stripes. I do love the word ass hat. I gotta admit. Matter of fact, I just praised somebody online for you. I think I just commented on somebody's video. Yeah, it was. It was Fermented Cinema. I just recently. He's got a cool channel. I was watching one of his videos, and he used the word ass hat. So I said this video gets his thumbs up just for the use of the word ass hat. I do love the word. I just hate when words get overused. You know what I mean? But Gary said it was all a gimmick. He was a very kind man. See, now that's cool. I wish I would have known that 30, 40 years ago. I would have probably been more of an Iron Sheik fan. But also, too, it was like, and it was strange, too, because I'm probably going to contradict myself now, but what I loved about I kind of preferred the good guys when I was really young, with the exception of Bret Hart. Now, I've always preferred Bret Hart as a bad guy. I don't know why. Bret himself made the comment one time that as much as he loves being a babyface, the good guy, you know, he loves the kids, you know, looking up to him and things like that. It's more fun being a bad guy because you don't have to watch what you say. You can be a jerk. Gary, you'd probably be a great heel in wrestling, but I prefer Bret Hart as a bad guy. But most other bad guys I didn't care for, and the Iron Sheik was he ever a good guy? I don't think I ever remember it. Maybe he was. I don't know. But another one of those things. As a little kid, maybe if I was a little older, I would have got the whole Sheik thing a little more. But Resolute Germ says Warrior was a huge dick, at least back in the early '90s. Guy showed 2 different autograph signings in my area when I was younger, and apparently that wasn't uncommon for him. No, it wasn't. I know he did. No, he had his issues. As a human being, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't know him. It was just the whole. I overlook it, like I do with Mark Hamill. You know, he's not going to tarnish my opinion of Luke Skywalker because he's a dildo. You know, the Warrior, as a person, I don't know. The character of the Warrior, I love. I just love it. It was a breath of fresh air to me. You know, when the Warrior rose. And it sucks that he did self-destruct. I mean, I hate the video, but it was a good title for the video because he he did self-destruct himself. But and when he died, I was still watching wrestling at that point, and you know I'm not saying I can predict the future, but when he cut that promo on Raw, I knew something was wrong because he wasn't himself. You know, obviously he wasn't the Warrior from back in the day, but I could tell something was wrong. He was so winded and out of breath. I didn't know he was going to die. But it was so eerie, too, that he made the comment about every man breathes his last breath. Every heart beats one last time, or however he said that. It was just, that was so eerie that happened. But, jumped again. Wes Cagle, you know what they say, never meet your heroes. Although I bet you Doomcock's the exception to the rule. Because I know he is what we get. You know, he's not acting like at all. So, yeah, your heroes. I knew what you meant. Resolute Germ said Owen Hart was the most talented Hart. He got all the personality in the family. Yeah, I wouldn't argue that. Bret really didn't have much of a person. He did when there were occasions where he did, but yeah, Owen was. One of my there again. I was talking about when the Ultimate Warrior beat Hulk Hogan. That was one of my two. Well, I have a few favorite moments, but another one was that long feud between Bret and Owen, brother versus brother. Owen the bad guy, Bret the baby face, the good guy. I couldn't wait for that to end, and that went on what seemed like a decade for me. But I knew customarily what was going to happen was going to be that Owen turned good and became a good guy with Bret. My dream was that Bret would turn bad and be a bad guy with Owen. And that's what happened, to my amazement. And not only did that happen, but you had that whole Hart Foundation thing where they're all bad guys, the whole group of them. Owen, Bret, Davey Boy, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and Brian Pillman. I love that. That was one of my favorite eras of wrestling. They all had the leather jackets with the pink and white skull, and they were all the Hart Foundation. It was the big Hart Foundation. I love that. Matter of fact, I was always a diehard WWF fan back in the day. And even though another wrestler I love was Scott Hall, Razor Ramon. And even when he left WWF, I still didn't really pay much attention to WCW because Bret was still in WWF. But when Bret went over to WCW, that's when I started watching that one and really didn't pay much attention. So the years when Bret, until Goldberg, ended Bret's career, I was more of a WCW fan. But then after Bret was kind of gone, I went back to WWE and started watching that. But like I said, I can't even watch that stuff anymore. It's boring. These guys they're not good on the mics in most cases. They're good gymnasts, in my opinion, and flipping around and doing all that stuff. It's dangerous, I get that. They're probably more athletic than, my heroes were, but they're not wrestlers. I mean, if you want to do gymnastics, go to the Olympics, That doesn't impress me. John says, and then there was Sting back in 97, 98 era. Was that Surfer? No, was that pre-Surfer Sting? I didn't care for Surfer Sting. I've never been a huge Sting fan. When he did the Crow gimmick, which is probably what you're talking about. When he did the Crow gimmick, that was kind of cool. It was lame when he joined the Wolfpack because number one, the NWO. I don't think he should have ever joined the NWO. And the fact that when the whole duration of the Crow gimmick, he wore the black and white face paint and then changed the red and black to join the Wolfpack. He should have just joined Hollywood so he didn't have to change it. But anyway, I didn't care for the Surfer Sting. And if anyone doesn't know, Sting and the Ultimate Warrior started out together in wrestling. They were the Blade Runners. And Sting actually, his career kind of took off quicker after they separated than the Warrior. But then, in my opinion, I think the Warriors, though tremendously shorter than Sting's, I think he rose. I mean, because there's no disputing that WWF, especially back then, was the major leagues and WCW was the minor leagues. And I kind of think that the Ultimate Warrior transcended the greater heights. But Resolute Germ says there may be 5 guys between WWE and AEW that can cut a good promo. That's what I mean. They're just all worried about jumping around the ring. I don't care about that. I don't not care about it. One of the things I loved about Owen Hart was his in-ring ability, but it's like not every match and the whole entire match. That's one of the reasons why I love Bret Hart. And Macho Man Randy Savage. Because they could tell a story with the match. It was a journey, It wasn't just flips and stupid shit. It was, ups and downs and, you found yourself rooting for the guy. Like now it's like, oh, you just ooh and ah. But at the end of the day, I couldn't even tell you who won some of the matches, of those kind of matches when I was watching them. I just remember that, they did this really cool flip, but I don't remember who won the match because it wasn't a good story. John says that was it, the Crow gimmick. Yeah, that was all right. I probably never would have liked Sting if it wasn't for the Crow gimmick. I did. There were certain people I wished I could have got to see as a team, and I think in both these cases I'm about to mention, I don't think ever happened because they were too similar. But that's why I wanted to see them wrestle. Sting and Bret Hart, I think would have made a good team. And Bret and Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect. But you know, they were all kind of the same build, the same kind of wrestling moves. And back in the day when it was a tag team, no matter which promotion it was the one little guy who was the technician, and then the big muscle head. Because the little ring guy would carry the little technician would carry the match, and then ultimately get so hurt that the big guy would have to come in and save him. So, but now that we have all these Iron Man matches and all these hour-long matches and stuff like that, you could do stuff like that with people like, back in the day, Bret and Mr. Perfect together, wrestling, the Rockers or something. That would have been a hell of a match. But Wes Cagle, yeah, back in the 80s, the WWF looked like it was being held in stadiums, and the WCW looked like it was being held in the CYO building at the local Catholic school. Yeah, although, yeah, WCW did kick WWF's ass there for a while. I mean, they had everybody, or almost everybody, And another thing where, listen, I'm not a prude or anything, but WWF got so dirty there for a while. My son was very young at the time, and I didn't want that on a TV with him watching. We used to watch wrestling together. So another reason why I was watching WCW is just after Bret left, it just got too filthy. If it was me watching it, yeah, I would love to watch the filth, but I don't want to sit with my kid watching filth. That's just not, I don't know. Vince was just grasping at straws to try to get viewers back. But Wes Cagle, the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. Yeah, that's another thing. There's not managers like there used to be. Bobby the Brain Heenan. Like, I couldn't stand him as a kid. But looking back on it now, like, I think two of the greatest, everybody touts Jim Ross as, one of the greatest commentators of all time. The duo of Bobby the Brain Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon. Now I'm really dating myself, but man, they were hilarious together. That was great. All right, Gary's gonna hit the rack, kids. Love you all. Thanks, Gary. Thanks for stopping in. I love you too, man. You have a great night. Tell Bethany, well, have a great night. Getting tired myself, so I'm starting to say gibberish, but yeah, I think it's dwindling down. I think I'm gonna have to hit the hay myself. It's been 10 hours and 40 minutes, and it's 3:19 a.m. here, so Resolute Germ said JR always kind of sucked at his job. I'm not going to argue with that. He I think he's overrated. He was good. I can remember when I was a little kid, there was a wrestling promotion out of Texas called GWF. It was the first place I saw him, and he was a commentator way back then. So he'd been doing it for a long time. But Wes Cagle remembers watching Gorilla Monsoon on my little black and white TV back in the 70s. Yeah, if you remember him and Bobby the Brain Heenan together, they were like, it was like Laurel and Hardy or Abbott and Costello, commentating on the matches. It was cool. I think they try to pull that off every now and then. When Jerry Lawler and stuff was one of the commentators, they tried to make him look like kind of like the jackass, like Bobby the Brain and stuff. But I don't know. Nobody ever captured the magic again. But yeah, Tiger Stripe says, I need to do the adult thing and hit the sack too. Yeoman service, call it what it is. It's a live stream. Okay, it's a live stream. It was a long one too. So I guess it's officially a live stream. But yeah, everybody's turning in anyway. Although I think Gary left, but now there's even another person popped back in. But so I hate to do it, but yeah, I guess I'm going to cut this one off now. Again, thank you for hanging with me. I never, never expected any kind of turnout, let alone such a good one. But again, I guess I'll do more of this, and I probably can't thank everyone, but Tiger Stripes, Wes Cagle, Resolute Germ, Gary Ambrosia, Brother John Randall, Let's see. Sci-Fi Mombi was here. West Kegel. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go back. The oldest gamer. I know I'm gonna miss people. Of course, Doomcock was here. Andy Masterson was here. Rob Wright was here. Carla Burton. Man, like I said, I wish I could screenshot this. This is amazing. I never thought I would have people with a mile long chat that I would be scrolling through. So I definitely want to download this live stream and keep it. That's for sure. The Lost Wanderer was here. It'd probably take me another. Rob Altus was here. It'd probably take me another hour to go through all of this. So I'm gonna miss people. So I'm just gonna end it. I don't have anything fancy from the center of the earth, but it's me. I guess we'll do this again. Everybody have a great night. I don't expect anyone to watch a 10-hour and 43-minute live stream, but if you catch the end of this, thank you for watching any part of this. Love you guys. Thank you for being here for me. I wasn't here for you at all by any means. You guys were here for me. So thank you. And I think next Saturday, King Dolphin will be doing Just Cuz again. So if he's doing that, I probably won't do this. So you can catch me on there though. And come on there. Even if you don't want to, if you want to just be in the chat, or Raymond might even shoot you a link if you want to come on and talk with us. So yeah. Again, if I'm not here, I'll be there. So next Saturday, Fett will. I don't know if I'll talk this much, but I'll be back. So I'm sorry anyone I missed. Thank you for being here. Everybody have a great night. You've made my night much better than I thought this night was going to be. So thank you. And take care, everyone. Fett out.